Chapter 2808. Unknowingly, he had actually charged into the core region of the battlefield. It should be known that in the Master God's battlefield, super experts would fall at any time. Even though the Master God's battlefield was a super existence refined by two Master Gods, the chaos inside was still unimaginable to ordinary people. On the battlefield of the Masters of Gods, the most dangerous thing was not the other treasure hunters, nor were the traps that could appear at any time. QWPM instead, it was endless negative emotions. Ding. System notification. Host, please take note. Host, please leave this place immediately. Otherwise, your mind will be eroded by the endless killing intent, and you may even lose your nature. The system's warning sounded. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Without the slightest hesitation, he released his divine sense and arranged a strong barrier around his body. At least this way he could resist the endless killing intent for a short period of time. In the core area, endless murderous intent and countless remnant thoughts filled the entire space. These were all left behind by the super experts. Madness, bloodshed, brutality, howling, crying, and other negative emotions filled the entire core area of the Master God space. From time to time, there would be echoes of the battle between the experts. What was the echo of battle? Echoes were easy to understand, and the echoes of battles referred to the various powerful attacks of super experts during battle. Even after tens of thousands of years, they would still remain. Back then, the sword intent in the Lingbo Lake was actually a kind of echo. One could only imagine how terrifying that was. Yi Xian did not dare to make the slightest movement. He did not feel it when he had rushed in, but now Yi Xian finally understood how terrifying this place was. Die for me. Boom. A bolt of lightning instantly exploded, shattering even the void. However, this was not real. It was an illusion that possessed great power. Yi Xian clearly knew that it was just a replay of the battle, but he was still intimidated by the aura of those two powerhouses after just one glance. Puchi. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Xian was seriously injured. So strong. They were truly powerful. Even though these two experts had been dead for tens of thousands of years, the afterimages they left behind were still able to severely injure Yi Xian. Yi Xian knew that if he stayed here, he would only be waiting for death. Therefore, no matter how dangerous it was, Yi Xian had to leave this place. On the side of Yi Xian was the ruins of a fortress. Clearly, a battle had broken out there. It could be said that the more dangerous a place was, the more dangerous it was. But Yi Xian had no other choice. If he stayed outside, the afterimages of battle that could appear at any time, or even the erosion of killing intent and negative emotions would be enough to kill Yi Xian. However, if they went to the fortress, they would have some hope of surviving. This was a test. Either Yi Xian could find a way to survive in the ruins of the fortress, or Yi Xian would be left outside to die. As for which choice to make, it was already obvious. Between waiting for death and gambling, Yi Xian naturally chose the latter. Ding. Warning. 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 Please leave this place immediately. Please leave this place immediately. The system kept sending out warnings, but Yi Xian could only smile bitterly. Of course he wanted to leave, but he could only take one step at a time. First of all, the pressure here made it impossible for Yi Xian to move as fast as he could. Secondly, the inexplicable echo attacks that appeared from time to time were enough to force Yi Xian to move forward slowly. Boom. A loud sound rang in his ears. Yi Xian didn't need to turn around to know that it was just an afterimage of battle. But even if he knew, the pressure from the afterimage still injured Yi Xian. Move forward, one step at a time, continuously moving forward. Yi Xian had no choice. Everything was up to the will of the heavens. Perhaps the heavens were still looking out for Yi Xian, so he successfully entered the ruins of the fortress. Just as Yi Xian had expected, the number of afterimages of battle here increased, and Yi Xian was injured again and again. Yi Xian was helpless. He could only grit his teeth and move forward. There was nothing else he could do. These attacks were not targeted at Yi Xian. These attacks were just afterimages, and they were just afterimages, but they were already enough to make Yi Xian so miserable. One could imagine how powerful these afterimages were left behind by powerful experts. One could also imagine how cruel this battlefield of the sovereigns was. Yi Xian's divine will was attacked time and time again. There were even a few times when it was almost broken through. If his divine will defense was broken through, it was possible that in the blink of an eye Yi Xian would be corroded by the killing intent here and become a walking corpse. As for Yi Xian's body, it was even worse. It was damaged time and time again, and then repaired time and time again with the help of his powerful bloodline. However, even before the wounds from the last time were completely healed, new wounds had already arrived. If someone saw Yi Xian's appearance now, they would probably not be able to confirm that this was not a person. This was because apart from his silhouette, they could not see any trace of a person. This was the battlefield of the sovereigns, a powerful and cruel battlefield of the sovereigns. There's light. Suddenly Yi Xian discovered a ray of light in front of him. It seemed to be something like a door. Yi Xian was not in the mood to investigate anything now. He walked in almost instinctively. However, the moment he walked in, he fainted. After an indeterminate amount of time, or at least Yi Xian did not know how much time had passed. Finally Yi Xian's body moved slightly. Under the powerful recovery of his bloodline, Yi Xian, who was on the verge of death, finally woke up. However, Yi Xian was still extremely weak. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This time he had suffered a great loss. Most importantly, he did not know how to get out of here again. He could not possibly be trapped here forever. Ding. System notification. Host has triggered the effect of life and death refinement. Body's recovery ability has temporarily decreased. Ding. System notification. Host has been severely injured. Host's cultivation level has temporarily decreased. Host's current cultivation level has dropped to lower rank 1 true god. Another piece of bad news. Then what other bad news was there? Why not say it all at once? Fortunately, there wasn't any bad news after that. Ding. System notification. Host, please take note. Host has entered a special sealed space. Special sealed space? What did that mean? Yi Xian sat up. Currently Yi Xian was extremely weak. However, the situation around him made him feel strange. At first, Yi Xian did not notice. However, now, Yi Xian realized that the place he was in was like a body of water. There were specks of stars in the sky. The reflection on the surface of the water was another starry sky. What was going on? Chapter 2809. Resources of the main god battlefield. However, the Netherworld Crane clan was proficient in the Netherworld laws after all. Therefore, there were a few people who directly hid themselves beside Yi Xian. These people appeared without any warning. Even the godly expert beside Yi Xian didn't notice them at all. What kind of power of law is this? Yi Xian couldn't help but be puzzled. System, detect the power of law of these people. Ding. System notification. Designated target possesses the law of silence. The law of silence could completely conceal one's aura. As long as one didn't actively expose it, it would be impossible to detect it unless one used a special magic treasure or special ability. There was such a power of law? It was impossible to say that Yi Xian wasn't moved. One had to know that even the concealment ability of Yi Xian's wings of the gods wasn't this powerful. However, the system didn't indicate that Yi Xian could forcefully devour it. Thus, even if Yi Xian was moved, he couldn't do anything about it. Go to hell. Suddenly, an enemy from the Netherworld Crane clan appeared less than 2 meters away from Yi Xian. As soon as he appeared, he instantly launched an attack. This person held a black ball in his hand, and as he attacked Yi Xian, the ball began to emit an enormous amount of energy. Ding. Warning. Warning. The host is in mortal danger. The host is in mortal danger. Ding. The system automatically took over the authority and adopted an emergency defense plan to summon the Divine Martial Saint Turtle Dharma Idol. Ding. The Dharma Idol has been destroyed. The alarm has been lifted. This series of changes meant that Yi Xian didn't even have the time to make the slightest movement. In other words, if it wasn't for the system acting in time, Yi Xian would have already died. An incomparably violent force instantly swept through the entire battlefield. Regardless of whether it was the enemy or us, at least hundreds of thousands of people were killed by this wave of power. Yi Xian still had a lingering fear in his heart. This time it could be said that he almost died. One had to know that the Divine Martial Saint Turtle's Dharma Idol was the strongest defensive Dharma Idol that Yi Xian had obtained in the Ancestor Realm. The only ability of this Dharma Idol was its extremely powerful defense. Moreover, the Dharma Idols obtained from the Ancestral Land were all at the God Emperor realm. However, even this kind of defense was shattered after blocking it. One could imagine how powerful this attack was. It could be said that after this attack, the experts who were fighting were also greatly affected. More than half of them even died, and the rest weren't much better off. Only the hierarch expert beside Yi Xian didn't suffer much damage because he was protected by Yi Xian's Dharma Idol. Yi Xian couldn't help but want to ask, "What is that? System, what exactly is that black ball that attacked me just now?" Ding. System prompt, target, Sphere of Law. The Sphere of Law was a special magic treasure that was reinforced by a special formation and material by an expert who continuously compressed the power of the laws. This magic treasure was a one-time explosive attack magic treasure. Depending on the power of the laws injected into it, it would have different attack effects. Moreover, it was extremely easy to self-destruct. It could actually store a law attack like this? It could be said that this was beyond Yi Xian's imagination. One had to know that the power of the laws was an illusory thing. He wasn't water, fire, sand or earth so he could store it. However, the people from the demon god's divine realm actually created such a thing? The power of the laws could only be borrowed, so once it was used, it would immediately disappear. Yi Xian really couldn't understand how the people from the demon god's divine realm did it. How did they store the power of the laws in the sphere? Of course, perhaps the most important thing was the sphere that stored the power of the laws. That thing was the true rare treasure. Only now did Yi Xian truly understand the dangers of the battlefield. It could be said that the moment he appeared on the battlefield, he was undoubtedly a piece of fat meat in the eyes of his enemies. He was afraid that his enemies would do everything they could to kill him. After all, Yi Xian was a provincial governor. Once he killed Yi Xian, the morale of the people from the Nine Directions divine region could be imagined. Following the failure of the Sphere of Law's attack, it also announced that the Netherworld Crane clan was no longer able to withstand the attacks of the Nine Directions 60,000 realms. A moment later, Yi Xian had already occupied a city, and he quickly lost several resource points with the city as the center. It was only now that Yi Xian truly walked into the resource point for the first time and carefully examined what kind of resources these resource points produced. In the main god's battlefield, it was naturally impossible for every resource point to produce the same resources. The resource point that Yi Xian had arrived at mainly produced a type of divine power stone. This was a product that only belonged to the main god's battlefield, so its name was just a random one. This divine power stone was similar to an ordinary divine crystal, and could directly absorb the divine power contained within. Of course, divine power was secondary, the key was production. It could be said that this production rate was terrifyingly high. This was because in the main god's battlefield, there would be people dying at almost every moment, and when a great battle broke out, even more people would die. As for the main god's battlefield, it had its own rules. Simply put, these god power stones were formed from the condensed divine power of those who had fallen. It could be said that it was a very bloody product. However, no one would care about this. As long as they could increase their own strength, even if they told those people to eat the corpses of their enemies, there would still be many people who would be very happy. Moreover, after tens of thousands of years in the main god's battlefield, there was indeed a lot of violent divine power. This violent divine power couldn't be directly absorbed, but the divine power stones could purify it. Therefore, speaking of which, the divine power stones were really good stuff. In this resource point, apart from the divine power stones, there were many other resources. Of course, the most popular was undoubtedly the law stones. Most law stones only contained a single type of nomological power, but occasionally there were 2, 3 or even more types of nomological power. These law stones contained different amounts of nomological aura. However, no matter how many there were, it was definitely good news for ordinary soldiers. After all, this would allow them to comprehend the nomological power at a close distance. Back in the Kunlun realm, hundreds of thousands of geniuses fought for the opportunity to comprehend the nomological power. Of course, although law stones could be used for comprehension, the effect wasn't very good. However, as ordinary soldiers, what else could they hope for? It could be said that in every divine realm war, many powerhouses would be born, and it was precisely because of this law stone. Of course, law stones couldn't leave the main god's battlefield either. Once they left, they would immediately lose the nomological power contained in them. Chapter 28:10. Powerful stronghold. This resource point was mainly filled with all kinds of ores. Other than god power stones and law stones, there were also some ores that could be used to forge magic treasures. Afterwards, Yi Xian walked towards the next resource point. Compared to the first resource point, which was a bare mountain peak, the second resource point was a forest. Here there were many plant resources. Naturally, the resources here could not be better used to refine pills. Among them, the most special one was probably a fruit called the God Corpse Tree. The most special thing was that the growth of the God Corpse Tree was actually related to war, because the nutrients it absorbed were the killing intent on the battlefield. It could be said that as long as the God Corpse Tree was in a battle, it would be able to grow rapidly, and it would even be able to produce fruits in a few days. The God Corpse fruit could be refined into a very unique pill, the Killing Chi pill. After consuming this pill, there was no other effect but to increase one's killing intent. Killing intent might not seem too important on the surface. It did not increase one's cultivation, nor did it increase one's strength. However, this kind of pill was the most popular in the Overgod battlefield. This was because, in fact, every time the Overgod battlefield ended, there would be a large number of non-combat casualties. These people could not stand the influence of the killing intent and were scared out of their wits, or perhaps they had gone berserk. Killing intent could directly affect a person's mind. No matter how strong you were, you could still be affected. And in the Overgod battlefield, there were tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of battles erupting at any time. One could imagine how strong the killing intent was. Consuming this killing intent pill could effectively prevent the killing intent from corroding one's mind. At the same time, it could also strengthen one's killing intent. Naturally, this thing was liked by people. However, the production of this pill was very limited. Yi Xian patrolled the resource points that he'd seized, but he hadn't found any resources that were worthy of his eyes lighting up. Of course, the total amount of resources was still very large. However, Yi Xian naturally couldn't devour them. After all, these were all soldiers. Seizing a city wasn't enough to satisfy Yi Xian. Thus, after a short period of rest, Yi Xian once again gave the order to fight. However, this time Yi Xian wouldn't be at the front. After all, if another one came out of the sphere of law, then Yi Xian definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it and wouldn't be able to defend against it. Yi Xian led his army to continuously attack several cities. After all, with the help of 10,000 experts, how could the enemy possibly resist? Very quickly Yi Xian's army arrived in front of a stronghold. However, Yi Xian had no choice but to stop here. It was no longer that simple to attack a stronghold. Fortresses were generally equipped with an absolute flight restriction. In other words, it was impossible to fly into the fortress. When attacking a stronghold, even the army that Yi Xian brought along could only be carried out as if it was an ordinary siege. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was the stronghold's defense. Every stronghold had its own special protective barrier or formation. It could be said that it was not an easy task to take down a stronghold. However, Yi Xian couldn't just give up like this. With a wave of his hand, 100,000 vanguard army charged forward. Yi Xian wanted to see exactly what kind of defensive restrictions this stronghold had. Charge. Kill. If 100,000 people were to move out from the sky and the ground, it would not seem like much. However, just charging from the ground was already very spectacular. Fortunately, this stronghold was large enough. Otherwise, these humans would have already surrounded the stronghold. On the city walls, all sorts of attacks instantly erupted. Light flashed and multicolored light filled the entire battlefield. The strength of an individual in such a battlefield began to seem so weak. Through his divine will, Yi Xian could clearly see the charging soldiers on his side being continuously struck by various types of attacks before falling. On top of the city walls, the enemy could calmly prepare one big move after another. There were even a few people, dozens of people, condensing the power of the ancient code to launch an attack. However, the siege troops below the city walls could only use their own divine power shields to resist. Suddenly, 100 pillars of light descended from the sky. In just an instant, over 100 people were vaporized. Following that, the pillar of light actually began to move. As long as it hit someone, they would immediately die. What kind of attack is this? Yi Xian asked in astonishment. Reporting to the provincial governor, this is the simplest method of attack for the stronghold's defensive restrictions. We call it the God-slaying light. The God-slaying light is a special God-slaying stone that the soldiers in the stronghold infuse with divine power. Then, the God-slaying stone will transform into a powerful energy attack. Yi Xian nodded. The power of this God-slaying light wasn't simple. However, Yi Xian didn't even have the time to take a few more glances at the God-slaying light when another attack suddenly exploded. From within the stronghold, a huge black ball suddenly flew out. As soon as the black ball landed outside, it immediately exploded. First, a vast force directly crushed a portion of the soldiers who were attacking the stronghold. After that, it turned into a huge devouring ball that sucked in the surrounding people. This kind of attack was extremely similar to Yi Xian's devouring law divine arrow. It was just that it was several hundred times larger. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Boom. Accompanied by a few loud sounds, several incomparably powerful Dharma images appeared on the battlefield. Not only were these Dharma images extremely powerful, they were also extremely large. Perhaps it was because they were all summoned from the demon god's divine domain, but they all looked like divine beasts. However, Yi Xian's personal follower explained. Lord Regional Governor, this is the unique protection of the stronghold. In every stronghold there will be dozens to hundreds of Dharma images. These Dharma images are usually like sculptures in the stronghold, unremarkable, but once there is a battle, they can be activated to protect the stronghold. These Dharma images can only last for a few hours at most. Of course, they can be recalled at any time, but the cooldown time is only a few days to a dozen days. If they are recalled quickly, the cooldown time can be even shorter. It can be said that they are extremely difficult to deal with. It only needed a few days of cooldown. It could last for several hours. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. One had to know that he was also able to summon his Dharma image, but it would take hundreds or even thousands of years to cool down. Moreover, it wouldn't appear for a long time. He never thought that the guardian Dharma image in the main god's battlefield would be so powerful. No wonder there were so few strongholds. If they were all strongholds, then there would be no way to fight at all. 100,000 people, a total of 100,000 people. However, not long after the guards appeared, they were almost completely annihilated. Even Yi Xian didn't have the time to give the order to retreat. Chapter 28:11. Ding. Congratulations to Host for recovering. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a superior grade 5 heavenly god. Did he finally recover his strength? The corpses of the demonized fishmen were continuously delivered to Yi Xian for him to deal with. However, Yi Xian still had to wait for a long time before he could recover his original strength. It could be said that Yi Xian felt like he had suffered a huge loss by exchanging his level for the right to use the seals. Fortunately, he had recovered his strength. That brat is now heavily injured and everyone's attention is on the demonized fishmen. He only has a maid by his side. Why don't we make our move tonight? That's right. We can't wait any longer. That brat dares to ruin our plans. No matter what, we can't let him get away with it. Alright, then it's decided. Seventh Prince, I'll give you a chance to perform this time. I'm sure you know what to do. Don't worry. Leave this to me. A group of people were secretly discussing something in a tent. So they were the ones who wanted to target Yi Xian. It turned out that the seventh prince wasn't the only one who wanted to deal with Yi Xian. In other words, this scheme wasn't as simple as it seemed. After these people left, Yi Lixio called for his 4 guardians. After a brief discussion, they all left. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know about this. His current mission was very simple. Occasionally he would check on the 2 seals. Other than that, he would just wait for the corpses of the demonized fishmen to come to him. In the realm of the gods, the 10 sun cycles alternated. Strictly speaking, night didn't exist. However, there was still a day. Ding. System notification. Hostile intent detected. Host, please take note. Hostile intent? Yi Xian frowned slightly. At this moment, he was with Fian, inspecting the invincible seals to see if they were in good condition. A new round of battle hadn't begun yet, so it was very quiet. Now that Yi Xian had recovered his strength, no one was worried about Yi Xian's safety. This wasn't the first time Yi Xian had only brought Fian along. In fact, Yi Xian didn't want Fian to come along. However, because of Yi Xian's injury last time, she didn't leave Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian couldn't chase her away, so he had no choice but to agree. Hearing the system notification, Yi Xian's footsteps paused. He immediately released his spiritual sense and looked around. There was no one here and he didn't seem to find any suspicious characters. However, Yi Xian trusted the system 100%. Since the system said that there was hostility, then there must be someone nearby. Moreover, it was an enemy. That brat seems to have found us. Yes, it's very likely. He's actually able to see through our disguise. Not bad. However, only death awaits him. QWPM. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 4 figures appeared around Yi Xian and Fian. However, even if these 4 people jumped out, Yi Xian could only see them and not sense them. A special ability. A special ability that could block the detection of divine sense. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. System, check their cultivation levels. Ding. System notification. 4 people have been specified. They are respectively at the lower 6th grade of the spiritual god realm, the lower 3rd grade of the spiritual god realm, the lower 4th grade of the spiritual god realm, and the upper 9th grade of the heavenly god realm. What the fuck? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. 3 spiritual god realm experts and a peak heavenly god realm expert. Are they planning to kill me? Who are you? What do you want? Yi Xian gazed at the 4 of them as he asked this question, and he'd already drawn Godslayer. Little fellow, what do you think we want? You're courting death for daring to spoil our plans. Then we'll fulfill your wish today. Ah, what a joke. Just the 4 of you? Even though Yi Xian was slightly nervous, he wouldn't show any weakness in his tone. Moreover, he wasn't far from the campsite, so he believed that reinforcements would arrive very quickly if a battle really erupted. However, those mysterious figures' words instantly destroyed Yi Xian's hopes. Kid, you're still so arrogant when you're about to die. What? Do you think that someone will come and save you if you fight us? Ah, you're too naive. Do you think we didn't make any preparations when we chose this place to ambush you? Damn it. As soon as he heard this, Yi Xian knew that the situation wasn't so simple. System, check the surroundings. Ding. System notification. Chain restriction has been detected. Chain restriction? It's actually a chain restriction? A chain restriction was more terrifying than an ordinary restriction, because a chain restriction referred to a series of restrictions that were directly combined to be used. Regardless of its function, it would take a lot of time to crack it. And Yi Xian believed that these people wouldn't give him the time to do so. Sure enough, at this moment, the four of them shouted without hesitation. This guy is a restriction grandmaster. Don't give him the time to crack the restriction. Kill. Shouts of killing suddenly sounded out as the four of them decisively charged towards Yi Xian. Domineering sword cut. Consecutive sword cut. 10 Baron 100 destruction. Devil trapping spell. The four of them used their killing moves as soon as they attacked. Once they attacked, the four of them used their full strength. Ding. Warning. Warning. Host is under attack by an unstoppable force. Ding. Host's life is under threat. System automatically activates defense. Ding. Usable superpower detected. Invincible defense activated. Bang. 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 With Yi Xian at the center, the entire ground was collapsing swiftly, and a mountain behind Yi Xian was even directly transformed into powder. However, this wasn't what surprised Yi Xian the most. It was Fei Yan who surprised Yi Xian the most. At this moment, Fei Yan's wings shook, and she actually vanished without a trace. Of course, Yi Xian couldn't take care of himself right now, so he only had time to take a glance at Fei Yan. A powerful attack instantly erupted, but the campsite that wasn't very far away didn't notice it at all. No one noticed that a battle of life and death was actually occurring here under the cover of the chain restriction. That kid is probably dead this time, right? Even a peak low-rank domain enlightened spirit god would be instantly annihilated by our combined attacks, let alone a kid at the heavenly god realm like him. He's probably dead. The four of us trained these four super divine abilities painstakingly since we were young, and our tacit understanding with each other is so high. The might we unleashed in an instant is already equivalent to the attack of a mid-rank domain enlightened spirit god. It would be strange if he didn't die. The four of them stopped what they were doing and gazed indifferently at the ruins as if they were certain that Yi Xian was dead for sure. Chapter 28:12. Resurrection altar. Paying such a huge sacrifice just to obtain this one resource point, one could imagine how hard they would guard it. In that case, what could be produced from this resource point? In truth, there was no need to mention the other resources in this resource point, but there was a certain altar that made everyone's eyes go red with envy. Because this altar's function was resurrection. As long as one's soul was not destroyed, even if one's godhead was shattered, even if one was left with only a wisp of soul, as long as one reached this altar, one could be resurrected quickly. This was the frightening thing about this altar. The resurrection ability, if used properly, was unimaginable. Moreover, with this resource point, the morale of the soldiers would be boosted even more. Before every battle, if one could promise the soldiers that they would be resurrected even if they died in battle, one could imagine how high the morale of the soldiers would be. Of course, if one wanted to use this altar, one would need to consume a terrifying amount of resources. However, even so, Yi Xian still wanted to take down this special resource point. 3 strongholds. Moreover, these 3 strongholds were clearly stronger than ordinary strongholds. This was because they had 2 walls and more defensive facilities. If he wanted to take it down, he would have to pay a huge price. However, when Yi Xian proposed to attack the special resource point, he didn't expect it to be unanimously approved. That's right, for these experts, they probably cared more about their lives than the soldiers. After all, it wasn't easy to cultivate to this stage. If he wanted to attack this special resource point, he would definitely need a large number of soldiers. In one breath, Yi Xian transferred 500 million soldiers over. A total of 500 million people gathered from all directions. It could be said that Yi Xian's actions directly caused the various powers in the demon god's domain to be incomparably nervous. It was already very rare to see hundreds of millions of people in a local war, let alone an entire 500 million people. Of course, as long as Yi Xian didn't attack them, they wouldn't act recklessly. Just as Yi Xian was about to attack, a nearby envoy sent over a messenger. This envoy also saw Yi Xian's actions. At the same time that he was incomparably shocked, he immediately sent an envoy. The envoy's general meaning was to ask why Yi Xian wanted to use so many people. Wasn't he afraid of attracting the attention of the divine masters from both sides and causing an all-out war? Yi Xian lightly smiled and replied, "Could it be that if we continue to be in a stalemate, an all-out war won't break out? Since there will be an all-out war sooner or later, why not take advantage of this opportunity to fish for more resource points?" After that, the envoy didn't continue to send people over to inquire. Of course, even if he sent people over, Yi Xian wouldn't give up on his plan. On this day, it could be said that the 9 Directions 60,000 Realms had become the most eye-catching place in the entire main god battlefield. This was because Yi Xian had launched the largest local war in the entire main god battlefield. In the sky and on the ground, the black mass of troops was densely packed. As far as the eye could see, the sea of people was simply endless. Experts were also inserted into the army. This time, the battle was to snatch special resource points and attack the 3 strongholds that the enemy was guarding at the same time. All troops kill. Yi Xian abruptly swung the god-slaughtering sword in his hand. Soon after, the entire sky darkened. That was because there were simply too many soldiers flying out from the sky, to the point that it had completely obscured the light. For 2 whole days Yi Xian was in the dark. This was because 2 days was enough time for so many people to pass through. The battle had been incomparably intense from the very beginning. It was impossible for the enemy to give up on this special resource point so easily. Moreover, their experts could revive immediately after they died. This battle was destined to be an incomparably difficult one. However, Yi Xian had made up his mind. Just like what Yi Xian had said to the envoy, if he went to snatch the resource point now, it would be a local war after all, so the losses would be a lot more laughable. However, if he waited until an all-out war broke out to snatch the resource point, then the losses would be even greater. Yi Xian would rather pay a heavy price to obtain more resource points and raise the level of the remaining soldiers as much as possible than just wait like this. After all, battle merits were everything. Only battle merits would determine whether Yi Xian would lose or gain from participating in the main god's battlefield. 200 million people. Both the enemy and us had lost 200 million people. Almost all of them were annihilated by Yi Xian, but the price Yi Xian paid was 170 million casualties. And this didn't even include the soldiers who died in order to stop the enemy's reinforcements. However, in the end, Yi Xian still obtained the special resource point as he wished. And it took an entire year. However, it wasn't until Yi Xian took down the special resource point that many people understood Yi Xian's true intentions. At this moment, Yi Xian's resource point city had actually formed a semi-encirclement, enveloping another group of enemies within. It was obvious that this group of enemies was already a turtle in a jar. Those 3 strongholds were the best barrier, enough to prevent the enemy from sending reinforcements. The area that was circled was a total of 200 resource points. Yi Xian directly sent out an envoy giving the enemy a choice. They could either retreat or be uprooted by Yi Xian. Could be said that the enemy had no choice at all. They who were half surrounded could only retreat. After all, it was impossible to defend to the death. Yi Xian fulfilled his wish and took down his original plan, circling a large area of resources. But at the same time, it also gave him the nickname of a tyrant in the main god battlefield. The meaning of this nickname was very simple. It meant that Yi Xian didn't cherish the lives of the soldiers at all. However, no matter what others thought, Yi Xian would only do as he wished. Moreover, the soldiers and experts of the 9 Directions 60,000 Realms did not have the slightest bit of emotion. After all, taking down so many resource points was undoubtedly a good thing for them. Batches of pills were constantly produced, and piles of magic treasures were constantly distributed to the soldiers, allowing their overall strength to rapidly increase. Yi Xian had sacrificed 200 million people in exchange for the overall strength of the remaining 1 billion people. This was the main god battlefield, and the growth rate of the resources was countless times faster than in the outside world. In addition, there were many things that could not be obtained in the outside world, which was enough to make the soldiers extremely happy. In fact, more than 3 million soldiers who had contributed to the war had obtained the Lost Stones that they had yearned for even in their dreams. Of course, after obtaining the Lost Stones, whether or not they could comprehend the laws would depend on their own efforts. After Yi Xian circled these resource points, he stopped the war. Instead, he used all his strength to increase the strength of his subordinates. This kind of self-initiated local war did not have any military merits. It could be said that very few people would do such a thing. Whether it was the Kunlun divine realm or the various powers of the demon god realm, they were all waiting for an all-out war to break out again. 50 years. For an entire 50 years, the entire main god battlefield was incomparably calm. Other than the occasional local war, it was basically peaceful. As for Yi Xian's side, not a single local war had broken out in 50 years. However, 50 years was enough. Chapter 28:13. Chaos World Annihilation Formation. Following the Divine Master's order, the soldiers and experts of the Kunlun God Realm and the Demon God Realm quickly gathered. It was only at this moment that they understood what it meant to be insignificant. From the sky to the ground there were people everywhere. This was the first time that Miyu's figure had appeared on the Overgod battlefield. No one knew if this battle would decide the final outcome, but everyone knew that countless people would definitely die in this battle. Yi Xian stood in front of his army as a provincial governor. Behind him was a square formation. With the start of an all-out war, the number of soldiers invested would no longer be in the tens of thousands, but in the hundreds of millions. Even though Yi Xian led more than 1 billion soldiers, it was only a dozen or so square formations. At the same time, an all-out war broke out and one powerful magic treasure after another appeared on the battlefield. These were all battlefield Dharma treasures that would only appear on the battlefield. Charge! Miku waved his hand, and in an instant tens of billions of soldiers rushed out. How terrifying was a number of 10 billion soldiers. However, this was just a probe by the vanguard. At the same time, the enemy also welcomed them with billions of soldiers. This kind of battle was simply frightening. Even experts seemed so weak. Yi Xian saw a mid-tier divine emperor charging into the enemy's formation with his own eyes. At the beginning he could still see some movement. However, in just a short while, the divine emperor realm expert lost all signs of life and was drowned by the crowd. God's domain's law envoy Yi Xian, listen up. Just as Yi Xian was observing the battle in front of him, an imperial guard of the divine palace arrived beside him. Yi Xian, listen up. Yi Xian naturally didn't dare to hesitate and immediately replied. The divine palace guard clearly recognized Yi Xian. He first nodded slightly to Yi Xian before speaking. Under the orders of the Divine Lord, the Divine Domain's law envoy Yi Xian, quickly select 5,000 soldiers to the Divine Domain's dispatch envoy. Divine Domain's dispatch envoy? The person in charge of the entire army? Why did Miyu want him to look for him? However, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't ask. Yes, Yi Xian has received the order. After conveying the order, the Divine Palace Guard smiled and said to Yi Xian, Lord Law Envoy, you must cherish this opportunity. The Divine Lord thinks very highly of you. Although Yi Xian was puzzled, he still smiled and said to the Divine Palace Guard, Thank you for your reminder, brother. It is our duty to serve the Divine Lord. However, brother, do you know what mission the Divine Lord has for me? You'll know when you get there. I guarantee it's a good thing. The Divine Palace Guard didn't say much, so Yi Xian naturally didn't ask any further. After sending off the Divine Palace Guard, Yi Xian discovered that everyone beside him was incomparably excited. Yi Xian asked in confusion, What's wrong with you guys? Is there a need to be so excited? A Divine Emperor stage expert walked over to Yi Xian and said, Lord Divine Lord has never participated in the Divine Domain War before, so it's not strange that you don't know. Lord Divine Lord has given Lord a fat job. Don't tell me that Lord hasn't noticed that the other provincial governors are very envious? Needless to say, Yi Xian released his divine sense and quickly saw the surrounding provincial governors. As expected, they were all looking at Yi Xian with envy. Yi Xian was still extremely puzzled, but he still quickly chose 5,000 experts and walked towards the dispatcher. It could be seen that the people chosen by Yi Xian were all extremely excited. Perhaps only he, the provincial governor, didn't understand what was going to happen. Soon Yi Xian arrived at the dispatcher's location. However, when Yi Xian saw the dispatcher, he was slightly astonished. The reason for that was because the dispatcher was a divine beast. Of course, the dispatcher's status was even higher than Yi Xian's, so Yi Xian didn't dare to be disrespectful. The God's Domain's law envoy, the 9 Directions and 60,000 Realms regional governor greets the dispatcher. Yi Xian said to the dispatcher. The dispatcher slightly raised his head to look at Yi Xian, then said, You're here. Go, you've been assigned to the 5th district of the Primal Chaos Annihilation Formation. You'll be in control there. Yi Xian arrived at the so-called 5th district of the Primal Chaos Annihilation Formation with an incomparably puzzled heart. However, when Yi Xian saw the thing in front of him, he couldn't help but be fiercely shocked. This was a giant sword. To be more precise, the entire Primal Chaos Annihilation Formation was a formation constructed from 49 giant swords. Each sword was 10,000 meters tall and constantly emitted powerful fluctuations. Even though Yi Xian had never seen it before, he now understood that this great sword was a super strategic magic treasure. As for the 49 giant swords, 30 of them were directly controlled by the Divine Palace Guards. Only 19 were distributed to the various provincial governors. The experts beside Yi Xian were all incomparably excited. A high-grade divine emperor actually knelt on the ground in excitement and kowtowed towards the giant sword. System, what is this thing? Ding. System prompt. The target is too powerful, the system is unable to detect it. No way to detect it? Just as Yi Xian was wondering how to control it, he saw his subordinates impatiently running to various positions. The high-grade divine emperor from before also came to Yi Xian's side and said to him, Lord Regional Governor, the control of this primal chaos world exterminating sword is very simple. Please ascend to the main altar. There, you will decide the target of the attack, and we will constantly instill divine power and the power of laws into the primal chaos world exterminating sword in groups of 500. This time, we will definitely be able to earn enough military merits. Only after hearing that person's words did Yi Xian understand how to use this thing. Thus, he naturally didn't hesitate and directly walked towards the main altar. After Yi Xian ascended the main altar, it quickly rose into the air. Ding. System prompt. Host has received an unknown power strengthening, divine sense has increased by 10,000 times. Ding. System prompt. Host has received an unknown power strengthening, divine sense has increased by 10,000 times. Ding. System prompt. Host has received an unknown power strengthening, divine power has increased by 10,000 times. The 3 consecutive notifications caused Yi Xian's heart to tremble. A 10,000 times increase. At this moment, Yi Xian directly released his divine sense. In an instant, Yi Xian felt as if the entire battlefield was within his eyes. In the battle ahead, Yi Xian was actually able to see the movements of a soldier. Of course, it was still impossible to sense the entire main god battlefield, but he could sense about half of the distance. At the same time, 3 illusory short swords appeared in front of Yi Xian. A strand of divine sense entered Yi Xian's spiritual sense. Chapter 28:14. 10,000 times amplification. It turned out that these 3 short swords represented the number of times Yi Xian could attack. The experts below continuously poured their divine power into them in order to condense these short swords. Of course, as for the power of the short sword's attack, only Yi Xian would know after using it. The order to attack hadn't arrived yet, so Yi Xian only silently observed the battle in front of him. A battle of 20 billion people, but it was only a probing attack. They didn't even have the support of a strategic magic treasure. It was likely that it would only appear in the main god battlefield. Suddenly, a voice sounded out in Yi Xian's ears. 5th District, free attack once. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that he would be allowed to freely attack once without making a move elsewhere. He didn't know if Miyu had specially given him a chance to practice or something else. However, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Yi Xian knew that this kind of strategic magic treasure had a large area of effect attack, so he didn't dare to recklessly release it. If he wasn't careful, he might injure his own people. Very quickly, Yi Xian locked onto a position, and then directly activated his divine power. Yi Xian's divine power quickly fused into the primal chaos world exterminating greatsword. Suddenly, Yi Xian felt his divine will automatically lock onto the enemy. It could be said that this sudden change caught Yi Xian off guard. Only now did Yi Xian realize that the primal chaos law greatsword actually had an artifact spirit. Yi Xian had only locked onto an area, so it was obvious that it didn't match his attack method at all. Thus, the primal chaos world exterminating greatsword automatically helped Yi Xian lock onto the correct target. Yi Xian's divine will quickly swept across the battlefield, and wherever his divine will passed, countless enemies were marked. Yi Xian could clearly feel this kind of marking, but no one else could see or feel it. Yi Xian didn't even have the time to count how many enemies he'd locked onto. Because the time was simply too short, the small sword in front of Yi Xian disappeared in an instant. The primal chaos world exterminating greatsword emitted an enormous light, and then a sword image soared into the sky. The sword image quickly rushed towards the battlefield, but when it arrived, it quickly split apart. Countless sword rains were emitted from the primal chaos world exterminating greatsword. The number could be said to be terrifying. Boom. 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 The entire battlefield was filled with smoke in an instant. Whether it was in the sky or on the ground, whether it was an ordinary soldier or an expert, the enemies of the demon god's domain had suffered an unprecedented blow. This was the true rain of swords. It was like rain, and countless sword images descended. The entire battlefield was shining with a dazzling light. Life at this moment seemed so insignificant. Countless enemies tried to defend. All sorts of magic treasures, divine shields and law shields appeared one after another. Unfortunately, it was useless because the attack of the primal chaos world exterminating greatsword itself contained the power of a special law. One enemy after another was penetrated, and their divine deity shattered on the spot. All of this happened too quickly. It was only the blink of an eye, but Yi Xian was able to clearly see all of this. This was because at the same time he launched his attack, he was also supported by the laws of time. Yi Xian's current spiritual will speed up by 100 times. At this moment Yi Xian was truly busy. The rain of swords that filled the sky couldn't be ignored after being released. In order to cause the greatest damage, Yi Xian had to continuously lock onto his enemies. After all, if Yi Xian didn't lock onto a new target, then these sword images would be wasted. A 10,000 times increase in spiritual will and 100 times the increase in the laws of time still caused Yi Xian to be flustered and even feel powerless. Many attacks were actually wasted. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, there were simply too many swords in the rain. The power of this rain of swords was definitely not small. An ordinary true God stage soldier would be instantly killed with a single sword strike. Even if they were slightly stronger, as long as they were locked onto by Yi Xian's spiritual will, they would endlessly attack. A moment later the attack stopped. However, hundreds of millions of people in the enemy camp had died in an instant. A terrifying number, a terrifying attack. Was this the so-called strategic magic treasure? No one would be able to withstand such a powerful attack. Of course, it was quite a challenge for him to control it. Yi Xian's control over his spiritual will was already pretty good, but it also caused a large amount of waste. If a single attack from Yi Xian was already so powerful, then what would happen if the 49 giant swords of the primal chaos annihilation formation attacked at the same time? However, Yi Xian was well aware that once the enemy activated their strategic magic treasure, it would be impossible for them to cause such a terrifying amount of damage. Because of this attack, the Kunlun divine domain quickly gained the upper hand. However, it was also because of Yi Xian's attack that the enemy launched an all-out assault. Perhaps in Yi Xian's eyes, the attack of the primal chaos world exterminating sword was already incomparably powerful. However, when the war broke out, Yi Xian finally understood what a true strategic magic treasure was. In front of the enemy camp, tens of thousands of incomparably large divine beasts were charging at the very front. They were so large that Yi Xian had never seen them before. Most importantly, this divine beast was actually able to use the power of the spatial laws at will. As long as they were willing, they could summon a teleportation formation in front of them at any time. After that, their incomparably large bodies entered the teleportation formation. However, no one knew where they would appear from. It was even possible that they would directly appear in the Kunlun divine domain's great formation. On the bodies of these giant beasts, there were also quite a few buildings. Countless people from the demon god's divine domain launched their attacks from within those buildings. Of course, the most important thing was that every single giant beast had a strategic magic treasure on them. Yi Xian didn't even know the name of this kind of strategic magic treasure from the demon god's divine domain. For the time being, he would just call it the Law God Cannon. The interval between each attack of this kind of Law God Cannon wasn't too long, but its power was extremely powerful. Although it was slightly weaker than the primal chaos world exterminating sword that Yi Xian was currently controlling, the key was that it could move. With each attack, tens of thousands of soldiers from the Kunlun divine domain would die. Most of them wouldn't even have their corpses left behind. And there were tens of thousands of these Law God cannons. To be able to use the law of space to go to any corner of the battlefield and launch a powerful attack, such a giant beast could not be said to be weak. However, it wasn't that the Kunlun divine domain had no way of dealing with him. From within the Kunlun divine domain, millions of totem beasts charged out. Chapter 28:15. End of War. The moment these totem beasts appeared, they rushed out immediately. Each time a colossal beast from the demon god's realm disappeared, there would be countless totem beasts disappearing as well. One could say that the size of the totem beasts in front of those colossal beasts were extremely tiny, as though they were mere ants in front of them. However, these totem beasts were the perfect counter against those colossal beasts. One could often see the colossal beasts that appeared on the battlefield once more wailing and struggling. That was because the totem beasts had already tunneled into their bodies and were wreaking havoc to their heart's content. Thereafter, the Kunlun God region pushed out their own mobile strategic treasures as well. However, unlike the demon god's God region, these mobile strategic treasures of the Kunlun God region were all assembly type. Countless powerful beings gathered together rapidly. From their hands they tossed out all sorts of magical treasures. All of these single magical treasures gathered together rapidly in the air. Before long they turned into a assembly-type strategic treasure. Thereafter, these powerful beings injected their god power into it. These strategic treasures began to show their uses as well. Some of them were extremely powerful defenses, while others were extremely powerful attacks. In the blink of an eye, the initiative of the battlefield had returned to the side of the Kunlun god region. One after another, mysterious and powerful strategic treasures appeared one after another. It was only at this moment that everyone understood just what sort of magical treasures could be considered as true magical treasures. One could say that these strategic treasures could not possibly be controlled by a single person. That was because the amount of god power required to control them was simply way too immense. Even if it were the god master Mi Tong, he might not be able to control a single large-scale strategic treasure alone. Of course, other than large-scale strategic treasures, personal magic treasures were also of use at this moment. An all-out war had begun. At the same time, it was also the strong against the strong, and the soldiers against the soldiers. After all, the vast majority of experts disdained to find trouble with ordinary soldiers. In their hearts, only fighting against people of the same realm could stimulate their fighting spirit. Most of the time, if these experts didn't have an opponent, they would rather not make a move than slaughter those low-level soldiers. As for ordinary soldiers, they didn't have the qualifications to challenge experts. Of course, if an expert were to court death and run into a group of soldiers, then, in order to survive, these soldiers would also fight with all their might. Shouts of killing filled Yi Xian's ears. Blood quickly flowed into a river, then converged into a lake. At every moment there were countless people dying. At this moment, Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to care about this at all, because he was currently controlling the Great Primal Chaos Annihilation Formation with all his might. It could be said that the 49 giant swords of the Great Primal Chaos Annihilation Formation were the greatest trump card of the Kunlun Divine Domain, the strongest killing move. Of course, the Demon God's Divine Domain also had its own trump card. However, he didn't use the Divine Sword to attack, but the Dharma Phantom. Because the distance was too far, Yi Xian couldn't see what kind of attack the Demon God's Divine Domain was using, but he could see the effect. Every once in a while, the back of the Demon God's Divine Domain's army would release tens of thousands of rays of light. These rays of light quickly condensed into terrifying phantoms of demon gods. Once they appeared, they would kill in all directions. It could be said that these phantoms of demon gods couldn't be destroyed at all. They could only wait for him to die. This was because these demon god phantoms were actually immune to all physical damage, all law damage, and all divine power damage. It was practically invincible. However, compared to the Kunlun Divine Domain's Primal Chaos World Exterminating Sword, the ultimate technique of the Demon God's Divine Domain was clearly weaker. Yi Xian's entire mind was focused on controlling his Primal Chaos World Exterminating Sword. Below him, 5,000 experts took turns to condense divine power for Yi Xian, and then Yi Xian launched his attacks. Battle, endless battle. Groups of soldiers rushed forward and were quickly wiped out. It was as if a blood-colored blockade had appeared in the center of the two sides. No one could do anything to the other. The corpses continued to accumulate from 100 meters tall to a height of 10,000 meters. No one was able to count how many people had died. After all, countless people were dying at every moment. After all, every time they moved out, they would send out hundreds of millions of soldiers. What was a flesh grinder? This was a true flesh grinder, and it was even a god of slaughter. In such an environment, even the strongest mind could go crazy. This was also the main reason why the killing chi pill was needed. Yi Xian silently watched the battlefield. In fact, he also saw his subordinates being sent out in groups. He watched as the soldiers and experts he brought with him fell just like that. Unfortunately, this was war, this was the battlefield of the main god. There was no room for choice, no one. From the divine Lord Miyu to an ordinary soldier, they didn't have the right to choose at all. The war continued. Yi Xian didn't know who started this war, but one thing was certain. Only when one side admitted defeat would the war end. However, once they admitted defeat, they would have to pay an extremely high price. Thus, until the last moment, no one would admit defeat. Day after day, year after year. Yi Xian controlled his primal chaos world exterminating sword and killed countless enemies. Miyu then issued another 3 conscription orders. Just the 9 directions 60,000 realms sent out nearly 30 billion people to participate in the war. Finally, the war was over. It could be said that when the news of the war's temporary end arrived, everyone's hearts were numb. Even Yi Xian was the same. There was no joy at all, only numbness. However, the war wasn't really over. It was just that it had once again turned into a local war. On this day, Miyu sent someone to find Yi Xian. When Yi Xian arrived at Miyu's side, he found out that after several negotiations, Miyu had finally gotten the demon god realm's divine master to agree not to carry on such a fearless war. Instead, they would hold a treasure-snatching competition. This time, both sides would send out a godly venerable, 100 godly emperors, 1,000 godly kings and 10,000 godly lords. And these people would enter a secret realm. That secret realm produced a special white stone. It was actually completely useless, but it was extremely rare. Furthermore, it was incomparably dangerous. There were countless divine beasts there, and there were even some strange things that existed there. This time, their goal was to see which side could obtain more of these white stones in 3 days, thus deciding the outcome of the war. This secret realm had a total of 86 entrances. Both sides occupied 43. Obviously, this was not the first time this secret realm had been used for such a thing. Chapter 28:16. White Jade. Logically speaking, Yi Xian, as a law envoy and regional commander, shouldn't have been chosen to fight for the treasure. However, it was clear that Miyu had high hopes for Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't refuse and followed the group into the secret realm. The secret realm was huge and the teleportation was random. Therefore, once he entered, Yi Xian didn't hesitate and immediately hid himself. Based on his current cultivation at the first grade Divine King realm, if he met a Divine Emperor realm expert, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. The random teleportation made it impossible for anyone to know whether they were enemies or friends. Perhaps only the 2 Hierarch realm experts could run amok. Of course, even if it was them, once they were surrounded, they wouldn't have a good time. Since they were chosen to come here, how could the Divine Lord not prepare magic treasures for everyone? This was a treasure that would decide the outcome of the war. For example, before Yi Xian entered, Miyu had given him an interspatial ring. Only now did Yi Xian open the interspatial ring to see what was inside. When Yi Xian checked the universe ring, he was slightly astonished because there were actually 3 treasures within the universe ring. A jade pendant, a token, and an ancient map. Yi Xian knew about this jade pendant. Although it looked like a jade pendant on the surface, it wasn't. In fact, it was a special magic treasure that contained a law attack. The one in Yi Xian's hand was the defensive magic treasure that Miyu had personally prepared for him. In other words, this thing could even save Yi Xian's life at a critical moment. As for that medallion, Yi Xian also knew that it was a special medallion that was specially used to seal totem beasts. Similarly, this medallion was definitely prepared for him by Miyu, so the totem beasts sealed within were naturally not simple. 1 for attack and 1 for defense, 2 magic treasures. Furthermore, they were personally prepared by Miyu. From this, it could be seen how much Miyu valued Yi Xian. As for the ancient map, Yi Xian didn't know what it was. Helpless, he could only call out to the system. System, what kind of magic treasure is this ancient map? Ding, system prompt, data analysis in progress, analysis complete. Ding, the 9 Revolutions Divine Annihilation Diagram is a super magic treasure that has been specially forged and then imbued with 20% of 9 special laws. Not only is this magic treasure peerless in power, it also has a special divine annihilation domain. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that the last ancient map would actually be the most special existence. At this moment, the only thing that puzzled Yi Xian was why Miyu would prepare such an ancient map for him. It had to be known that this magic treasure was extremely difficult to obtain, but Miyu actually gave it to Yi Xian. But no matter what Miyu was thinking, there was one thing that was certain, and that was that Yi Xian had an extra layer of protection. With these 3 items, it could be said that Yi Xian's ability to protect himself had increased by a lot. Naturally, his confidence in this treasure hunt had also increased by a bit. Yi Xian carefully released his spiritual will to investigate his surroundings. Releasing his spiritual will allowed Yi Xian to sense his surroundings while also being detected by other people's spiritual will. Thus, Yi Xian had no choice but to be careful. Of course, the reason he released his spiritual will was also to search for the white jade that had a specific target. Not long after, Yi Xian found a piece of white jade. Sure enough, it was useless to Yi Xian. It could be said that if it wasn't for the fact that this jade was given the mission of seizing treasures, it wouldn't be worth a single cent. White jade was very widely distributed. Moreover, it seemed that as long as one was in this secret realm, no matter what kind of terrain one was in, it was possible to find this kind of white jade. There was no pattern to his growth, but it was extremely rare. This forced the people who participated in the treasure hunt to continuously expand their search range. Of course, there were also people who weren't willing to search for white jade. They were more willing to reap without sowing, and they were more willing to wait to rob others. At this moment, Yi Xian was carefully searching every place. These white jade stones were well hidden. Although it looked like white jade on the surface, it was possible to find it in the trees. Yi Xian had actually been on high alert the entire time. However, after searching continuously, he didn't find any enemies or divine beasts, so he subconsciously focused more of his attention on searching. Another one. Yi Xian's figure moved as he quickly walked towards a small mound. This was because Yi Xian discovered a white jade within the mound. However, just as Yi Xian approached the white jade, a sudden change occurred. Boom! Without any warning, a fierce attack directly exploded beside Yi Xian. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xian's spiritual will had always been vigilant, it was very likely that he would have fallen for it this time. Yi Xian's figure moved, barely dodging the attack. However, when he looked around, he didn't find anything unusual. Could it be that it wasn't a human or a divine beast that attacked me at all? This was just a coincidence? Yi Xian looked at the pillar of fire that shot into the sky in confusion. Just a moment ago, this pillar of fire suddenly appeared and almost gathered Yi Xian. Yi Xian felt the power of the pillar of fire, but he discovered that it wasn't too threatening. That's why Yi Xian couldn't help but think that this might just be a natural mutation and not a sneak attack from the enemy. However, just as Yi Xian was thinking this, the entire ground suddenly began to tremble. Afterwards, pillars of fire continuously appeared. Yi Xian didn't dare to hesitate and dodged in all directions. What was going on? Yi Xian frowned. As he dodged, he was incomparably puzzled. This was because he didn't find the source of any attacks. These pillars of fire were like volcanoes that suddenly erupted. They appeared without any warning and their power seemed to be so ordinary. However, these pillars of fire had a certain regularity, as if they were setting up some sort of formation. This is bad. It's a formation. Suddenly Yi Xian came to a realization. Before entering, no one had told Yi Xian what was inside, so Yi Xian didn't know anything about this place. However, Yi Xian believed that it was impossible for there to be no danger in this secret realm. After all, this was the secret realm that determined the outcome of the battle in the divine realm. There was no reason for the main gods of both sides to choose a safe and peaceful secret realm that they could leave after a casual stroll. Therefore, there was only one thing that could be confirmed. This secret realm that didn't seem to be anything special on the surface was actually filled with traps and countless unknown dangers could erupt at any time. Chapter 28:17. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Yi Xian was no longer standing at his original position. Only a 100-meter wide crater was left. However, just as the four of them were feeling smug, a voice was heard. What? Do you want me to die so badly? It was Yi Xian's voice. The four people's expressions changed drastically. Their joint attack actually did not insta-kill a mere celestial deity realm guy. How was this possible? Unfortunately, the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Step by step, Yi Xian walked out from the dust. There was a faint barrier of light around his body that prevented even the dust from touching him. QWM, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me who sent you here. Perhaps I can spare your lives. Yi Xian was indeed shocked at that moment. These people's attacks were too unexpected and too powerful. Yi Xian couldn't defend himself at all. If the Undying System had activated its invincible defense at the last moment, Yi Xian would probably be dead by now. You're fine? You want something to happen to me? You think you can rely on 4 ants? If you deserve to die. You actually wasted my absolute defense. Since you won't tell me, it looks like I'll have to find the answer myself. Spiritual control. This time Yi Xian's spiritual control was targeted at the 4 of them. Of course, Yi Xian knew that it wouldn't be of any use. It was impossible to control all 4 of them at the same time. However, Yi Xian didn't intend to really control them. Of course, he'd pick the weakest among them. Yi Xian's spiritual control was actually just a cover. In an instant, Yi Xian's hand flashed and a powerful attack was launched. This was Yi Xian's real killing move. Deity Vanquishing Slash. Yi Xian's target was the peak sky god, who asked him to be the weakest. Boom. With a slash of the sword, that person was sent flying. He didn't manage to land a critical hit? Then take this. Deity Slaying Slash. Yi Xian did not hesitate in the slightest since his first attack had failed. He had already decided that this time he would definitely kill someone. Boom. This time it was indeed a critical hit. The peak celestial god, who was still resisting the control of his spiritual sense, died in an instant. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. As for Yi Xian's spiritual perception control, it could only interfere for a blink of an eye, but that was enough. It was enough for Yi Xian to kill one of them. When the other 3 finally broke free from the control of their spiritual senses, they only saw the corpses of their companions. In such a short time, Yi Xian had already killed one of them. How is this possible? These unknowns were unwilling to believe that they had lost a comrade in such a short period of time. One had to know that any one of them was confident that they had the strength to kill Yi Xian. However, the truth was the truth. Yi Xian had instantly killed one of them without any pressure at all. Yi Xian casually took that person's universe ring, but he didn't take that person's corpse. Because Yi Xian had a plan for Yi Xian. Then you're next. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and spoke to that low-grade domain enlightened spirit god. His tone was so indifferent. It was like he wasn't talking about killing someone but about how good the weather was today. That low-grade domain enlightened spirit god was shocked, and it was even to the extent that he felt a chill run down his spine. His intuition told him that he had probably encountered huge trouble this time. However, he was a domain enlightened spirit god after all, and Yi Xian was merely at the heavenly god realm. Moreover, Yi Xian was heavily injured, so he didn't believe that Yi Xian could kill him. Kid, are you talking about me? What an arrogant kid. Today I'll properly teach you how to respect experts. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. Even though Yi Xian hadn't chosen the other two as his targets, they didn't care about morality. They only had a single objective, and it was to annihilate Yi Xian. As for what methods they had to use, they didn't consider it at all. The three of them attacked Yi Xian once more. However, could it be that they think Yi Xian would be completely unguarded like before? How could that be possible? Come out, 1,000 beast sword servants. Summon god-rank mounts. In an instant, 1,000 god-rank mounts appeared, and they split into two groups at the same time that they pounced towards one of the domain enlightened spirit gods. So, it was practically effortless to use 500 god-rank mounts to trap a single domain enlightened spirit god. On the other hand, Yi Xian tossed Wei Jinqian over, and then Wei Jinqian took Godslayer and charged towards the targets that Yi Xian had chosen a long time ago with Yi Xian. Yi Xian swung his fist. However, the true threat was the Godslayer. Wei Jinqian's Godslayer was even more powerful than Yi Xian's Godslayer when he controlled it himself. That person was clearly flustered. They clearly had the absolute advantage and they clearly had the strength to crush Yi Xian. However, as soon as they made a move, they knew how terrifying Yi Xian was when he went berserk. Bang! The god-slaying sword controlled by Wei Jinqian arrived at that person's side before Yi Xian's attack. It pierced through that person's body and shattered his godhead at the same time. That mysterious person had an extremely dazed expression in his eyes. Even at the moment of his death, he still didn't understand how exactly he died. However, he didn't need to understand. Yi Xian blasted that person flying with a punch. Of course, that person had no chance of surviving since a long time ago. The Godslayer swiftly flew over and took that person's universe ring. At this moment, Yi Xian finally turned his attention to the other two people trapped by the God-class mounts. You've got some guts. How dare you attack me? Did you think this would be the outcome before you attacked? Yi Xian looked at the two people mockingly. These people had set up a chain of restrictions here. This wasn't something that they could set up with their strength. In fact, after they activated the chain of restrictions, even they couldn't open it themselves. 1,000 God-class mounts were divided into two groups and charged continuously. The two people could only fight back in panic. How could they spare any time to attack Yi Xian? Then which one of you wants to live? Tell me who sent you here. I'll spare your life if you tell me first. Speak. Don't test my patience. Wei Jinqian controlled the Godslayer and circled around Yi Xian, as if he could kill one of them at any time. Humph, kid, we underestimated your strength for not being able to kill you. However, if you want to get what you want from us, dream on. One of them shouted loudly. Yi Xian smiled slightly and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the other person. I'll tell you. Will you let me go if I tell you? That's right. I, Yi Xian, have always been a man of my word. I've said before that I'll let go of whoever tells me who's behind this. Chapter 28:18. The sapling of the ancient law fire tree. This place, for the time being, could be called a forest, and it was an incomparably strange forest. Because these trees were growing in two directions at the same time, it was as if this place was a mirror, and those trees were just a reflection of reality. However, Yi Xian knew very well that it wasn't a reflection, but a real existence. Because Yi Xian didn't have a reflection here. Each of these incomparably strange trees was emitting countless pillars of fire. Those pillars of fire soared into the sky, but after they broke through the sky, they strangely returned to the reflection, forming a cycle. This caused the energy of these pillars of fire to not be wasted at all. Yi Xian looked at this space in astonishment because everything here had already overturned his understanding. Yi Xian couldn't help but think that if he chose to fly towards the sky from the start, would he be like these flames and go to the other side of the reflection? In addition, Yi Xian also wanted to know if he could use that illusory existence to go to the reflection plane. As soon as this thought appeared, Yi Xian couldn't hold it in any longer and directly summoned the withered bone sword attendant. In reality, the withered bone sword attendant wasn't of much use to Yi Xian, but it was suitable to be used as a scout. Go pass through there. The place Yi Xian was talking about was beneath his feet, an existence that seemed to be the surface of a lake. At the very least, looking at it with his eyes, it was as if he could reach the reflection surface as long as he passed through that barrier. Of course, the withered bone sword attendant didn't hesitate at all, so it directly charged towards the void. Yi Xian watched the actions of the withered bone sword attendant with rapt attention. Closer. Even closer. Suddenly, the withered bone sword attendant seemed to have rushed halfway into the lake and directly plunged into the void. There was no reaction. Yi Xian didn't see a reflection on the other side. Instead, a system notification rang out in his ears. Ding, system notification. Host, please note that the withered bone sword attendant has suffered a destructive blow and is completely dead. It is unable to revive. What? Complete destruction. And he couldn't revive. Yi Xian was shocked. What exactly happened just now? Yi Xian couldn't help but want to ask, but unfortunately no one asked. It could be said that everything that happened just now, even the slightest change, was seen by Yi Xian. However, the withered bone sword attendant had disappeared so easily, and Yi Xian didn't even know what had happened. It was clear that the withered bone sword attendant was like entering a lake, just fusing into it. However, when it completely fused into it, it was also completely destroyed. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the sky, then lowered his head to look at his feet. He knew that although it looked like a reflection, it was definitely not a reflection. It was an unknown existence that Yi Xian didn't even know about. Not daring to easily explore the area beneath his feet, Yi Xian directly stood up and walked forward. Yi Xian was a person who could afford to let go. Since he said that he didn't have the ability to explore the void, then there was no need for Yi Xian to continue wasting time there. He might as well continue exploring the forest in front of him. Looking at the various types of flames, Yi Xian knew that he might have made a huge profit this time. He originally thought that there would be some sort of divine beast, but what Yi Xian saw was only a treasure trove that he could collect. Yi Xian didn't know what this forest was, but he still knew what was inside every single tree. System, what exactly are these trees? Can you detect it? Ding, system prompt, data collection in progress. Ding, system prompt, this analysis requires 500,000 faith points, would the host like to continue? 500,000 faith points? If it was in the past, it really would be quite a bit. But now Yi Xian didn't care too much about it. This was because during this period of time he possessed the 9 directions 60,000 realms. Under Yi Xian's deliberate arrangements, Fei Yin had always been rebuilding his faith. Therefore, many people in the 9 directions 60,000 realms had already started to believe in Yi Xian. The 9 directions 60,000 realms were extremely large. Even if only a small portion of them completely believed in Yi Xian, it would still be an enormous accumulation for him. Moreover, he had already stayed in the main god's battlefield for so many years. Therefore, Yi Xian already had some faith points in stock. Alright, permission granted. Yi Xian agreed to the system's prompt. Ding, system prompt, using faith value analysis. Analysis successful. Target, ancient law sapling of the fire tree. Ancient law fire tree, a special plant from the ancient era. The ancient era was an era even older than the ancient era. People could still have some records of the twilight of the ancient gods, but people only had legends about the ancient era, and there were very few real records. Of course, the primordial era, which was even older than the ancient era, was probably only a guess. Yi Xian never imagined that he would accidentally discover something that belonged to the ancient era. One had to know that the ancient era had always existed in legends. Even in the ancient era, people had no understanding of it, let alone the ancient era. However, the system had already said that this was the sapling of the law fire tree from the ancient era. How could Yi Xian not be excited? Yi Xian wasn't greedy as he looked at the endless forest. In his heart, he would be satisfied if he could obtain one of them. System, I want to obtain a sapling of this ancient law fire tree. Is there any way? Chapter 28-19. 2047 Unknown effects. That's right, all of this seemed to be too far away. Even if it was the ancient era, it was only a legendary existence to Yi Xian. However, he didn't expect that something from the ancient era would actually appear. Yi Xian looked at the forest. He really wanted to collect it, but there was nothing he could do. Gritting his teeth, Yi Xian knew that this time, he could only take a gamble. The sapling of the ancient law fire tree could be said to be an existence that could only be encountered by luck and not sought after. If Yi Xian missed this chance, he might not even have a second one in his lifetime. Thus, Yi Xian didn't want to let it go, even if he knew it was incomparably dangerous. However, Yi Xian was willing to gamble. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian extended his hand towards one of the tree trunks and instilled his spiritual will into it in an attempt to communicate with it. Suddenly, it was as if time had stopped. Yi Xian seemed to have been teleported to a mysterious space. In front of Yi Xian was a small sapling. There was nothing around Yi Xian and the sapling, only silence and darkness. Everything had disappeared, whether it was the laws or everything else. It was as if everything had completely disappeared at this moment. System, what's going on? No reaction. It was as if even the system had disappeared. This was something that had never happened before. This was the first time Yi Xian had completely lost contact with the system. Yi Xian looked around, not knowing what to do. But a moment later he walked towards the sapling. Step by step. There were no fluctuations of energy, nor were there any laws. It was as if an ordinary person was walking towards a sapling. However, it was so different. The sapling only had 2 leaves. Moreover, it looked malnourished, as if it could wither and die at any moment. Yi Xian gently caressed the sapling, but his heart was incomparably calm. He subconsciously said to the sapling, "How pitiful. I don't know what you need to continue growing, but since you've existed since ancient times, then I can be sure that you've been through countless years, but you still can't grow up. Little sapling, what are you? Ancient law fire tree sapling, do you possess the law of fire?" It could be said that Yi Xian was truly a bit stupid right now. He was actually talking to a sapling. However, Yi Xian himself didn't know why he was doing this. It was just a subconscious action. In Yi Xian's heart, this sapling of the ancient law fire tree had experienced countless years. It was already an extremely strange thing for it to be able to survive. However, not only did he survive, he didn't even grow in the slightest. From this, one could tell how lonely he was. It was unknown if it was because of this loneliness that affected Yi Xian, or if it was because of some other reason, but at this moment, Yi Xian actually began to recall his past and everything that had happened on his path of cultivation. Moreover, he subconsciously spoke to the sapling. In the outside world, the 2 people from the divine domain finally began to fight each other because of the exploration. They were constantly snatching the white jade. After all, their main mission was to bring out the jade. However, no matter how much the 2 sides fought, there was a place that no one dared to go to. Because there were countless flames that soared into the sky. There were also experts who tried to enter it to see if there were any treasures. Unfortunately, before they could even enter, they would be engulfed by the flames that suddenly appeared. However, if they didn't get close to the area of flames, the flames wouldn't affect them in the slightest. Thus, as time passed, people selectively forgot about that place. No one paid any attention to that place because they couldn't enter it at all. Moreover, there didn't seem to be any treasures there. The slaughter continued without end. Countless experts fell and those white jade stones were constantly being snatched away by others. Then it was plundered by others. A bloody massacre unfolded in this secret realm. After all, for the sake of the mission, for the sake of their own divine domain, everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Only in the midst of the flames there was silence. Little sapling, do you know? Actually, when I think about it sometimes, I realize that it really wasn't easy for me to walk this path. Sometimes I also doubt my future. I don't know how far I can go. Little sapling, I feel that I might be much younger than you. However, I feel that you are even more pitiful than I am. You only have 2 leaves now. In that case, according to us humans, perhaps you are just a baby. Poor you. You have no idea how long you have been here. It seems like you are even more pitiful than I am. Little sapling, can you understand what I'm saying? Sigh, I'm really silly. You're just a little sapling. How could you possibly understand what I'm saying? It was as if Yi Xian had just reacted and laughed at himself. He even felt that he wasn't the same as before. Because at this moment, Yi Xian actually gave up on all of his defenses. What divine will, what power of law, what divine power. It was as if none of this had anything to do with Yi Xian. He was just an ordinary person who didn't know his future. However, the instant Yi Xian stood up, the entire secret realm, no, not only the entire secret realm but the entire God realm, underwent an unbelievable change. Especially those who had grasped the power of the law of fire, they could clearly feel it. At this moment, in the secret realm, a Kunlun divine realm upper 6th grade god king who had grasped the law of the 9 heaven obsidian flames was bathed in blood. Beside him there were several fire dragons protecting him. However, it was obvious that he was just an arrow at the end of its flight. Around him, A dozen experts from the monster god divine realm were looking at him mockingly. Among them, there was even a lower divine emperor expert. It seemed that this person from the Kunlun divine realm was definitely going to die. Indeed, there was no way for him to escape. Ha, human, let's see how you're going to escape this time. Leave your life behind. The god emperor expert from the demon god divine realm said gleefully. In his eyes, this person from the Kunlun divine realm had no chance of escaping at all. However, all of a sudden, the flames that the Kunlun divine realm expert was controlling broke free from his control. 9 fire dragons danced around in the sky happily, completely out of the control of the Kunlun divine realm expert. Still trying to resist? Kill him. However, it was a pity that the god emperor expert from the demon god divine realm could no longer say his final words. That was because the 9 fire dragons had actually attacked on their own. Chapter 28:20. Eternal supremacy. Although they were all fire elemental laws, they were also divided into countless types. However, at this moment, all the fire elemental laws in the divine world seemed to be overjoyed. The power of laws? Emotions? Perhaps no one would believe this because this was already something that no one could believe. However, everyone in the divine world could feel this. It wasn't just the divine world. Even the other worlds could feel this because as long as it was the power of fire, it would be incomparably joyous. The furnace flames danced and the heavenly flames cheered. It was as if all the flames had lost control at this moment. Big brother. A voice entered Yi Xian's mind, causing him to instantly wake up. At the same time, the sapling in front of Yi Xian disappeared. To be more precise, the forest in front of Yi Xian had completely disappeared. Yi Xian clearly remembered that word big brother, but he didn't hear it again. In the blink of an eye, all the changes stopped. As for Yi Xian, he was also dumbfounded as he watched everything. He didn't know what had happened. Yi Xian continuously released his divine sense in an attempt to find the sapling of the ancient law fire tree, but everything had already disappeared. Of course, this change didn't last long, so no matter if it was God or anyone else, they didn't notice it at all. They were only puzzled as to why the power of the fire elemental laws had become active for a moment, but they didn't know what had happened. Yi Xian stood on the spot and puzzledly rubbed his head. Just what had happened just now? Where did the sapling of the ancient law fire tree go? Ding. System prompt. Host is in an unknown space, completely lost contact, confirmed to be dead. The system will activate the self-destruct program. The system's voice returned, but Yi Xian didn't clearly hear what the system said, so he subconsciously asked, System, what did you just say? Ding. System prompt, cancel execution. Then the system's voice didn't continue. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. In any case, the system often prompted him to ignore some things. This time Yi Xian also subconsciously ignored it. With a move of his voice, Wei Zhentian controlled the 2 god-slaughtering swords to accompany Yi Xian as they flew upwards. Yi Xian lowered his head to look at the void realm and said with some disappointment, It's a pity that my withered bone sword servant disappeared just like that. Sigh, this time I've suffered a loss. I wonder where the sapling of the ancient fire tree went. As Yi Xian spoke, he flew upwards. However, if Yi Xian were to take a look at his divine deity, he would discover that there was an imprint of a sapling engraved on it. Of course, no one, including Yi Xian himself, would be able to see through that imprint. The battle in the outside world continued because the time to teleport away was about to arrive. This time the battle was about to end. In other words, the war between the 2 divine realms would finally come to an end, and the final victor would be decided by this final battle. The people had already fallen into a frenzy. Not long after Yi Xian advanced, he saw a battle. This was a battle between 2 experts from the Kunlun divine realm and 2 experts from the demon god realm. Both sides wanted to kill the other and snatch the white jade from the other party. When Yi Xian suddenly appeared, he heard an expert from the Kunlun divine realm shout, Quick, kill them. They have white jade on them. These words were obviously meant for Yi Xian. Naturally, Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all. Of course, he still remembered his mission. Wei Zhentian, go. The 2 god-slaughtering swords quickly moved out, and Yi Xian also drew his rule god bow. Die. Boom. 1 arrow, just 1 arrow, but Yi Xian had killed an enemy. Ding. System notification. Host has killed a high-grade 3rd grade god king. High 3rd grade god king? What was going on? Yi Xian was rather puzzled because Yi Xian didn't seem to have the strength to instantly kill a 3rd grade god king. One must know that what he shot out was only a spatial law divine arrow. Originally, he only hoped to restrain the enemy and then use the law of devouring arrow to kill the enemy. But why was the enemy killed by Yi Xian with a single arrow? Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. He once again opened the Divine Palace of Laws and shot an arrow at another enemy. Boom! A huge devouring vortex appeared, and the enemy was actually unable to resist at all as he was directly devoured. This enemy was also a high-grade third-stage Divine King. Wei Zhentian directly brought the two universe rings into Yi Xian's hands. At this moment, the two people from the Kunlun Divine Domain looked at Yi Xian in astonishment because Yi Xian's attack power was simply too domineering. He actually killed two enemies with 2 arrows. Most importantly, they could all tell that Yi Xian's cultivation realm was only at the first-grade God King realm. Ding! System notification. Host has obtained a special opportunity. From now on, Host will forever have the title of Sovereign Level First Crown. Forever? In other words, no matter how much Yi Xian leveled up, he wouldn't be able to remove the title of First Crown. Special opportunity? Yi Xian was a little dumbfounded. Just what kind of special opportunity did he obtain? It seemed that in Yi Xian's heart, he didn't obtain any inheritance. Of course, this was definitely a good thing for Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian just didn't understand why it was like this. You're the God Domain's law envoy, Lord Yi Xian? At this moment, an expert of the Kunlun Divine Domain arrived in front of Yi Xian and asked. Yi Xian looked at that person, nodded and replied, "Yes, I am Yi Xian." This subordinate pays his respects to the God Domain's law envoy. The two of them hurriedly bowed. After all, perhaps Yi Xian's identity as the commander of the 9 Directions 60,000 realm was only effective in the 9 Directions 60,000 realm. However, the identity of the God Domain's law envoy allowed him to move unimpeded in the entire Kunlun Divine Domain. Get up. Yi Xian waved his hand, indicating for the two of them to stand up. After one of them stood up, he said to Yi Xian, "Lord Law Envoy, we won't delay any further. Right now there are only 4 hours left before we leave the secret realm. We must kill as many enemies as possible and obtain more white jade. Only then will we be able to guarantee our victory." Yi Xian nodded and let the two of them leave. However, Yi Xian himself fell into a daze. He discovered that he'd actually lost track of time. He clearly remembered that he had just entered the secret realm and had only said a few words to the sapling of the ancient lawfire tree. He didn't expect that so much time had passed, and the competition for the secret realm was about to end. Of course, no matter why it was like this, the most important thing for Yi Xian right now was to find an enemy and snatch the white jade. Yi Xian's figure moved as he quickly charged towards his surroundings. Chapter 28-21. It was the 9th prince's voice again. That fellow seems like he won't be satisfied until they retreat. I wonder what benefits he'll get from making them retreat. Suddenly Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Benefits? Who would want to see the world fall into chaos the most? It's probably the Annihilation Organization. Could it be that the Annihilation Organization is behind this as well? After all, if it was the Annihilation Organization, then it wouldn't take much effort to bribe the tiny Dark Knight Empire. When he thought up to this point, Yi Xian walked forward with large strides and said loudly, "We can't retreat. We can't allow these demonized mermen to leave this island. Otherwise, it'll definitely be a calamity." Yi Xian. It's actually him. Didn't that fellow disappear for over a year? Why did he suddenly appear again? What does he want? Everyone discussed animatedly. It can't be, right? That fellow has advanced again. My God. He's actually already at the high-level heavenly god realm. His cultivation speed is simply too terrifying. Who said it isn't? That fellow's cultivation increases every time I see him. How exactly is he doing it? Could it be that there's someone even more terrifying than him? As they watched Yi Xian walk over step by step, everyone consciously opened up a path for him. It was even to the extent that even those domain-enlightened spirit gods would subconsciously back off when they saw Yi Xian. The leveling speed that Yi Xian displayed was simply too terrifying. Perhaps Yi Xian would be at the heavenly god realm when they met him this time, but perhaps Yi Xian's strength would surpass them the next time they met him. No matter who it was, they would instinctively maintain a certain level of respect towards such a genius with boundless natural talent. "Master Yi, what are you doing here?" Master Moonless frowned as he gazed at Yi Xian. It seemed like he was aware of Yi Xian's other identity now. Yi Xian smiled at Master Moonless and said, "We definitely won't retreat." "Retreat? We definitely can't retreat. I can set up an absolute defense formation for you all to take care of the injured disciples. However, if we don't destroy this island, it will definitely cause an unnecessary calamity. Therefore, I suggest that we take advantage of the fact that these demonized fishmen are trapped to completely eliminate them here." Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to speak here? Seeing that Yi Xian dared to ruin his plans, Yi Lixia was furious. However, Yi Xian was too lazy to even look at him. He continued speaking. I know what you are most worried about right now is the demon fishman's unlimited resurrection ability. Leave this to me, I will think of a way to set up a restriction so that the black gas can't enter the battle zone. After that, I will deal with all the corpses of the fishmen. This way, the more we kill, the fewer demon fishmen there are. At that time we will have a chance of winning. That's one way. However, Yi Xian, do you have a way for me to set up such a restriction? It had been a long time since Yi Xian had set up a restriction in his room, and with Master Moonless's promotion, everyone knew that he was a restriction grandmaster, even more formidable than Master Moonless. Now that they heard Yi Xian say this, they didn't have much doubt. However, it wasn't that they hadn't thought of a way to stop the black gas, but they had all failed. Thus they were still somewhat conservative. Don't believe him. Just him? What right does he have to say such a thing? It was still Yi Lixio's voice. Right now Yi Lixio wanted nothing more than to kill Yi Xian, but unfortunately he could only dream about it. Suddenly Yi Xian turned his head and looked directly at Yi Lixio for the first time. However, his words infuriated Yi Lixio. If you don't want to participate, you can scram. Yes, that was what Yi Xian had said. Yi Xian already suspected that this guy had been bribed by Annihilation, so he naturally wouldn't be polite. However, he didn't have any proof right now. Otherwise Yi Xian might have killed him. What did you say? Yi Lixio was so angry that he couldn't speak coherently. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't plan on paying attention to him. How about this? All of Ling Xian Pavilion's restriction grandmasters will come with me. I'll think of a way right now. Alright, we'll listen to you. It might be difficult for Yi Xian to mobilize the others, but Yi Xian was still able to mobilize the people from Ling Xian Pavilion. Let's go as well. However, unexpectedly, the restriction grandmasters from the other factions all took the initiative to participate in Yi Xian's operation. Yi Xian didn't care about this. In any case, Yi Xian didn't expect them to do anything. To be honest, Yi Xian also had his own plans. Otherwise, why would he suggest that he take care of all of the demonized fishmen's corpses? Yi Xian wouldn't miss out on such a good upgrade plan. Of course, the most important thing was to stop these demonized fishmen. Yi Xian took his people and left. Everyone had different thoughts about Yi Xian. For example, the people from Mo Shang's training camp felt apologetic toward Yi Xian because of Lu Luo. The people who also felt apologetic included by Lu and the other factions that had wronged Yi Xian. In their hearts, Yi Xian had left Mo Shang's training camp because of their wrongdoings. Now that Yi Xian had returned and was willing to take action, these people felt rather emotional. Yi Xian led his people and quickly arrived at the bridgehead. At this time, the bridgehead was occupied by hundreds of demonized fishmen, blocking the only way for the Allied forces to attack. It seemed that this bridge was the only way to reach the island. Some people might say that it was better to use it. However, there were restrictions on the island. It was impossible to fly over. Naturally, it was also impossible to fly over. Yi Xian carefully observed the fishman's direction. However, in his heart he asked the system, "System, do you have any ideas?" Ding. System notification. In view of the host's current situation, the system has provided two solutions. The first solution is for the host to continue cultivating the restriction ability. When the restriction ability is strong enough, the host may be able to research a way to stop the black gas. Ding. The second solution is for the host to exchange for the corresponding special restriction from the system. *CKU. Yi Xian was depressed. This system, why didn't it just ask him to exchange for it? What research? How long would he have to research? Previously, the system had activated the exchange function, but Yi Xian had never used it. After all, the exchange function of the system was very expensive. Alright, system, help me choose a restriction that is suitable for the current situation. I want the most reasonable one. Otherwise, I won't be able to afford it. Ding. System notification. The best restriction that the host can choose is the demon slaying restriction. Once this restriction is activated, it will be able to effectively destroy the demonic energy. Yi Xian nodded. He had the item, but the key was the price. Yi Xian didn't seem to have any resources to exchange for it. Ding. System notification. The host does not have enough resources to exchange for it. The system has activated the ability to force exchange. If the host is forced to exchange for it, the host can exchange one level for the right to use it once. Chapter 28-22. This was a peak level heavenly god realm Yao celestial projection, and that person was also a superior heavenly god. At this moment, not only did the Yao celestial projection charge towards Yi Xian, but that person also charged towards him at the same time. Damn it. Yi Xian was slightly enraged, but his hands were not idle. A ball of light exploded out from the surroundings of the god-slaying sword, directly protecting Yi Xian. That powerful attack was directly blocked when it arrived at Yi Xian's side. This time Yi Xian did not control the godslayer, but it flew out on its own. Of course, to be more precise, it was Wei Zhenqian who made the move. Wei Zhenqian had been residing within the godslayer all this while, and now that Yi Xian was in danger, Wei Zhenqian naturally would not ignore it. When the Yao celestial projection and the superior heavenly god rushed over, Wei Zhenqian did not hesitate to activate the Soul Devourer shield, blocking all of their attacks. At this time Yi Xian was still standing there leisurely. Above his head, the God Slayer emitted a faint light, protecting Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Hong Yuan's brother was constantly circling Yi Xian, launching fierce attacks. Of course it was futile. At this time the surrounding people were also shocked. They were shocked at how Hong Yuan's brother could unleash such a powerful attack. After all, Hong Yuan's brother did not have such a powerful technique in the past. At the same time, they were even more shocked by Yi Xian's defense. Ignored. He was simply ignoring such a powerful attack. Being able to withstand the combined attacks of a peak-level heavenly god realm Yao celestial projection and a superior heavenly god was something that many people could do. There were even some who could do it more easily than Yi Xian. However, that was because they were already very strong, surpassing Hong Yuan's brother. However, Yi Xian was different. Yi Xian's strength was only at the middle grand profound realm of the first god realm. In fact, just a few months ago he was just a true god realm trash. QWPM, however, such a person who was obviously at an absolute disadvantage was actually able to defend against the attack of a powerhouse who was many times stronger than him, and he did it so effortlessly. Under such circumstances, what could the surrounding onlookers say? It's that treasure, right? That sword seems very powerful. Someone said. At this time, the God Slayer was the most eye-catching of Yi Xian's performance. It could be said that the God Slayer had done all this on its own. It could be said that Yi Xian was the God Slayer sword itself. It could be said that it was manipulated. It could Yi Xian's eyes. There were many weapons and equipment. There were also many weapons that could fight God weapons. Of course, its flaws, its Zhenqian heavenly weapon. If an artifact spirit was allowed to fight on its own, its power would be greatly reduced. This was something everyone knew. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one would allow an artifact spirit to fight on its own unless it was absolutely necessary. But what was Yi Xian's situation now? The sword was clearly fighting on its own. How could it suppress the demon god projection and Big Brother Hong Yuan's attacks? Weapon spirits could never surpass their master's strength. This was an ironclad rule that no one could violate. They couldn't understand. Everyone was confused. They couldn't understand the current battle. They couldn't understand why Yi Xian's sword was so powerful. Yi Xian didn't want to fight. It was obvious that this guy was here for revenge because his sister had been defiled. Although this wasn't Yi Xian's doing, Yi Xian pitied him. That was why Yi Xian didn't want to fight this guy. Alright, that's enough. I've said it before, I didn't do anything to your sister. Although I don't know where you heard this news, but if I didn't do it, then I didn't do it. Yi Xian will never hide anything when I do things. You didn't do it? Yi Xian, you damn guy. I saw you walk out of my sister's room with my own eyes. Don't tell me you still want to deny it. Yi Xian was amused. Saw him with his own eyes? When did you see me? Last night. Yi Xian, you don't have to deny it. Today I'll kill you. Yi Xian laughed. Last night? He didn't even leave the house last night. However, he couldn't allow this guy to continue causing trouble. Alright, I've said it before. It wasn't me. But since someone dares to defame me, no matter who it is, I'll catch them. Don't worry. Yi Xian will handle your matters for you. Consider it for myself. I'll keep that person's head for you. Yi Xian said calmly as he scanned his surroundings. At this point, Yi Xian naturally understood that someone wanted to frame him. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had some strength, then Hong Yuan's brother would be enough to kill Yi Xian. The person hiding in the dark had a good plan. He didn't even need to make a move to get rid of Yi Xian. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was too good. Yi Xian wasn't someone who would allow others to take advantage of him. Back off. Yi Xian shouted. Wei Zhenqian and Yi Xian understood each other. In an instant, two beams of light burst forth. Deicide slash. Yes, it was the deicide slash. In Yi Xian's hands, the god-slaying sword could only release one deicide slash at a time. But when Wei Zhenqian took over control, he could release two at once. Boom, 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 boom. The two beams of light forced Hong Yuan's brother and the demon god projection to retreat. Moreover, because the god-slaying sword was bound to deal a critical blow to the demon god, the demon god projection was severely injured. In fact, although Hong Yuan's brother was anxious and angry, he still had some sense of reason. From the moment Yi Xian didn't make a move, to the moment Yi Xian explained himself. Combined with his own situation, Hong Yuan's brother still had some doubts. The day before, his demon deity Phantom was merely an intermediate heavenly god. However, after the incident with his sister, someone inexplicably bought him a precious treasure at an extremely low price. It was a treasure that could temporarily increase the strength of his demon deity Phantom. That treasure could allow the demon god projection to unleash the strength of a peak celestial god for 2 hours. Hong Yuan's brother hadn't encountered such a good thing in the thousands of years he had spent in the training camp. Why did he encounter it yesterday? Also, it seemed that someone had deliberately led him to Hong Yuan's residence. At that time, someone had told him that his sister was in danger. That was why he had rushed over immediately. Coincidentally, just as he went over, he saw the scene of Yi Xian coming out. If Yi Xian had directly attacked him, perhaps he wouldn't have suspected anything. However, Yi Xian didn't make a move. Instead, his sword alone was enough to force him to retreat. Chapter 28-23. Divine Phoenix Primogenitor Dharma Idol High 6th Grade God King Realm? That was enough. Although there was still a gap of 2 grades between him and the enemy, don't forget that Yi Xian had the title of Honorable Rank, while the enemy only had the title of King Rank. It could be said that Yi Xian was confident in killing this person. Of course, since he knew that the other party was one of the 5 imperial clans of the demon god's domain, Yi Xian wouldn't kill him so easily. After all, doing so might attract the attention of the enemy experts. There were less than 4 hours left until he left the secret realm. Yi Xian didn't want any accidents to happen in these last 4 hours. The battlefield of the main god was not a place for individuals to show off. If they wanted to show off, they wouldn't even know how they died. For example, the guy who relied on his strength to charge into the enemy's army. So what if he was strong? Ordinary soldiers could even rely on magic treasures to overwhelm you with numbers. Therefore, even though Yi Xian had already raised his level, he was still only emitting the pressure of a high-level god king. Humph, human brat, die. A powerful pressure suddenly exploded out from Yi Xian's body. That seemingly corporeal pressure instantly surrounded Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian's performance, he seemed to be powerless. He could only rely on his own pressure to defend in front of him. However, no matter how much more strength he used, Yi Xian was able to defend against it. Just a little bit was enough to break through Yi Xian's pressure defense. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was unable to do so. His expression changed slightly, and a moment later he actually laughed out loud. Human brat, looks like I've still underestimated you. You're not bad, you're actually able to resist the suppression of my pressure. It looks like if I want to kill you, I'll have to move my hands and feet a little. What an arrogant tone. He actually said that he'd kill Yi Xian, but he was just moving his hands and feet. Needless to say, when that fellow said such words, it actually made the people of the Kunlun Divine Region feel the same way. Even the people of the Kunlun Divine Region didn't think highly of Yi Xian. However, no one stepped forward to help. This was because Yi Xian and CI House statuses were far higher than theirs. Even if they were slightly stronger, it wouldn't be good for them to interfere in such a duel. This duel was like a confrontation between 2 armies, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, and kings against kings. And right now, Yi Xian was the king representing the Kunlun Divine Region. That CI Hao was the king of the Demon God Divine Region. Because one of them was a law user of the Kunlun Divine Region, and the other was a member of the 5 imperial clans of the Demon God Divine Region. Therefore, it was impossible for these ordinary experts to interfere in the battle between the 2 of them. Unless Yi Xian or CI Hao gave the order to attack. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth hung a smile, but he didn't say anything. The more arrogant this fellow was, the more silent Yi Xian became. Because Yi Xian really wanted to see his expression when he was defeated. Accompanied by CI Hao's roar, CI Hao's figure suddenly moved and pounced towards Yi Xian. CI Hao's original body was a world-annihilating divine phoenix, so his grasp of the law of fire was extremely strong. At the same time he moved, 10,000 divine phoenixes appeared in the sky without any warning. These divine phoenixes were actually made up of different types of fire energy. The moment they appeared, they pounced towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian naturally couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He instantly activated his unlimited teleportation, but the divine phoenix's speed wasn't weak either. After a moment it caught up to Yi Xian. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A divine phoenix directly collided with Yi Xian. A scorching wave of air suddenly exploded, causing the entire area to instantly turn into lava. However, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. This Divine Phoenix's attack didn't seem to be very strong at all. Originally, Yi Xian was prepared to be injured because he couldn't dodge this attack. However, when the Divine Phoenix collided with him, Yi Xian discovered that these Divine Phoenixes only had their appearances. Since that was the case, then what was there for Yi Xian to be afraid of? With the god-slaughtering sword in hand, Yi Xian's figure moved. In an instant, countless figures of Yi Xian appeared in the sky. This was because Yi Xian's teleportation was too fast, leaving behind afterimages. Yi Xian was either chopping, stabbing, or slanting. The god-slaughtering sword in his hand was rapidly attacking. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. One by one, the Divine Phoenixes were all slashed apart. This move caused the surrounding onlookers to widen their eyes. Lord Law Envoy, what method did you use to be able to directly cut through the enemy's Divine Phoenix that was blessed with the power of the ancient code? This is too powerful. Why can't I tell what kind of law power the Law Envoy is using? Why does it seem to me that the Law Envoy is using his sword to kill those Divine Phoenixes? This doesn't make sense. Those Divine Phoenixes are supported by the power of the ancient code. How could they be killed by ordinary attacks? Damn it, how did that human do it? Although Lord Xiao's myriad phoenix cry isn't too powerful, it shouldn't be something that a mere first-grade god king like him can break. The key point is that human actually didn't use any power of the ancient code. How is that possible? I don't believe it. Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? Everyone discussed animatedly. They were filled with disbelief that Yi Xian was able to kill those Divine Phoenixes so easily. Even Xiao was extremely astonished. He originally thought that just this myriad phoenix cry would be enough to injure Yi Xian, but now it actually didn't injure Yi Xian in the slightest. Thus, he was naturally extremely puzzled. However, Yi Xian wasn't the slightest bit surprised because he didn't even feel any power of the ancient code from these Divine Phoenixes. In Yi Xian's eyes, these Divine Phoenixes were merely condensed from divine power. Even if they had different attributes, they didn't have the support of the ancient code. Could it be that breaking a Divine Phoenix that didn't have the support of the ancient code was something to be surprised about? However, in reality, other than Yi Xian, who couldn't tell that those Divine Phoenixes possessed the support of the ancient code, everyone else could tell that not only did those Divine Phoenixes possess the support of the ancient code, many of them also possessed the extremely powerful power of the ancient code of fire. It could be said that Xiao's mastery of the laws of fire was extremely high. His movements abruptly stopped as he looked at Yi Xian. He was also puzzled in his heart. Could it be that this fellow grasped a special magic treasure? However, Xiao quickly understood that since this fellow was a law user of the Kunlun divine domain, it was reasonable for their divine master to give him some special magic treasures. Therefore, Xiao didn't suspect anything and continued to attack. Humph, human brat, I don't have time to waste with you. Next, you can go and die. Divine Phoenix Dharma Idol. Xiao is actually able to summon the primogenitor's Dharma Idol. How is this possible? Chapter 28-24. Birdie? The progenitor image was the most powerful innate divine ability of the monster god divine realm. No matter which clan the monster god divine realm expert was, as long as they cultivated diligently, they would have the chance to summon their clan's progenitor image. Of course, the strength of the summoned progenitor image would also differ. However, summoning the progenitor image could only be performed by divine emperor realm experts. Unexpectedly, Xiao was able to summon the progenitor image before reaching the divine emperor realm. Indeed worthy of being one of the 5 imperial clans. At this moment, a black divine phoenix Dharma form suddenly appeared behind Xiao. The divine phoenix's entire body was pitch black, as if it was just a shadow. The moment the divine phoenix appeared, the entire space seemed to be on fire. On the ground, even the soil was on fire. In an instant, it turned into lava and the sky was the same. In the blink of an eye, the sky within 10,000 miles had changed color. What was even more tyrannical was that the moment the divine phoenix appeared, the surrounding power of law actually had the ability to retreat by 30%. However, at this moment, Yi Xian was surprised to discover that he was actually able to ignore the power of the law of fire. At this moment, although Yi Xian could feel a bit of heat, he didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable or oppressed. This time, even Yi Xian himself felt that it was inconceivable. System, what's going on? Why am I not suppressed by the power of the divine phoenix law? Yi Xian had no choice but to ask the system because he discovered that at this moment, Even the divine emperor of the Kunlun divine domain couldn't help but retreat a distance away. The continuous burning from the sky to the ground let Yi Xian know that the enemy must have launched a powerful attack. But he could actually ignore it? Could it be that the enemy did it on purpose? Ding. System prompt. Insufficient data, the system is unable to provide the answer. Ding. System prompt. Detecting the host, detection successful. Discovered that the host is affected by an unknown power, immune to all attacks from the power of law. The system suddenly notified Yi Xian. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. What's going on? I'm actually immune to the power of all the laws of fire? Yi Xian quickly thought about it but couldn't remember what he'd done. However, he was immune to the power of all the laws of fire. What was going on? This time even Yi Xian himself was puzzled. Yi Xian couldn't help but think, could it be that there's some expert secretly helping me? After all, Yi Xian couldn't think of any other reason besides this. Of course, no matter what, this was a good thing for Yi Xian. Just as Yi Xian was feeling puzzled, he launched his attack. The divine phoenix instantly flew above Yi Xian's head, circled once, then opened its mouth and spat out flames at Yi Xian. Of course, this ancestral divine phoenix Dharma idol couldn't exist forever. Moreover, the ancestral divine phoenix that Xiao Hao had summoned only knew this one attack. He would continue to spit out flames until all of his energy was used up. A faint smile hung on the corner of Xiao Hao's mouth. In his heart, he had already determined that he would definitely win this time. This was because no one had ever been able to withstand the full force attack of the divine phoenix ancestor. One had to know that the flames that were spat out possessed a powerful suppressive ability and would continue to increase in strength. Xiao Hao didn't believe that anyone would be able to persevere. Even if he didn't immediately turn into ashes, he would definitely be devoured by the constantly increasing power of the law of fire. However, at this moment Yi Xian wasn't affected in the slightest. At this moment Yi Xian only felt rather warm. Right. That's it. Yi Xian only felt a little warm. There was no pressure or injury at all. Those so-called powerful flames were only equivalent to roasting the sun for Yi Xian. They posed no threat at all. Yi Xian suspiciously raised his head to look at the divine phoenix ancestor hovering above his head. He was a little confused as to why Xiao Hao would launch such a useless attack. Could it be that he wanted to scare him away? After watching for a moment, Yi Xian still couldn't understand, so he turned around and took a step towards Xiao Hao. One step. It was just a single step, but in an instant, everyone's expressions changed, including Xiao Hao's. The people of the Kunlun divine region were in disbelief and ecstasy. As for the people of the demon god realm, they were actually panicking and shocked. At this moment, Xiao Hao was the most shocked. After all, he was the most clear about the divine phoenix ancestor's Dharma idol that he had summoned. Such a powerful Dharma idol actually had no effect on that person. How was this possible? You, how did you do it? At this moment, because he was too shocked, Xiao Hao actually stuttered a little. Yi Xian indifferently glanced at Xiao Hao and said without a care, "You released this little bird. Do you want to roast meat for me?" Little bird. He actually called the World Annihilation Divine Phoenix Clan's Dharma idol a little bird. Not to mention Xiao Hao and the other people of the demon god realm, even the people of the Kunlun divine region looked at each other in dismay. Wasn't this god realm's law enforcer too overbearing? How could he insult someone else's Dharma idol like this? What was the primogenitor's Dharma idol? In the human race, it was equivalent to an ancestor's existence. If Yi Xian's words were spoken by a human, it would be as if he was calling a person's ancestor little brother. It was arrogant and domineering at the same time. He was angered by Yi Xian. However, the divine phoenix ancestor's Dharma idol in the sky was still locking onto Yi Xian as it continuously spat out flames. Yi Xian took a step forward, and the divine phoenix ancestor's flame attack followed suit. Yi Xian could ignore it, but that didn't mean that others could. Even this thorn was impossible. In the hearts of the people of the demon god realm, the power of the ancestor was a supreme power. It was also a power that was absolutely impossible to contend against. It was just like how Yi Xian had used the mysterious blood to activate the so-called ancestor's return. He was able to kill countless people from the demon god realm and scare the rest of them into fleeing. The power of the ancestor was something that no one in the demon god realm could resist. At this moment he saw Yi Xian walk towards him with the divine phoenix ancestor's attack. That thorn actually subconsciously screamed, "You don't come over here." He wasn't afraid of Yi Xian at all, but the divine phoenix Dharma idol above Yi Xian's head. Of course it was more or less the same. This was because the divine phoenix Dharma idol was originally following behind Yi Xian. Every step Yi Xian took it would follow. Yi Xian raised his brows slightly. Pretending to be a ghost, go die. Chapter 28-25. 5 million jade. Yi Xian abruptly brandished the god-slaughtering sword, and 7 sword beams instantly charged towards the thorn. Most importantly, the 7 sword beams actually carried a portion of the power of the divine phoenix law as they charged towards the thorn. No! The thorn screamed in fear, but his body couldn't move at all. This was because, when facing the primogenitor's Dharma idol, no one in the demon god's domain could resist it. In Yi Xian's eyes, the thorn was like a fool. He gave up on all defenses and allowed the 7 sword beams to hit him. Previous chapter. Next chapter, boom. In a situation where he was defenseless, Yi Xian's deity actually shattered the thorn. He couldn't be more dead. Even Yi Xian hadn't expected such an attack. He'd originally thought that no matter what, this move wouldn't be able to kill the thorn so easily. However, things had gone beyond his expectations. The thorn had actually given up on defense. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know that all of this was because the deity that Yi Xian had unleashed already carried a portion of the primogenitor's Dharma idol's attack. With a casual wave of his hand, the universe ring fell into Yi Xian's hand. As for the other people from the demon god's domain, they actually quickly fled without looking back. At this moment, because Cai Hao was already dead, the primogenitor's Dharma idol naturally disappeared as well. How could Yi Xian let go of such a good opportunity? Seeing that the time was almost up, he didn't want to return empty-handed. Thus, he immediately activated teleportation, and the other people from the Kunlun divine region also chased after him. When they killed the people from the demon god's domain, the time was finally up. A ray of light suddenly appeared on everyone's body, and all the people who were still alive were teleported out. At this moment, Mi Chu and the other divine masters were already waiting outside. Everyone who came out of the cave walked up to their respective divine masters and handed over the white jade stones they had harvested. Even though the white jade looked like it could be seen everywhere, it wasn't that easy to collect it. At this moment, the people who handed over the white jade were about the same from the Kunlun divine region and the demon god's domain. The more of them might have tens of thousands of them, and the less of them were only a few hundred. It could be said that this was something that concerned the final outcome of the war. Thus, even Mi Mo and the divine masters of the demon god's domain were observing carefully. Of course, no one would fake it now. After all, this was something that had already been negotiated from the very start. Since it was a decision that had already been made, both sides would abide by it. Whichever side obtained fewer white jade stones would be the side that would lose. At the same time, both sides had sent a person to the other side's camp. This person was the supervisor, and he would report the exact amount of white jade that both sides had. Kunlun God Region, 1,863,200. Demon God's Domain, 1,976,123. As the two supervisors kept reporting the number, everyone's attention was attracted by the sound of the numbers being reported. As more and more people handed over their white jade, it could be said that the Kunlun Divine Region was starting to fall into a disadvantage. Finally, the only godly venerable realm expert from the Kunlun Divine Region walked over. With a wave of his hand, a white jade the size of a small hill appeared. Kunlun God Region, 19,637,000. Hearing this number, many people frowned slightly because the godly venerable realm expert from the other side had yet to hand over his white jade. However, the crowd was still rather excited. One must know that this godly venerable realm expert had actually taken out more than 5 million white jade. At that moment, the godly venerable realm expert from the demon god's domain finally walked over. With a wave of his hand, a small hill appeared as well. Demon god's domain, 2,103,200. It was a difference of nearly 2 million white jade. At that moment, the master god from the demon god's domain was already smiling because he already felt that victory was within his grasp. After all, there were only less than 10 people from the Kunlun Divine Region, including Yi Xian, who had yet to hand over the white jade. Yi Xian lifted his feet and walked forward, ready to hand over his white jade. However, the master god from the demon god's domain's voice rang out, "Ha, Master Miyu, looks like our demon god's domain has won this battle. In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse that item." Was the master god from the demon god's domain celebrating in advance? Well, there were only 4 God King realm experts left in the Kunlun Divine Region. Normally, a godly monarch would at most be able to take out 100,000 white jade stones, and that would already be considered pretty good. Therefore, even if all of them took out their jade, they would at most have 1 million or so. Indeed, it seemed like the demon god's domain had already won. After all, there were more than 10 people from the demon god's domain who had yet to hand over their white jade. Miyu furrowed his brows. In reality, even he felt that there was no hope for this battle. However, at this moment Yi Xian had already walked over. With a casual wave of his hand, a white jade the size of a mountain suddenly appeared. In that instant, everyone turned their gazes to Yi Xian. The master god from the demon god's domain subconsciously said, "That's impossible." The meaning behind the master god's words was clear. However, he did not believe that Yi Xian, who was merely a god king, could possibly take out so many white jade. In fact, he also had to thank Hao. Due to the bloodline of Hao's emperor, many white jade were kept in his hands. Since Yi Xian killed Hao, then Hao's interspatial ring naturally fell into Yi Xian's hands. No more, no less. Yi Xian obtained 5 million. In other words, even if Yi Xian was compared to 2 hierarch experts, he was still much weaker. One should know that Yi Xian was merely a god king, yet he actually took out a number of white jade that was equivalent to that of a hierarch expert. In a split second, everyone's expression changed drastically. Kunlun Divine Domain 24,640,000. The overseer of the demon god's sacred realm shouted in a trembling voice. As the overseer, he knew very well what this number represented. However, he had to shout it out. "Quick, take out all your white jade stones." The divine master of the demon god's domain turned around and said to his subordinates. Those people did not hesitate at all and quickly handed over their white jade. Unfortunately, it was not enough. These people only had tens of thousands of jade at most. Even if there were more than 10 of them, how could they possibly compete with Yi Xian's 5 million jade? Even the remaining people of the Kunlun Divine Domain did not need to take out the white jade because the result was already out. Divine Master of the Demon God's Domain, it seems like you were happy too early. That thing is destined to belong to me. Miyu smiled and looked at Yi Xian with eyes filled with admiration. Chapter 28-26. 12 Seeds. However, he didn't expect Yi Xian to bring him a pleasant surprise. The Demon God Divine Realm's Divine Master looked at Miyu. Of course, he knew that the outcome was already determined. At this moment, unless he started a war, the outcome would be determined. However, he didn't want to start a war here. It could be said that if a war were to start, then it would be a battle to the death between the two divine realms. Could even be a war of extermination. The Demon God Divine Realm wasn't ready for a war of extermination, so he could only give up. Useless trash. With a wave of his hand, the Demon God Divine Realm's Divine Master instantly killed all the Demon God Divine Realm experts who participated in the treasure hunt. Even that godly venerable expert didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Yi Xian's eyes twitched slightly. Was this the power of a Divine Master? Even a godly venerable expert couldn't struggle at all. Of course, this was an internal matter of the Demon God Divine Realm. Even if the Demon God Divine Realm's Divine Master killed all his subordinates, it had nothing to do with the Kunlun Divine Realm. Retreat. The Demon God Divine Realm's Divine Master suddenly roared before his figure immediately disappeared. Obviously, he had already left the place. Upon hearing the order, the people of the Demon God Divine Realm quickly retreated from the Overgod battlefield. In an instant, the people of the Kunlun Divine Realm burst into a series of excited roars. They had won this battle. After paying the price of tens of billions of people, they had finally won. Miyu looked at Yi Xian and revealed a rare smile. You did well this time. Here, this is your reward. After saying that, Miyu's figure also disappeared. Yi Xian took the universe ring. Although he didn't know what Miyu gave him, he knew that it wasn't something simple. After all, this was a reward given by Miyu, so how could it be simple? Of course, Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to care about this right now. Instead, he quickly returned to his own army and began to retreat with his men. A war that had lasted for hundreds of years had finally come to an end. The entire Kunlun Divine Realm was in a state of jubilation. In the following period of time, the Divine Palace Guards would distribute the rewards to the various provincial governors according to their contributions. And these rewards would be distributed to the people of their own divine domain by the provincial governors. At this moment, Yi Xian had already returned to the Yi sect. After such a long battle, Yi Xian naturally had to rest for a few days. Fei Yin had already been waiting for Yi's own. During this period of time, Yi Xian had been fighting in the Overgod battlefield, and it could be said that the entire 9 Directions 60,000 realm was managed by Fei Yin. It was obvious that Fei Yin had taken good care of it. Young master, you're back. Fei Yin looked at Yi Xian as she spoke with an excited expression. At this moment, Everyone from the 9 directions 60,000 realm had already gathered at the Yi sect. At this moment, the 9 directions 60,000 realm was no longer the 9 directions 60,000 realm that Yi Xian had left. Along with the transmission of good news from the battlefield, no one in the 60,000 realm dared to be dissatisfied with Yi Xian in the slightest. It could be said that the current Yi Xian had already become the true master of the 9 directions 60,000 realm. Congratulations on your victorious return, Lord Regional Governor. Yi Xian casually waved his hand and said, "Let's disperse for today. I'm a little tired. I'll reward you according to your contributions in a few days." "Yes, Lord Regional Governor." Naturally, no one dared to object. In fact, it was just the 9-directional 60,000 realm. Rewards based on merit were not complicated at all. After all, there was a complete system of attack, so every warrior already knew how much they would be rewarded. Sure enough, after a few days under Fei Yan's control, the rewards began to be distributed without the slightest objection. After all, because of the military contribution system, everyone already had a rough idea of how much they would receive. Kun Buyu's performance in this battle was actually very ordinary. However, Yi Xian still rewarded him heavily. After all, Kun Buyu was considered Yi Xian's earliest friend. While the 9 directions 60,000 realm was celebrating, Yi Xian opened the reward that Miyu gave him. Yi Xian was very clear that the thing that Miyu gave him was probably not that simple. However, when he saw the things inside the interspatial ring, he couldn't help but be shocked. It could be said that if Yi Xian was an ordinary cultivator, he would probably be able to advance to the hierarch realm. Even if Yi Xian devoured them now, it would be enough for him to advance to the high divine emperor realm. However, there was a wooden box that interrupted this plan. In fact, it was impossible for Yi Xian not to pay attention to the divine box. This was because the wooden box was so eye-catching. The wooden box contained an endless amount of life energy, causing Yi Xian to notice it the moment he opened the interspatial ring. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly took it out. However, when Yi Xian opened the wooden box, he was still a little surprised. This was because there were actually 12 seeds inside the wooden box. Seed? What kind of seed was this? Yi Xian was a little confused. "System, what are these things that you are detecting?" Yi Xian directly asked the system. Ding. System prompt: "Please pay attention, this detection will consume 5 million faith points." Does the host confirm? He actually had to consume 5 million faith points. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. System, how many faith points do I have right now? Ding. System prompt: "The host currently has 513 points to play with. 5,130,000. However, just to investigate these seeds, it actually required 5 million? Yi Xian was a little hesitant. After all, 5 million faith points wasn't something that could be easily obtained. However, when he thought about how this thing's origins were definitely not simple, Yi Xian still gambled. Alright, confirm. Ding. System prompt: "The target is the tree of law of the 12 main laws." Ding. System prompt: "The law tree contains a large amount of law energy. Not only can it be used to comprehend the law energy, it can also improve the structure of the god power in the secret realm, repair and strengthen the law energy, etc." It was actually the seed of the law tree. Yi Xian received the sapling of the ancient law fire tree. It was just a sapling, yet it possessed such a powerful strength. Although these tree of law seeds were far from being comparable to the seedlings of the ancient law fire tree. But after all, this was also a tree of law. He'd made a huge profit. Yi Xian was overjoyed because he'd already found a good place for these tree of law. That was Yi Xian's own devouring space. It could be said that Yi Xian had always been worried about the matter of devouring space. After all, due to the uniqueness of the devouring space, the power of law, divine power, and so on inside were somewhat insufficient. In this way, the most direct manifestation was that it would not be as easy for the people living inside to advance as it was outside. Moreover, due to the insufficient power of the laws, the devouring space was rarely used in actual combat. But imagine, if the devouring space was nurtured by Yi Xian to be similar to the outside world, or even surpass the outside world, what would the result be? Chapter 28-27. Planting trees. Yi Xian looked at the 12 seeds in front of him with extreme excitement. He knew very well what kind of changes these 12 seeds could bring to him and how much they could improve his devouring space. It could be said that with these 12 seeds of the law tree, Yi Xian's devouring space would definitely change greatly. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian's divine sense moved and he entered the devouring space. In the previous battle, Yi Xian had used a large amount of the devouring space's power, causing it to be damaged. This pitiful devouring space had never been peaceful during this period of time. It had been heavily injured time and time again, and Yi Xian had taken its power time and time again. When Yi Xian entered the devouring space, he saw desolate, withered trees, collapsed mountains, dusky sky, gray earth, and the lack of laws that made people feel uncomfortable. Yi Xian couldn't help but think that he'd really asked too much of the devouring space. However, today Yi Xian was going to make it up to him and change the devouring space. Even if it was just a little bit of change, Yi Xian believed that if he continued to accumulate, the devouring space would continue to grow. System, gather all the resources. I want to plant trees. Yi Xian indifferently said to the system, but in his heart he was extremely excited. Yi Xian wanted to plant trees, so he had to gather resources. What he wanted to plant wasn't just ordinary trees, but the 12 Law God trees. Following Yi Xian's orders, the system continuously gathered all of Yi Xian's resources together. These resources would become nourishment for the Law tree, and at the same time, they would be used to change the devouring space. Yi Xian didn't want to be seen by the people who devoured the space. Although Yi Xian was the master of the devouring space and the god of everyone who lived here, as long as it was a human, it was inevitable that they would have selfish desires. Yi Xian didn't want to see the people in the devouring space fight because of the Law tree. What he was more willing to see was that the 12 Law trees would silently contribute their power of law to transform the entire devouring space. Rise. Yi Xian's divine sense enveloped the entire devouring space. Following his order, 12 different locations in the devouring space underwent a huge change at the same time. In a place that was originally just a desert, countless sand and stones quickly condensed. In the blink of an eye, a huge palace was formed. Just how big was the palace? Other than Yi Xian, no one else would be able to enter. This was because this was a huge maze with only one path to the center. Moreover, Yi Xian had set up countless formations and restrictions here at any time. At the center of the palace was a huge garden. However, in the garden, other than ordinary flowers and plants, there was only one tree. That was the Law tree. There were a total of 3 of these palaces, each of them strange and unique. In the sky, numerous restrictions began to condense. Soon after, floating islands began to appear one after another. These floating islands were filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. Moreover, Yi Xian had used the power of the formation to connect the hundreds of lakes on the ground to the floating islands in the sky. Therefore, there shouldn't be a waterfall on the floating island, but it did. Moreover, it was flowing down the island endlessly. The waterfall was 1,000 miles long, and the silver belt covered the sky. The rainbows seemed to never disappear, making this place look like a paradise. Of course, these floating islands were also divided into 3 parts, each protecting the 3 seeds of the divine Law tree. There were flowers, grass, and naturally beasts. One powerful divine beast after another appeared on these floating islands. They only had one mission: to protect the sapling of the divine Law tree. Moreover, Yi Xian had already made a new decision in his heart. That was, he would arrange for the sword attendants that he would retire to be around the sapling of the divine Law tree so that they could live the rest of their lives in peace and protect the divine Law tree for Yi Xian. Of course, the most important thing was that beside these divine Law trees, the pets and sword attendants that couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's footsteps because of their aptitudes would also have the possibility of advancing once again. Since the sky and the desert had already changed, the sea would naturally change as well. The power of the laws still had differences in attributes. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, time and space, life and death, light and dark. These were the attributes of the 12 main laws, and the 3 main laws in the sky were the planes of time and space. In the desert, Yi Xian had arranged for the power of the 3 laws of fire, earth, and wood. As for the sea, there were only 2 divine Law trees, water and wood. At the bottom of the sea, Yi Xian had used his spiritual will to construct 2 seabed dragon palaces. They were resplendent and magnificent. If the desert was a maze and the sky was a fairyland, then the bottom of the sea was noble. After arranging the 8 seeds of the divine Law tree, Yi Xian paused for a moment. Because what he was going to arrange next was the light and dark of life and death. Law of life. Law of death. Law of light. Law of darkness. It could be said that regardless of how powerful these 4 laws were, they were still the 4 laws that had the greatest impact on devouring space and even Yi Xian himself. Therefore, Yi Xian had no choice but to consider where to place them. Yi Xian didn't want others to know about the power of the 5 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth because they were too ordinary and too important. However, at the same time, they were also the most comprehended power of the laws. Thus, Yi Xian hid them away because the power they emitted was enough for the people in the devouring space to cultivate. The 3 great laws of time and space were too powerful. Not to mention anything else, just the laws of the plane alone, if someone wanted to obtain it, Would they use the laws of the plane to challenge Yi Xian's authority? Yi Xian didn't know, but he didn't want his devouring space to be disturbed in the slightest. Thus Yi Xian hid them as well. However, Yi Xian was more willing to let people come into contact with the four laws of life, death, and light. Especially the law of life and death. It was extremely important to Yi Xian. Needless to say, the two laws of life and death could extend the lifespan of the people in the devouring space. After all, the flow of time in the devouring space was different from the flow of time in the outside world. Yi Xian didn't want to see the creatures in the devouring space fall one by one because their cultivation wasn't high enough, but he was powerless to do anything about it. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted people to come into contact with this power and allow them to properly use it. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Without any warning, the people in the devouring space were stunned to discover that two incomparably huge mountains had suddenly appeared. On top of each mountain, there was only one palace, and within the palace, there was an endless amount of power of law. Chapter 28. Reign of Divine Power. Yi Xian didn't deliberately arrange for anyone to guard that place, nor would he interfere too much with the operations of the four halls. Apart from informing everyone in the devouring space that they could go and approach the law tree to obtain power, Yi Xian didn't do anything else. This was because what Yi Xian wanted was to let nature take its course. The power of the laws was a fortuitous encounter. Even in the devouring space, even if Yi Xian was the owner of the devouring space, it was impossible for him to control the power of the laws. After all, even if it was Yi Xian himself, the only thing he could do was borrow the power of the laws. Therefore, Yi Xian only left behind a fortuitous encounter in the surrounding palaces. Whoever could obtain it would depend on the luck of the person who devoured the space. The formation of the four palaces naturally caused countless people to exclaim in admiration. Moreover, the first group of people had already begun their challenges. Yi Xian didn't care that much because he knew that no one could enter the core of the law tree. That place was an infinite loop that Yi Xian had used his privilege as the owner of the devouring space. When you get there, you can see the law tree, but you will never be able to touch it. This was because Yi Xian had used spatial faults and overlapping spaces to create an isolation zone. Unless you could break through the restrictions of the devouring space and rely on your own strength to walk out of the devouring space, you would not be able to step into it. As for those who devoured space, no matter how strong they were all marked with the mark of devouring space. In reality, no matter how strong they were, without Yi Xian's approval, it was impossible for them to leave the devouring space. Therefore, that place was an unsolvable place. Yi Xian looked at the four palaces that the people of the devouring space called the Holy Land, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He knew that from this moment onwards, the entire devouring space had completely changed. Of course, there were even more important things to take care of. Even though the 12 nomological tree seeds had already been planted, it wouldn't take a day for them to take effect. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to catalyze the law tree. At the same time, he wanted to catalyze the entire devouring space. System, are you ready? If you're ready, let's begin. Yi Xian indifferently said to the system. At this moment, the system had already gathered almost all of Yi Xian's resources, spirit stones, and so on. Yi Xian wanted to make the devouring space reign, a reign of divine power. Ding, the transformation of the devouring space has officially begun. Ding, the resources have been successfully decomposed, the divine power has been successfully dispersed, the divine power rain has begun to fall. It was raining. It was drizzling throughout the entire devouring space. However, this rain was no ordinary rain. Countless people, countless beasts, and countless plants were pleasantly surprised to discover that it was the rain of divine power that was falling from the sky. The people cheered, the beasts roared, and the plants shook as they greedily absorbed the power of the rain of divine power. The entire devouring space was filled with cheers and laughter. In Yi Xian's eyes, the entire devouring space was undergoing a huge change. The sky began to clear up, the flowers, plants, and trees began to recover and even evolve. One by one, the originally ignorant wild beasts slowly gained intelligence. The light of a breakthrough illuminated the entire devouring space. At the same time, the devouring space began to slowly condense into its true shape. An isolated island, an incomparably huge island, floated high above the entire devouring space. In fact, it was the continent that devoured space, and around him was endless chaos. Those places of chaos were the places that Yi Xian would need to unlock in the future. This continent was the entire devouring space that Yi Xian possessed. However, due to the formation of the power of the laws, it finally began to clearly show that the power of the laws was constantly perfecting the entire devouring space. At the same time, the entire continent was slowly expanding towards the primal chaos zone. Of course, that speed was extremely slow. However, Yi Xian didn't care at all. After all, he had plenty of time to perfect it and plenty of time to expand it. Looking down at the entire devouring space, Yi Xian discovered that something was missing. A moment later he reacted. The sun, moon, and stars seemed to be missing from the devouring space. Logically speaking, the sun, moon, and stars would be much better if they were made with special resources or things that contained the power of the laws. However, Yi Xian had never seen anything that contained the power of the laws of the stars, the laws of the divine moon, or the laws of the divine sun. Thus, Yi Xian could only wave his hand helplessly. In an instant, the sky was dotted with countless stars. A bright moon and a blazing sun also appeared at the same time. The sun set and the moon rose and the moon fell and the sun rose. This way, the entire devouring space could be considered to have its true appearance. Of course, at this moment, the devouring space was like a bowl with its lid on. There was only the front, not the back. The sky was round and the earth was round, but that was all Yi Xian could do right now. Those suns, moons, and stars were actually only constructed by Yi Xian using some ordinary ancient resources. They could only be used to look at, but they didn't have any real use. Of course, this was enough. Yi Xian also knew that it was impossible for him to perfect the entire devouring space in one go. After all, he didn't have that kind of powerful strength and foundation yet. It was just like the saying, eating a mouthful at a time. As for the devouring space, it had to be perfected step by step. Yi Xian continued to observe the devouring space for a while to see if he could make any adjustments. At one moment he was moving mountains, at the other he was transforming rivers, or he was moving entire races. In beautiful places he was building pavilions, tall buildings, and palaces out of thin air. Just like that, he carefully and decisively carried out the transformation. Of course, the division was still necessary. After all, if different powers were to suddenly fuse together, it would only cause unnecessary danger. But this time Yi Xian had constructed a special area at the edge of the devouring space. Prison area. This was a place that Yi Xian was prepared to use to punish his enemies. At the same time, it was also a place that was specially set up to defeat enemies that were drawn into the devouring space. Here, Yi Xian meticulously constructed a great formation and a mystical restriction. Here, it was the complete opposite of the brightness of the outside world. There was only darkness and the aura of death, poisonous gas, and strange beasts running amok. This was because this was a place that Yi Xian had prepared for his enemies. As long as someone entered this place, even if Yi Xian didn't kill them, they would still be able to experience all the hardships in the world. After doing all of this, Yi Xian withdrew his divine will from the devouring space. Chapter 28-29. 2417. Another exploration of the City of Nine Secrets. For the past 3 days, Yi Xian had been in his chambers the entire time. In the outside world, the people of the 9 directions 60,000 realms were silently waiting for Yi Xian to leave. After all, the Kunlun Divine Region had won the War of Overgods this time, and the Divine Master had also bestowed countless rewards. Under Yi Xian's leadership, the Kunlun Divine Region had achieved outstanding military merits. Even though the people of the 9 directions 60,000 realms were able to obtain their own rewards due to the military merit system, they still hoped to see Yi Xian, seeing their esteemed Lord Regional Governor. Everyone raised their heads in anticipation as they silently looked at the tightly shut doors of the palace. They all knew that it was their Lord Regional Governor's wise leadership that allowed them to obtain such generous rewards in this war. It could be said that their harvest this time was so generous that even those ancient great forces would not be able to find a second time. Thus, the people of the 9 directions 60,000 realms were waiting for their Lord Regional Governor to appear. Look, the doors of the palace are open. It was unknown who shouted, but in an instant, countless people in the sky and on the ground quietly looked at the entrance of the palace. A moment later, a youth slowly walked out, one step at a time. However, every step seemed to be able to leave a footprint in everyone's hearts. No matter what your cultivation level was, no matter what your background was, at this moment when you saw that youth, there was only one action. That was to kneel down and worship. Yi Xian walked out of the palace. However, as soon as he came out, he saw countless people kneeling in front of him. They were so densely packed that they covered the sky. There were probably more than 10 billion people. These people had all rushed over from the 9 directions 60,000 realms. Some of them had participated in this war while others hadn't. However, regardless of whether they had participated in this war between the overgods or not, they could only worship Yi Xian. Greetings, Lord Regional Governor. A voice shook the entire space. It was the simultaneous shouts of 10 billion people. That was the sincere worship of 10 billion people. Row after row, row after row, 10 billion people lined up in a neat square formation, starting from the ground and reaching all the way to the clouds. Yi Xian raised his brows slightly. He hadn't expected that there would be so many people waiting for him when he walked out. Get up. Yi Xian casually waved his hand, indicating for everyone to rise. Thank you, Lord Regional Governor. 10 billion people stood up at the same time. However, it was just a small action, but it was able to cause spatial fluctuations, and even a whirlwind directly swept out from this place. These were 10 billion people, and there was no lack of experts among them. The power of 10 billion gods, how could it be that simple? Yi Xian knew why these people had come, but he didn't pay too much attention to them. Whether it was the regional governor or the law enforcer, Yi Xian didn't care too much about it. Especially now that the war between the overgods had ended. In fact, Yi Xian had already made a new decision. Yi Xian wouldn't be blinded by glory and wealth, nor would he be blinded by the reverence of these billions of people. After all, Yi Xian still had his own matters to take care of. After Yi Xian completed the overgod battlefield, the 9 directions 60,000 realms were actually already prepared to leave. Yi Xian looked around and smiled as he looked at the excited people. I know what everyone is here to do, but I don't like such formalities. Disperse and cultivate well. As long as you work hard, I will naturally see it in my eyes and will naturally reward you. Yi Xian's words were extremely calm. He didn't make any passionate speeches, and he didn't even say a single word to Yi Xian. However, it was precisely these calm words that were truly convincing. They were all gods, and they all wanted to become stronger. Thus, there weren't many words, and Yi Xian's words were the truth. Cultivate well. What should be yours will be given to you. This was Yi Xian's promise, and it was also Yi Xian's encouragement. It was just such a calm sentence, but it was enough to make the experts of the 9 directions 60,000 realms understand Yi Xian's intentions. This was also the result they wanted. Disperse. Yi Xian waved his hand again, ending the meeting. This was the first time Yi Xian had faced his own people as the provincial governor of the 9 directions 60,000 realms. It was obvious that the effect was extremely good. After receiving Yi Xian's order, streaks of light appeared like a meteor shower. Those were countless experts leaving this place. Only after everyone had left did Yi Xian walk forward with a smile. There were many things that were still waiting for Yi Xian to do. However, right now, Yi Xian was going to the 9 secret city once again. Most of the strength of the organization had been wiped out, but there was still one place that needed to be dealt with, and that was the fragment of the headquarters of the ancient organization that had been destroyed in the Middle Ages. Of course, with Yi Xian's current strength, he probably didn't even have a way to enter. After all, that place was protected by the laws of primal chaos. However, just because Yi Xian couldn't enter now didn't mean that he'd forgotten where it was. Yi Xian was waiting for an opportunity, or perhaps it could be said that it was a fortuitous encounter. The God realm was so big that even a treasure like the seed of the law tree could be used. Then, it wouldn't be strange for a treasure to appear that could break through the seal of the laws of primal chaos and enter that space. Of course, being able to enter that place and eliminating the members of the ancient organization were two different things. Yi Xian was very clear about this in his heart, so this time he didn't go to explore the first secret realm that he already knew what was contained within. It was the second one. Because Yi Xian was constantly fighting in the 9 secret realms, he didn't have the time to deal with them. Right now, Yi Xian had a lot of time to explore them one by one. The last time he obtained several Dharma idols, they were all fused into the bloodline of the 10,000 sovereigns. This was Yi Xian's confidence. This time, Yi Xian didn't bring anyone with him as he walked towards the second secret realm by himself. The second secret realm was different from the first secret realm. At the very least, the first secret realm had some things from Tai Sua. However, the second secret realm, or more accurately, the remaining 8 great death realms, actually had no clues. It wasn't that no one had entered before, but they all died. Yi Xian didn't have much confidence. It could be said that entering the second secret realm was a decision he made after thinking for a long time. This was because in the second secret realm, it was the only secret realm that someone had come out alive. Even though the people who came out seemed to have suffered some kind of great shock, they were basically either crazy or stupid. Yi Xian wasn't completely confident that he'd be able to enter the second secret realm with his first grade divine king cultivation, but that didn't mean that he'd give up. Chapter 28:30. The second secret realm. Could it be that Yi Xian's goal was to sit at home and peacefully be his provincial governor? No. What Yi Xian pursued was great power because Yi Xian still had things he wanted to do. For example, find Luo Luo. However, after entering the God realm for so long, Other than knowing that Luolua was in the demon god's domain, Yi Xian didn't have any other clues. After living a peaceful and stable life for too long, Yi Xian knew that he couldn't continue like this. If he wanted to obtain strength, he could only fight for it himself. The war of the gods' domain was indeed a place that could quickly increase one's strength. However, the war of the gods' domain was something that only happened once in hundreds of thousands of years. Could it be that Yi Xian was still sitting here and waiting for hundreds of thousands of years? Step by step, Yi Xian directly stepped into the second secret realm. At the beginning, there wasn't anything worth paying attention to in the second secret realm. It was different from the other secret realms. After entering the second secret realm, Yi Xian seemed to have entered a dark cave. It was dark and quiet. Other than Yi Xian's footsteps, there didn't seem to be anything else here. However, there was something strange that caused Yi Xian to be on guard. That was, in this place, Yi Xian's spiritual will was restricted by a mysterious power. It could be said that Yi Xian's divine will could only detect the wall, but it couldn't penetrate it at all. The most important thing was that he didn't even know what that wall was. The other thing was the pressure. Within the cave, with every step Yi Xian took, the pressure would increase by a bit. This feeling was as if the second secret realm was simply a place that didn't want to be disturbed by others. Therefore, it used pressure to try to force people to leave. However, was that really the case? Was this place that was called the realm of death really that simple? He just wanted to rely on pressure to force Yi Xian back? Yi Xian walked forward step by step. At this moment, faint beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. This was because the pressure in the second secret realm was simply too strong. This feeling of constantly increasing pressure was truly unbearable. It wasn't the pressure itself but the boundless feeling. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but want to turn around and return. It was as if a voice was constantly hinting in Yi Xian's ear. Go back. As long as he turned his head back, he would no longer have to endure such a powerful pressure. In fact, Yi Xian had indeed twisted his body. When he no longer headed towards the second secret realm, it was as if all the pressure had disappeared in an instant. That feeling was truly comfortable. However, Yi Xian was Yi Xian. No matter what kind of obstacles there were in the second secret realm, since Yi Xian had already decided to enter, then he wouldn't give up. I want to see just what kind of secrets are hidden inside. Yi Xian bit his lip as he muttered to himself. In an instant, this sentence seemed to be spread out infinitely. It echoed in the cave time and time again. The sound echoed again and again, getting smaller and smaller. Anyone with a bit of common sense would know that this meant that there was still an endless distance in front of the cave. Yi Xian frowned slightly, but he wasn't afraid as he continued to take a step forward. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A powerful pressure instantly descended onto Yi Xian's body. As he moved further and further away, the pressure on Yi Xian's body grew stronger and stronger. Fortunately, the pressure here did not contain any killing intent. It was just pure pressure. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, how could things be that simple? Yi Xian took another step forward. In an instant, an incomparably violent killing intent exploded out. The killing intent was wrapped within the pressure, and in that instant, countless illusions actually appeared in front of Yi Xian. They were all people that Yi Xian had once killed. Headless enemies, broken enemies, split in half, and even enemies that had already become minced meat. Countless voices sounded out beside Yi Xian. Return my life. You deserve to die. We're so lonely, come and accompany us. Countless voices exploded in an instant, accompanied by an incomparably powerful killing intent. It could be said that Yi Xian's entire body was drenched in cold sweat in an instant. Ding, the host has been affected by the illusion, it is being automatically removed. Ding, the illusion has been cleared. Illusion. It was actually just an illusion. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire body was drenched in sweat. Although it was only in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian truly felt what fear was. Originally, other than these voices, these illusions, and the powerful pressure and killing intent, this place could actually expand the fear of the person who entered. Yi Xian finally understood why someone was able to successfully walk out of this place. Moreover, once they left, they would either go crazy or become stupid. He had been scared out of his wits on this road. Even Yi Xian, with his powerful mind and the protection of the system, almost fell for it, let alone the others. This wasn't a matter of realm or cultivation at all. On this path, what those who entered needed to defeat the most was not some pressure or killing intent illusion, but rather what they needed to defeat was themselves. Their own inner demons. Which expert didn't kill people? No matter what was right or wrong, it was inevitable that a shadow would be left in their hearts. Normally, these shadows wouldn't have the slightest effect on him. In fact, like Yi Xian, he never felt that he'd killed any innocent people. However, in the cave of the second secret realm, there was a strange power that would constantly affect the judgment of those who entered. When the person who entered was completely focused on resisting the pressure, a powerful killing intent and illusion suddenly exploded out. It was likely that not many people would be able to withstand it. There was only one consequence of not being able to see through it, and that was to be infected by those negative emotions, or even to the point of occupying one's divine sense. Not to mention occupying one's divine sense, even if it was only a little bit, it would still be expanded time and time again because of the uniqueness of this place. The final result was to be devoured by negative emotions. This place could infinitely magnify the inner demons in one's heart. The first test of the second secret realm was the test of one's own inner demons. If one wanted to pass, then one either had an incomparably strong mind or had never done anything with a clear conscience. That sudden explosion was enough to cause anyone who entered the 9th floor and above to be directly washed out, regardless of their cultivation. Fortunately, the system prompted him to come into contact with the illusion. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have died here as well. Yi Xian frowned. However, he didn't hesitate at all and continued walking forward. Chapter 2831. 2419. The test the first time was someone Yi Xian killed. The second time was someone by Yi Xian's side who died in vain. The third time was someone Yi Xian was familiar with. Fortunately, no matter who they were, as long as they were illusions, the system would immediately come into contact with them. This place is very interesting. The first time it scared you to death. The second time it made you feel guilty to death. The third time, it made you fall into the sorrow of longing. It seems like this second secret realm was built by someone and not formed naturally. Yi Xian said indifferently with a smile on his face. It seemed that he'd already grasped some special changes in the second secret realm. Continue forward. Once Yi Xian figured this out, his mood naturally became much more relaxed. It was unknown if it was because Yi Xian had already comprehended it or if there weren't any obstructions to begin with. In short, Yi Xian's progress was exceptionally smooth. Until Yi Xian saw a ray of light. That ray of light represented the exit. Yi Xian turned around and looked at the dark cave. He sighed with emotion in his heart. In fact, this kind of test was truly difficult. Compared to fighting and killing, this kind of existence that induced one's own negative emotions was more of a threat to those who entered. After all, this test required those who entered to defeat their own inner demons. In fact, it even strengthened the inner demons by several times. Yi Xian walked out of the cave with a step, only to discover that the flash behind him suddenly flickered and then disappeared. In front of Yi Xian there were dozens of circular platforms. There was no introduction, but the layout of the platforms was almost exactly the same. On the left side there were either magic treasures, formations, restrictions, divine talismans, puppet beasts and so on. However, on the right side there were piles of materials and tools needed for refining. This was actually the second stage of the test? Yi Xian was extremely astonished. It had to be known that this was the first time Yi Xian had encountered such a test. The most important thing was that it was so comprehensive. This second stage was simply to test the profession of the person who entered. If he wanted to enter the next platform, he would have to refine the items on the platform he was standing on. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Yi Xian really didn't have anything to worry about regarding his secondary profession. After all, in reality his secondary profession could be considered very comprehensive. Even if he didn't understand much, there was still the system. Yi Xian stood on the first platform. On top of it was a pill and the refining materials were all prepared. 2 chances. Yi Xian had 2 chances to refine that pill. What would the result be if he failed? Yi Xian didn't even consider it because he knew that he would definitely pass. In fact, in Yi Xian's heart, this was no different from giving away treasures. This was because no matter what Yi Xian refined, with the help of the system, he would succeed in one go. As for the remaining materials, wouldn't that mean that Yi Xian would have all of them? There were no rules here saying that the remaining materials could not be taken away. Azure Sky Pill? Trash pills. Yi Xian casually glanced at the pill and casually waved his hand. Countless materials were quickly processed by him at the same time. In the blink of an eye, he had already successfully passed. On the second platform, Yi Xian was still too lazy to take another look at refining a divine armament. This was because it was too simple. One platform after another was continuously broken by Yi Xian, but as he walked forward, the requirements became higher and higher. However, this was all within Yi Xian's expectations. It would be strange if all the platform's tests were of the same level. Until the last platform. At this moment, when Yi Xian stood on the last platform, he couldn't help but smile. This test was really interesting because there was actually nothing on the last platform. All there was an altar. The meaning of this test couldn't be more obvious. He was going to take out the resources he had accumulated from the previous platforms and then refine something of the highest quality. If he passed, then he would pass. If he didn't, then he would stay. Yi Xian couldn't help but think that if there really was a genius that passed through these platforms, but didn't have the ability or didn't care about those materials, then what kind of expression would they have when they reached the last platform? The person who designed the second stage of the test really knew how to scheme. Of course, all of this was impossible for Yi Xian. With a thought, Yi Xian directly had the system choose the method to refine the highest quality magic treasure at the lowest price. This was a divine talisman, an ancient divine talisman. To be precise, it was one of the 10 great ancient ancestral talismans of the divine talisman race. The reason he chose this divine talisman was very simple. It was because his quality was already qualified, and the materials he needed were the least. Yi Xian spent 4 hours. With the help of the system, he finally refined the divine talisman and placed it on the altar. The only thing left to do was to wait. Whether or not he could pass the test, he could only wait. Of course, Yi Xian also had a worry in his heart. He was worried that there was no longer anyone in charge of this place. If that was the case, then no matter what kind of powerful thing Yi Xian refined, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Fortunately, the appearance of a ray of light dispelled Yi Xian's doubts. This light constantly twisted and turned in the sky, making it impossible for people to know where its source was. However, it gave Yi Xian the feeling that the light seemed to be a formation. The light shone on the divine talisman that Yi Xian had refined, as if it was analyzing it. A moment later, a medallion suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. However, when Yi Xian saw the words on the medallion, he was slightly astonished. Proof of identity of a low-level trial taker. It was only a few short words. What Yi Xian cared about wasn't the sudden appearance of the medallion, but the 3 words low-level trial taker on it. One had to know that there were probably not many people in the entire God realm who could refine the 10 great ancient divine talismans of the divine talisman race. Even the divine talisman race themselves might not be able to refine them. However, Yi Xian had only obtained the identity of a beginner trial taker by using this item to pass the test. Then what did a high-level trial taker need in order to pass? At this moment, Yi Xian instantly understood the era that the second secret realm was originally in. It was likely that Yi Xian had unintentionally entered an ancient secret realm. This was an ancient secret realm. A legendary existence. Not to mention Yi Xian, even the Kunlun Divine Domain's Divine Master Miyu, didn't know if they had the fortune to enter an ancient secret realm. Who would have thought that this time Yi Xian would actually enter an ancient secret realm? Although Yi Xian didn't have enough reason to prove his guess. Chapter 2832. Overlapping coexisting space. At the same time that Yi Xian was overjoyed, he was also quite worried. The power of the ancient era was simply too powerful. It was an era that belonged to legends. At that time there were countless experts. Then was it a blessing or a curse for Yi Xian to enter the ancient era's test? However, whether it was a blessing or a curse, he couldn't avoid it. Now that Yi Xian had already reached this step, there was no room for maneuver. Other than bracing himself and continuing on, he had no other choice. After all, the path he came from had already disappeared. The only choice left for Yi Xian was to advance. Suddenly, a ray of light suddenly focused on Yi Xian's body. Before Yi Xian could even react, he discovered that he was being forcefully teleported. It was different from the teleportation array. After all, the teleportation array allowed one to choose their own target and then teleport. As for the teleportation of this light, it was a mysterious force that enveloped Yi Xian, as if it wanted to bring him somewhere. Yi Xian didn't know where he was going to bring Yi Xian, but he knew that it was best not to try to defend against it. Since he already understood that the second secret realm was a trial ground, then why would Yi Xian need to defend against it? Very quickly Yi Xian appeared in front of a palace. And this was the third stage. Yi Xian carefully observed the palace in front of him. The style of this palace was clearly different from any of the buildings Yi Xian had seen in the God realm. This was a palace that was built towards the ground. It was as if a huge hole had been dug out and then built layer by layer. However, the key point was that there was an independent floating space on each level. Once Yi Xian entered a certain level, he would actually be in a floating space that was like a floating island. Yi Xian could clearly see the entrance to the next level. If he didn't use his spiritual will, then Yi Xian would really be walking down the stairs step by step. However, once his spiritual will was released, what Yi Xian saw through it was a huge continent. On these continents, there were birds and beasts as well as countless buildings. Overlapping space. Moreover, unlike other overlapping spaces, this overlapping space was also a coexisting space. If Yi Xian wanted to go to any space, he didn't need to make any unnecessary movements. He only needed to switch the way he saw it. Looking with one's eyes and looking with one's spiritual will were two completely different concepts. What if I don't use my eyes and I don't use my spiritual will? Suddenly Yi Xian thought of this possibility. Thus, he closed his eyes and closed his spiritual will, hoping to use his own body to feel it. Yi Xian's body suddenly stiffened. Sure enough, it was another overlapped space. Once he didn't use his eyes or spiritual will to look, Yi Xian's body seemed to be in a cage that was sealed on all sides. No matter which direction Yi Xian went in, he would only be able to take 3 steps at most before hitting a wall. Just how many layers are there in this overlapping space? Yi Xian was overwhelmed with shock. At the same time, he was incomparably puzzled. Whether it was an overlapping space or a coexisting space, it was already very young. However, Yi Xian had never seen an overlapping space before. Wait a minute, if the time is different, will there be a change? Yi Xian couldn't help but think. Yi Xian didn't comprehend the laws of time, but that didn't mean that the system couldn't do it. After paying a certain price, Yi Xian gave himself the chance to use the laws of time for 1 second. In the next second, Yi Xian only allowed himself to use the laws of time to enter the next second. Sure enough, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically because he discovered that once he used the power of the laws of time, the overlapping space would also change at the same time. In other words, this place was simply a mysterious existence with countless overlapping spaces and coexisting spaces. Yi Xian had enough reason to believe that such a method had long since been lost in the God realm. To be able to possess such a method, then it could only be from the ancient times. Moreover, it was an expert from the ancient times. Just what kind of place had Yi Xian entered? Just what kind of unknown awaited him? At this moment, even Yi Xian didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. He was even considering whether or not he should continue forward. However, even if Yi Xian regretted it, he didn't have the chance because all paths of retreat had already been sealed. Yi Xian only had one choice: to continue forward. Yi Xian didn't know what was waiting for him in front of him. However, the only thing he was sure of was that if it was a fortuitous encounter, it would definitely be a great one. Of course, if it was dangerous, it would definitely be a great crisis. This was because this place was simply too special. Yi Xian originally thought that there would be some sort of test in the 3rd stage, so he carefully advanced. It could be said that he was thinking about every step he took. However, Yi Xian never imagined that there wouldn't be any tests in the 3rd stage. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In this stage there really was a corridor. It wasn't until Yi Xian arrived at the bottom level that he realized this. At this moment, when Yi Xian stood on the lowest level of the platform, he revealed a helpless expression. It was just a corridor. Why did it have to be so miraculous, causing Yi Xian to be extremely careful and on edge? At this moment there were 2 doors in front of Yi Xian. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that these 2 doors weren't the doors that people usually saw, but the gate of law. This door was completely constructed from the laws. If Yi Xian didn't already know about the uniqueness of this place, he might even suspect that it was formed naturally. It could be said that the form of this door was no different from an ordinary door. However, there was a huge difference in appearance. From time to time, there would be flashes of light above the door. That light was the light of law. Yi Xian could clearly see the light of law, and he could also clearly feel the power of law within the light. However, Yi Xian fell into deep thought as to how to open the gate of law. The 2 gates of law had different powers of law. Moreover, one had to think about which door to enter. System, detect what the power of law is in those 2 doors. Yi Xian said to the system. If he wanted to make a choice, then he had to first understand what law it was. Ding. System notification. The law gate on the left is the law of life, healing, and recovery. Ding. System notification. The law gate on the right is the law of darkness, and abyss. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Each door had the power of 3 laws. However, it was obvious that these 3 laws had a certain degree of coherence and were opposed to each other. Chapter 28:33. Ancient ruins. Yi Xian didn't hesitate much and directly chose the door on the left. It could be said that if one chose the door on the right, they would possess the power of the laws of darkness, and the abyss. In that case, they would possess an extremely powerful concealment ability and a certain amount of combat strength. As for the law gate on the left, it had a strong ability to continue fighting. Yi Xian didn't know if walking into the law gate meant that he would be able to possess such a power of law. However, as long as there was a slight possibility, Yi Xian would choose it. When he arrived at the door, Yi Xian was somewhat worried. He didn't know how to push open the door. It was impossible to directly walk in, and it was also impossible to push or pull. Then what should he do? After pondering for a moment, he realized that he had no clue. Yi Xian didn't care about it and directly extended his hand. In just an instant, Yi Xian clearly felt the powerful power of the laws. It felt as though the power of 3 types of laws was entwined in his hand. Yi Xian didn't grasp any of these laws. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't use any of them. Instead, he started to comprehend them with his heart. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to host for comprehending the law of life. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to host for comprehending the law of healing. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to host for comprehending the law of recovery. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. For 3 months, Yi Xian remained motionless in that position. But along with the system's notification, Yi Xian woke up. At this moment, Yi Xian was rather excited. After all, it was difficult for him to not be excited after comprehending 3 types of law energy at once. One had to know that in the outside world, not to mention 3 types of law energy, even if it was just one type of law energy, and it was just a chance to comprehend it, it would still cause a battle. But at this moment, Yi Xian was actually able to comprehend it so easily. There was no danger, and it didn't even take too much time. Could it be that this was the reward? Yi Xian couldn't help but think in his heart. After all, everything that had happened now couldn't allow Yi Xian to not go in this direction. After all, this surprise was simply too great. After grasping the power of these 3 laws, Yi Xian naturally knew the way to enter the gate of laws. Actually, this gate of laws was just an existence equivalent to a filter. Those who possessed the power of 3 laws at the same time could directly enter. Therefore, the current Yi Xian only needed to raise his foot and enter. Of course, it was simple for Yi Xian, but if it were anyone else, it wouldn't be so simple. Yi Xian possessed an eternal bloodline, and he'd also activated a special talent. Yi Xian could comprehend any law. As long as Yi Xian was given the chance and time, then no matter what law it was, Yi Xian would be able to grasp it. However, others couldn't. Generally speaking, no matter how talented you were, it was impossible for you to possess too many laws at the same time. This was because there was a mutually exclusive relationship between the laws. Moreover, it wasn't just a specific rejection but a complete rejection. If it was an ordinary person, if they comprehended the power of a law, they might be able to develop a branch of the power of a law. However, if they wanted to comprehend the power of other laws, it would be extremely difficult. It was even more impossible to comprehend a mutually exclusive power. Only Yi Xian's special bloodline, could possess such a miraculous ability. He could ignore the rules of the laws and comprehend any power of the laws at will. When Yi Xian walked into the gate of laws, what he saw caused him to be incomparably shocked. 3 halls. There were only 3 halls here. When Yi Xian entered, there was also a huge stone tablet. He didn't know what material the stone tablet was made of, but he was sure that it was definitely not ordinary. This was because in this secret realm that had existed for tens of thousands of years, the fact that the stone tablet was still able to maintain its undamaged appearance meant that it was special. There were ancient words recorded on the stone tablet. It could be said that there weren't many people in the current god realm that knew these words. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know them either. System, what is written on this stone tablet? Fortunately, Yi Xian didn't need to get to know him. Ding, system prompt, data collection in progress. Ding, system prompt, text analysis in progress. Ding, analysis successful. Does the host wish to check it immediately? Of course he had to check. There were no creatures or records in this secret realm. This stone tablet could be considered the only record that Yi Xian could find. Very quickly the words were translated. Only after Yi Xian saw it did he know where this place was. Only then did he know what kind of existence this place was. The stone tablet recorded that in ancient times, there were countless experts. Naturally, there were also countless sections. The righteous and evil forces were the same. This secret realm was originally just a secret realm that wasn't too strange, but because of a war it became quite strange. The Nature Divine Palace and the Darkness Divine Palace had always been 2 opposing forces. Perhaps in terms of strength, the strength of the 2 divine palaces was not too outstanding, but they also had their own uniqueness. Because of the disagreement in their ideals, the 2 divine palaces had been fighting for millions of years before the twilight of the gods. The stone tablet recorded the last battle. Unfortunately, it wasn't a war between the 2 divine palaces. Instead, a mysterious organization attacked the 2 divine palaces at the same time for the 2 ancient weapons that the 2 divine palaces were guarding. Who would have thought that the two opposing forces that had been fighting for millions of years would join forces to fight against the enemy? Unfortunately, the enemy was too strong. Even if the two divine palaces joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat them. Powerhouses fell one after another, and the two great shrines were in imminent danger. But at this time the protector appeared. There was no record of what the guardian was, but from their words Yi Xian could tell that the two divine palaces and even the superpowers were incomparably afraid of the guardian. The guardian had mediated this war, but as the price he had to take away two ancient weapons. The two divine halls naturally wouldn't be willing, so after some discussion, they activated the ancient weapons and sealed off the secret realm. It could be said that this was a choice of mutual destruction, and the truth was as such. Now that Yi Xian had arrived here, he couldn't see any more living people. This was the best example. The stone tablet recorded the uniqueness of this secret realm. It was that those who possessed the physique of complete laws could enter, but at the same time they were also marked. In fact, Yi Xian could already feel two rays of light revolving around his divine deity, one black and one green. There was a forced contract on the stone tablet. Those who entered this place would obtain all the treasures of the two divine halls, but at the same time, they would also bear the responsibility of destroying the mysterious force. Of course, there was also the guardian. According to the contents of the contract, if Yi Xian couldn't do it within 10,000 years, then he would be devoured by the two rays of light and perish. Chapter 28:34. Supreme God, damn it. Could it be that these two so-called shrines have a collective mental disorder? Yi Xian said angrily after reading the contents of the stone tablet. In Yi Xian's eyes, the actions of these two shrines were truly too paranoid. They had placed all their hopes on the people who had entered. This was an extremely risky action. Who could guarantee that the people who entered would have the strength to defeat the two great powers? In that case, wouldn't it be more than dragging a genius to accompany them in death? Even in ancient times, he was definitely a rare genius with a physique that was full of laws. Furthermore, having two shackles engraved on his divine deity was something that no one would be able to accept. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have the chance to choose at all. Now that the matter was settled, the two shackles had silently formed from the moment Yi Xian entered the Gate of Laws. And this method was the legendary law contract. Yi Xian had once heard of the law contract. It was said that some experts could use some sort of secret technique to use the power of the laws to set up a contract that was supervised by the laws. Once the contract was formed, it would automatically take effect. The result of violating the contract was that the power of the laws would be stripped away, and it was even possible for the divine deity to shatter. However, this kind of method was, after all, a method that only a legendary expert possessed. Yi Xian just didn't expect that he would encounter a legendary law contract when he was only at the Divine King realm. One had to know that even the Divine Lord, Miamo, had never seen such power before. The law contract was no longer as simple as borrowing the power of the laws. It could only be done by communicating with the laws. It could be said that these were two different realms of existence. Generally speaking, that level was called the Supreme God. To be more precise, it should be the Supreme Divine Lord. Supreme Divine Lord. If Miamo could break through, then he would be able to enter that level. However, Yi Xian was only a mere God King. Moreover, he was only a Tier 1 God King, yet he had already come into contact with something on the level of a Supreme God. He didn't know whether Yi Xian should laugh or cry. Regardless of whether he cried or laughed, the outcome was already set in stone. Therefore Yi Xian could only accept it. Yi Xian walked towards the hall step by step, cursing in his heart. To put it bluntly, this secret realm can only be entered by people with complete physiques of the laws. However, in order to confuse people, they created a few tests. What kind of contract is this? This is simply luring people in. The Shameless Nature Divine Palace, the Shameless Darkness Divine Palace, they actually used such a method to trick me. Yi Xian was extremely unwilling. After all, the actions of the two great halls were truly unworthy of their status as ancient experts. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was powerless to do anything. Fortunately, 10,000 years was enough for Yi Xian. After all, this was already something that happened in ancient times. In fact, it was possible that those two powers had already disappeared. Perhaps Yi Xian was just taking advantage of them for free. However, even now, Yi Xian didn't even know who the other force was apart from knowing that there was a guardian. This time, Yi Xian was rather confused when he searched for treasures in the secret realm. Soon Yi Xian walked into the hall. There was no protection in the hall. It was obvious that everything here was waiting for Yi Xian to obtain it. However, only after Yi Xian entered did he realize that there wasn't anything important at all. Once one entered the hall, they would discover that the hall was actually divided into two in the middle. The so-called Nature Divine Palace and the Darkness Divine Palace had long since merged together. In other words, even if Yi Xian entered from the other side, he would still be here. The test of the Gate of Laws was only to test whether or not Yi Xian truly had a physique of the laws. Once one entered the hall, the most eye-catching thing was naturally the two ancient weapons in the hall. These two ancient hilts looked like long swords, but the material seemed to be ordinary stone. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't believe that they were really two stone swords. If the two great halls were actually protecting two stone swords, then Yi Xian probably wouldn't believe anything he said. There was something strange about these two stone swords. Yi Xian directly walked over. After all, the two stone swords were specifically mentioned on the stone tablet, so it was obvious that they weren't ordinary. However, this time Yi Xian ran into a wall. In front of the two stone swords, there was actually an invisible formation that prevented Yi Xian from approaching. The treasure was right in front of him, but Yi Xian couldn't walk over. This feeling was truly uncomfortable. Suddenly, a ray of light erupted from the two divine swords at the same time. At the same time, the door that Yi Xian entered closed with a bang. A ray of light shot in front of Yi Xian. Within the light, an aged voice sounded out. "You're finally here." These words seemed to mean that he'd waited for Yi Xian for a long time, but Yi Xian knew very well that this voice would probably say the same thing to anyone who entered this place. This was because Yi Xian could already tell that this was just a Dharma idol. Moreover, it was the kind of Dharma idol that didn't have any abilities and could only be used to transmit certain information. Sure enough, before Yi Xian could speak, the voice continued. "Fated person, for you to be able to come here, I believe you already know your mission. From the moment you walked in here, you no longer have a choice. Accepting the mission is your only choice, and in order to increase your strength, we used our last bit of strength to set up this ultimate examination. Fated person, please forgive us for having no choice but to treat you with caution. After all, you are our only hope. This hall, this secret realm, will only accept one person, and you are our only hope. Fated person, from this moment onwards, if you want to leave, you can only pass our test. Please work hard for us and for yourself." At this moment, Yi Xian had the urge to curse because he seemed to have been forced to sign a law contract. Just now, he was forced to sign a law contract, and now he was forced to undergo some 6 tests. This kind of feeling was extremely unpleasant. However, Yi Xian couldn't do anything about it. After all, this was a secret realm set up by an ancient expert. With Yi Xian's current strength, how could he possibly do anything to it? Suddenly, the environment in front of Yi Xian slowly began to change. This wasn't teleportation. Yi Xian was very clear about this. It was an overlapping space. This place was actually also an overlapping space. At this moment, Yi Xian was still standing on the same spot without any changes. What changed was the surrounding environment. To be precise, it brought Yi Xian into another coexisting space. Chapter 28:35. Sudden attack. What exactly were the 6 tests? Yi Xian didn't know at the moment. Perhaps these 6 tests were referring to 6 different tests, or perhaps they were referring to the comprehensive test of the 6 types of law energy. Yi Xian didn't know. Therefore Yi Xian could only wait. Fortunately, the wait didn't last too long. When the Dharma idol finally finished complaining and the overlapping space finally finished switching, Yi Xian began the first test. At this moment, the environment that Yi Xian was in was an extremely strange space. Around Yi Xian were numerous enormous mountains. Vaguely, one could see the luxurious palaces on the mountaintops. However, there was only one path in front of Yi Xian, a path that could only be walked. After entering the overlapping space, Yi Xian discovered that he couldn't fly at all. It wasn't that there was a restriction or that there was some sort of suppression. Instead, here it seemed to be just a flat surface. Simply put, in the outside world there was a height, but here there was no height. The so-called height was only the height that could be seen with the naked eye, but it could only be as high as it could be. It was impossible for it to rise any higher. Of course, this was also a restriction of the power of law. Two-dimensional power of law. It was an extremely rare type of power of law. Its effect was to transform length, width, and height into only length and width without any height. In such a strange space, it was impossible for Yi Xian to be able to face it calmly without panicking at all. However, Yi Xian was very clear that no matter what he thought, there was one thing he could be sure of, and that was that he could only accept it. How could the ultimate test that the 2 great shrines had condensed with their final strength be that simple? It was almost impossible for Yi Xian to walk over with his current strength. Fated one, please move forward. Your first test is to walk through this path to the heavens. A voice rang out, indicating the beginning of the test. Yi Xian looked at the path in front of him, but he was slightly shocked in his heart. He was afraid that this path wouldn't be easy to walk on. Sure enough, when Yi Xian took his first step, a change immediately occurred. Suddenly, countless Dharma idols condensed on both sides of the so-called path to the heavens. These Dharma idols all appeared incomparably solemn, and their eyes were all locked onto Yi Xian. Yi Xian subconsciously stopped in his tracks. The feeling of being stared at by countless powerful gazes wasn't easy to bear. However, Yi Xian no longer had a choice. This was because after Yi Xian took his first step, the space behind him had already transformed into an endless void. All paths of retreat had been lost. Bracing himself, Yi Xian could only continue walking forward. The god-slaughtering sword was already in Yi Xian's hand. No matter what kind of unknown existence was in front of him, Yi Xian would still be able to pass through it. Roar! A loud roar sounded out. Dozens of divine beasts suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Their appearance was without any warning, but there was no doubt that their bodies were powerful. Hoo-hoo! As soon as these divine beasts appeared, they attacked without pause. From the mouths of each divine beast, powerful rays of light shot out. These rays of light were of different colors, but they all had one thing in common, and that was that they were incomparably powerful. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had already fallen into danger. That powerful attack caused Yi Xian to have no choice but to dodge. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that any attack would be enough to take his life. At the same time, a yellow zone of light appeared in front of Yi Xian. Strangely, the attacks of the divine beasts didn't enter the yellow zone. Yi Xian was slightly shocked at first, but then he fell into doubt. What was going on? If those divine beasts wanted to attack him, why wouldn't he attack when he was in the yellow zone? If it wasn't an attack, then such powerful rays of light couldn't be for Yi Xian to see, right? What was going on? For a moment, Yi Xian was unable to react. System, detect the situation here. What's so special about this place? Helpless, Yi Xian could only ask the system. Ding. System prompt, please note, the current conditions are insufficient. The system is unable to determine. Insufficient conditions? Yi Xian slightly frowned. Yi Xian understood what the system meant. Simply put, Yi Xian didn't provide any valid data to the system at all, so the system had no way of determining what was going on. Now that the system couldn't be counted on, who else could Yi Xian count on? It seemed that Yi Xian was the only one who could continue this test. However, how was he going to deal with this? The powerful attack made Yi Xian very clear that he was powerless to resist it head-on. He couldn't possibly be trapped here forever, right? Suddenly Yi Xian raised his brows because he discovered something special. The attacks of these divine beasts seemed to be fixed. Moreover, although countless divine beasts interweaved and attacked, there would always be a gap between them. Could it be that the test this time was to test one's dodging ability? Yi Xian was in disbelief. After all, if it really was this kind of test, then it would be too simple. However, Yi Xian couldn't find any other reasonable explanation, so he could only continue according to his own thoughts. Of course, was it really as simple as Yi Xian thought? Was this test of dodging really that easy as Yi Xian thought? This was a test created by the two great shrines. Even if this was only the first stage, it definitely couldn't be described with two simple words. After waiting for a moment, Yi Xian finally prepared to give it a try according to his own thoughts. Yi Xian's figure moved as he quickly charged out. In the beginning it was just as Yi Xian had thought. He only needed to dodge through the gaps between the attacks. Indeed, from the looks of it, this test wasn't difficult at all. However, as Yi Xian continued, he realized that the difficulty was at the back. As Yi Xian walked forward on the endless path to the heavens, divine beasts continuously appeared and launched attacks. At this moment Yi Xian finally saw it clearly. It turned out that this so-called divine beast was also a Dharma idol. Although they looked lifelike on the surface, they were indeed just Dharma idols constructed from energy. Powerful divine beast Dharma idols continuously appeared, and the moment they appeared they would launch violent attacks. Moreover, they would only appear when Yi Xian arrived at a suitable location. Chapter 28:36. The new use of divine deity. Moreover, the attacks at the start were fixed, but the subsequent attacks were moving. In other words, Yi Xian had to find a suitable dodging route in the shortest amount of time, then run forward as fast as he could. After all, regardless of whether he didn't find a suitable route or if his movements were slightly slower, Yi Xian would suffer a berserk attack. That attack was fatal. Yi Xian's figure continuously dodged. Fortunately, because there were two-dimensional laws here, Yi Xian only needed to dodge left and right without paying attention to his height. However, dodging left and right wasn't that simple. Sometimes Yi Xian needed to adjust his body more than 10 times in the blink of an eye in order to dodge one attack after another. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was about to dodge another attack, a violent pressure descended onto Yi Xian's body. There wasn't the slightest sign of the pressure appearing. Although the pressure wasn't too powerful, it was a sudden eruption that caused Yi Xian to suffer a small loss. It even caused Yi Xian's body to uncontrollably retreat a little. It was just a little distance, but it actually caused Yi Xian to almost die. That was because a berserk attack had descended upon them from that small distance. Fortunately, Yi Xian reacted in time and stabilized his figure. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would still be heavily injured. The consequences of being heavily injured on the path to heaven could be imagined. At that moment, Yi Xian was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. In a short moment, Yi Xian had actually brushed shoulders with death. How dangerous was this? However, Yi Xian had no choice but to continue forward. This was because every time he took a step forward, a distance would disappear behind him. It felt as if Yi Xian was only at his original spot. It wasn't that Yi Xian was moving, but that the path to the heavens was constantly approaching Yi Xian. Yi Xian was on high alert. How could he dare to relax in the slightest? This was something related to Yi Xian's life, so he couldn't afford to joke around. He advanced all the way. It could even be said that it was a hopeless advance because after all, you didn't know how far you still had to go. The path to the heavens seemed to have no end at all. The pressure that erupted from time to time seemed to be reminding Yi Xian to be careful and vigilant at all times. These pressures appeared without any warning, but as long as Yi Xian was the slightest bit careless, what awaited him wouldn't be that simple. Forward, forward. There was no end to it, no end to it. Yi Xian didn't know how long he'd been moving forward, nor did he know how many attacks he'd dodged. Was it 10 days? Or was it 20 days? But in the end, Yi Xian walked through this terrifying path to the heavens. No, perhaps, it couldn't be considered as walking. At most, it could only be considered as passing through the first section of the journey. At this moment, a yellow area appeared beneath Yi Xian's feet. This yellow area allowed Yi Xian to understand that he was temporarily safe and could rest for a while. Suddenly, a ray of light descended from the sky. Wrapped within the light was an incomparably huge stone sculpture. The sculpture seemed to be a strange half-human, half-beast existence. The sculpture was lifelike. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care about the sculpture itself, but the thing in the sculpture's hand. It was a bottle and it was unknown what it was made of. Inside the bottle, one could clearly see a ball of light. With just a glance, Yi Xian was able to tell what the light represented. A complete divine deity. Inside the bottle, there was actually a complete divine deity. System, what is that? Yi Xian subconsciously asked the system. Ding. System prompt, target, first-rate divine deity. What do you mean? First-grade divine deity? Could it be that divine deity was divine deity? Wasn't divine deity just divine deity? At most, it was just because of the difference in realms. Why would there be a first-rate divine deity? Yi Xian was greatly astonished. He couldn't help but ask the system, System, what is this first-rate divine deity? What is it used for? Ding, system prompt, divine deity represents a person's potential. The stronger and purer the divine deity, the higher this person's potential will be. Divine deity represents divine potential? This was the first time Yi Xian had heard of such a thing. Yi Xian had been in the god realm for such a long time, but he'd never heard of divine deity being differentiated. Thus Yi Xian was completely confused. Fortunately, the system's prompt didn't end. Just as Yi Xian was puzzled, the system's prompt continued to ring. Ding, system prompt, host, please note, the division of divine deity is similar to the title of the crown, but the title of the crown increases the host's combat strength, while the level of divine deity increases the host's potential. Hearing the system's reply, although Yi Xian had a simple understanding of the use of divine deity, this didn't mean that Yi Xian had completely resolved his doubts. System, but why didn't I know about this before? Moreover, even if divine deity has such a use, why is it that no one would have any ideas about other people's divine deity? Ding, system notification, host, please note, the division of divine deity has been lost since the ancient times, and only places like the ancient secret realms can have some records. And seizing other people's divine deity to strengthen one's own divine deity only exists in the paramount god realm. The system's answer answered Yi Xian's doubts. It wasn't that no one knew the level of divine deity. It could be said that the level of divine deity had always been there, but it was impossible for ordinary people to know. To put it simply, there was no longer any division of godhood in the divine world. That was because the legacies of godhood had been severed. Only in some arcana realms could one learn about the division of godhood, such as this second arcana realm. After all, this second secret realm, strictly speaking, was an ancient secret realm. Therefore, it was normal for him to know about the level of divine deity in the second secret realm. At this moment, Yi Xian actually felt lucky in his heart. After all, it was fortunate that Yi Xian knew about this news ahead of time. One had to know that since there were levels of divine deity, and now, such a divine deity had appeared as a reward on the path to the heavens. Obviously, the divine deity of others could also be used to strengthen their own divine deity. If Yi Xian didn't know about this, then one day he wouldn't even know that someone was thinking about his divine deity. Moreover, even if he obtained the divine deity, he wouldn't know how to use it. This time Yi Xian could be considered lucky, but it wasn't a bad thing. Chapter 28:37. Soul-devouring sword god. Of course, there were still a lot of things that Yi Xian didn't know about, and there were naturally a lot of things that were even more terrifying than stripping away divine deity. However, Yi Xian hadn't come into contact with them yet. System, what's the use of this divine deity? Yi Xian asked the system. Since this divine deity was given to him as a reward, then it meant that it was something that could strengthen him. Ding, system notification. Host, please note, absorbing the divine deity without an owner can strengthen your own divine deity. Ding, system notification. If you want to obtain the divine deity without an owner, then you can kill the enemy and forcefully strip the enemy's will before the enemy's divine deity shatters, thus preserving the complete divine deity. Ding, system notification. Divine deity stripper is a special profession from the ancient times, but it has now been lost. Was it lost? Yi Xian slightly frowned. He didn't know if the system was talking about the entire God Realm or if it was just the God Realm continent. If it was the God Realm continent, then would there still be such a person in those ancient and mysterious secret realms? Just thinking about it made Yi Xian feel incomparably terrified. What kind of feeling would it be to forcefully strip away a person's will? Previously, Yi Xian knew that the result of the divine deity shattering would be his death. In fact, during battle, breaking the opponent's divine deity was the most effective method of attack. But now, the system told Yi Xian that the divine deity didn't need to be destroyed, but directly stripped away. Moreover, once it was stripped out, it could be used as a cultivation method. So it turned out that for the sake of cultivation he really did everything he could. He didn't know how many more methods were waiting for Yi Xian to discover. Of course, it might be even more terrifying. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, but in the end he still absorbed the divine deity. Not to mention anything else, Yi Xian was sure that this divine deity was probably left behind by an expert millions of years ago. Perhaps that person was once an expert, but who would have thought that millions of years later he would become Yi Xian's reward? After absorbing the divine deity, Yi Xian didn't discover anything unusual, and his strength didn't increase in the slightest. Something like potential was not something that could be seen or touched. It could only be used when needed. Afterwards, Yi Xian didn't delay any longer and directly walked forward. After all, no one knew how many more tests were waiting for Yi Xian. Staying where he was wasn't a solution at all. Step by step, he originally thought that there would be another test, but Yi Xian discovered that there was actually nothing. For a moment, Yi Xian relaxed a little. However, just when Yi Xian was at his most relaxed, an attack suddenly arrived. Previous chapter. Next chapter, boom. A violent force instantly sent Yi Xian flying. It was fortunate that the god-slaughtering armor had always been on Yi Xian's body, so it was able to offset a portion of the attack. However, even the system didn't have time to warn him of this attack. Could be seen how fast it was. At the same time, a white figure appeared in front of the path to heaven. So weak. The white figure spoke. This was the first thing Yi Xian had heard that could speak since entering the second secret realm. Something? Yes, he was not a human, nor was he a beast. He was actually a mechanical puppet. Yi Xian had seen quite a few puppets, but he couldn't help but sigh at this mechanical puppet. It was truly a marvelous work of art. This puppet was made from the most common type of divine wood, but it was exceptionally detailed. Even every strand of hair was vivid and lifelike. You must be the person who came to take the exam. I've been waiting for you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. Go back, you have no chance of passing my test. The puppet opened its mouth to speak, but Yi Xian wasn't happy with the meaning behind its words. He never thought that Yi Xian would actually be looked down upon by a puppet. What was a puppet? It was simply a man-made object. No matter how lifelike it was, after all, an object without a soul. But Yi Xian was being looked down upon by a puppet. How could Yi Xian feel good? That was simply a lie. System, detect this guy's strength for me. Yi Xian was infuriated as he directly asked the system. Ding. System prompt, designated target, no realm. No realm? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. What did this not mean? Without a realm he could repel Yi Xian in one move? Yi Xian didn't believe it, but the system wouldn't lie at all. In that case it was obvious that the problem lay with the puppet. This puppet seemed as though it had some sort of unique methods. Yi Xian frowned. He paused for a moment, then ignored the puppet. Instead he pulled out the god-slaughtering sword and charged out. This time Yi Xian didn't use Wei Zhentian. After all, if he couldn't even take care of a puppet, and a puppet that didn't even have a cultivation base, then it would be a little unreasonable. Die. Yi Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword. The immense power caused a whirlwind to spring up on the path to heaven. Unfortunately it was useless. The puppet actually ignored Yi Xian's attack. This was the first time the invincible god-slaughtering sword had encountered something that couldn't be destroyed at all. Yi Xian's fierce strike only left a white mark on the puppet's body. So hard. What exactly was this thing made of? Could it be that it was really just an ordinary divine wood? Impossible. How could an ordinary divine wood be so hard? Yi Xian seemed to be talking to himself as he spoke. However, at the same time Yi Xian spoke, the puppet also spoke. It's actually just a little fellow who hasn't even broken through to the Divine Lord stage. No wonder he's so weak. Little fellow, this isn't a place you can come to. You should go back quickly. Once again he was despised. Yi Xian was despised by a puppet once again. Damn it. Yi Xian was incomparably furious. Go back, if only he could go back. Right now Yi Xian didn't have a choice at all. He could either fight and clear all the way or he could be trapped here to death. Wei Zhentian magic treasure form. Thousand Beast Sword Attendant, Flower God Sword Attendant, kill him. In an instant Yi Xian waved his hand and unleashed his strongest attack. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that this puppet wasn't that easy to deal with. Of course, at the same time as he released the sword attendants and Wei Zhentian, Yi Xian also used other methods. Dharma Idol. Yes, Yi Xian had obtained several Dharma Idols, and now Yi Xian had no choice but to use his Dharma Idol to attack. I am free and unfettered, looking down on the divine continent. In the heavens only the sword can kill souls. Soul-devouring sword god Dharma Idol, come out. Chapter 28:38. Thousand Beast Sword Attendant promotion. At this moment, Yi Xian directly used the soul-devouring sword god's Dharma Idol. In an instant, a huge circle of light appeared around Yi Xian's body. At the same time that the soul-devouring sword god's Dharma Idol was activated, it was as if a huge shadow had surrounded Yi Xian. This time the Dharma Idol was attached to his body. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that the soul-devouring sword god's Dharma Idol was different from the other Dharma Idols. Not to mention the enemy, even Yi Xian's own soul would be affected. Why did he choose the soul-devouring sword god's Dharma Idol? Because according to Yi Xian's analysis, this puppet probably already had a soul. The biggest difference between a puppet and a human was that it didn't have a soul. Humans had souls and other living beings also had souls. However, there were no puppets. Therefore, puppets would only carry out certain specific tasks according to their master's wishes. But now, there were no longer any living people in this secret realm, yet this puppet was carrying out its mission. It even made its own judgment and felt that Yi Xian's strength wasn't enough, so it let Yi Xian leave. Obviously this puppet already had a soul. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know how many souls it had. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this at all. As long as he knew that this puppet had a soul, then it would be easy to deal with it. It could be said that facing such a powerful puppet, using the soul as an attack point was Yi Xian's best and only chance. The soul-devouring sword god's Dharma Idol restrained the soul, so Yi Xian used the soul-devouring sword god. Kill. Yi Xian suddenly attacked with his sword. On the surface, this attack didn't seem to be much different from before. But this time the puppet was clearly shocked. It didn't dare to dodge like Yi Xian did when he attacked. Instead, it directly dodged far away. What kind of method is this? Why do I feel so scared? The puppet had already jumped away when it moved, but it still asked Yi Xian curiously. Little things, you don't have the qualifications to participate in the trial. Get out of my way. Before Yi Xian could answer the puppet's question, the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant, the Flower God Sword Attendant, and the 100 Flowers Flower God attacked first. However, this did not arouse the puppet's vigilance at all. Instead, with a casual wave of his hand, a violent force actually swept away the god rank mounts, the 100 Flowers Flower God, and the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant and the Flower God Sword Attendant. There was no way to resist. In front of this puppet, a powerful god rank mount didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. As for the puppet, it didn't seem to realize just how much shock it had brought Yi Xian. At this moment, its eyes were still blinking as it looked at Yi Xian. It was obvious that it was waiting for Yi Xian's reply. What a terrifying puppet. Just what was this guy made of? How could he be so powerful? What should he do? It seemed that all of Yi Xian's methods were useless against this puppet. Yi Xian didn't even need to make a move to know that it was impossible for him to defeat this puppet. However, if he didn't defeat this puppet, it meant that Yi Xian wouldn't be able to continue forward. There was only one final result, and that was to be trapped here to death. What should he do? Yi Xian quickly thought about it. Feeling the power of the soul-devouring sword god on his body, Yi Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. His face even revealed an expression of ecstasy. Perhaps this wasn't a test for Yi Xian at all, but a reward for him. Whether it was the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant or the Flower God Sword Attendant. Actually, Yi Xian had long since discovered that they couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's footsteps. At the very least, before they strengthened it, they couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's current footsteps. In that case, the best way to solve this problem was to strengthen the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant. There were many ways to strengthen the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant. However, why did he have to strengthen the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant itself? If the soul on this puppet was destroyed, wouldn't that mean that the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant would be able to occupy the puppet's body? If it succeeded, then how much would the strength of the Thousand Hand Sword Attendant increase by? Could be said to have increased by more than 10 million times. How could Yi Xian not be overjoyed? Although he didn't know what this puppet was made of, Yi Xian at least knew that the material of his body was extremely special and powerful. And the soul-devouring sword god had a special ability called Soul Battle. The name of the Soul Battle divine ability was simple, and its meaning was also very simple. It was used to allow the souls of two designated targets to fight against each other. This was a method used by the soul-devouring sword god to deal with enemies. Moreover, enemies were often able to escape this kind of control. One had to know that once the enemy saw through it, they would naturally not be able to fight. However, Yi Xian now had a new method of using it. He wanted to fight the soul of the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant with the soul of the puppet, and he wanted the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant to seize the puppet's body. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't have the slightest bit of depression from before. All that was left in his heart was ecstasy. In fact, Yi Xian even thought to himself, "I've picked up a treasure. This time I've picked up a treasure." Wasn't that so? Yi Xian had definitely picked up a treasure this time. Once the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant succeeded, it could be said that the effect would be better than leveling up several times. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian naturally knew that the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant would definitely not go against him. He was afraid that the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant would be extremely happy in his heart. Yi Xian had gambled this round. In any case, even if he failed, Yi Xian wouldn't suffer a greater loss. After all, if he failed, it was very likely that Yi Xian would be trapped here for who knew how long. "Thousand Beast Sword Attendant, are you ready?" Yi Xian lightly asked with a smile on his face. The Thousand Beast Sword Attendant nodded. He naturally understood Yi Xian's thoughts. Since everything was ready, Yi Xian didn't stop. Soul of the soul, thousands of reincarnations, revolving and unbreakable. Yi Xian chanted an incantation and launched an attack. He didn't know what era this soul-devouring sword god was from, but he still had to chant an incantation to activate a divine ability. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this. After all, the most important thing for Yi Xian right now was to wait for the outcome of the battle. As Yi Xian activated his Dharma Idol ability, the bodies of the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant and the puppet stiffened at the same time, not moving an inch. Obviously, the two of them were engaged in a battle of souls. Yi Xian couldn't see what that kind of battle was, so he could only wait silently. 2 hours, another 2 hours. Day after day, Yi Xian didn't care about how long had passed. But finally the result was out. The Thousand Beast Swordsman suddenly moved and fell to the ground. As for the puppet, it moved its limbs and stood up. Could it be that the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant failed? Yi Xian was shocked. However, the system didn't indicate that the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant had died, so Yi Xian didn't give up. Instead, he closely stared at the puppet. Suddenly, the puppet moved and charged towards Yi Xian. Greetings, Master. Chapter 2839. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. He had succeeded, he had really succeeded. He had actually used such a method to defeat the puppet, and had even found a new body for the Thousand Beast Sword Servant. Ding. System notification. Host, please note, the Thousand Beast Sword Servant has evolved into a Divine Wood Sword Servant due to special opportunities. All of the Thousand Beast Sword Servant's original abilities have disappeared, and it has obtained the Divine Wood Sword Servant's exclusive abilities: Infinite Defense, Infinite Growth, Infinite Resurrection. Infinite Defense. The Divine Wood Sword Servant can expand or shrink all of its defense at will. However, as the area of defense increases, the defense power will weaken. Infinite Growth. The Divine Wood Sword Servant's original body is a divine wood, so it can cultivate on its own, but the speed is extremely slow. Infinite Resurrection. The Divine Wood Sword Servant has the special ability to revive a withered tree. Even if it dies completely, as long as there is a little bit of its body left, it can instantly revive. F***CK. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. This Divine Wood Sword Servant seemed to be even stronger than the Thousand Beast Sword Servant from before, especially in terms of defense. Although these three skills seemed to be nothing special, in reality, Yi Xian was very clear about how abnormal these three abilities were. Being able to control the range of his defense according to his will was equivalent to allowing Yi Xian to have a map of his defense. The key was that even if this defense was broken, it could immediately recover. Of course, perhaps after recovering, it would be a little weaker for a short period of time. However, just how powerful was the defense of the Divine Wood Sword Servant's puppet? Yi Xian had personally experienced it, and even the God-slaughtering sword was unable to harm it in the slightest. Could it be that its defense wasn't strong enough? Moreover, this fellow could cultivate and evolve on his own. Although it was a little slow, there was at least some hope. In the future, Yi Xian might be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter to increase the speed of the Divine Wood Sword Servant's improvement. Speaking of which, could it be that this didn't prove how powerful the Divine Wood Sword Servant was? Of course, it was a pity that the Thousand Beast Sword Servant's previous abilities had all disappeared. However, compared to obtaining a new ability, Yi Xian didn't care much about the ability to disappear. In any case, the God rank mount didn't disappear. Instead, it returned to Yi Xian's hands. Thinking about it, the Thousand Beast Sword Servant actually didn't lose much of its abilities. At this moment, Yi Xian was incomparably delighted, but he had no choice but to continue forward. After all, it was impossible for Yi Xian to be trapped here forever. There were no obstructions along the way. That puppet was basically the only way out of this place. Yi Xian's method of passing the trial might be a little suspicious of cheating, but after all, as long as he could pass, then no matter what method he used, there was nothing worth caring about. Here Yi Xian once again obtained a first-rate divine deity. Of course, Yi Xian also absorbed it. Who knew if he would ever encounter a complete divine deity in the future? The current battle was all about breaking the opponent's divine deity and causing the opponent to completely perish. It seemed like the Divine Realm continent no longer had such a method. Thus, to Yi Xian, it would be a waste not to absorb such a complete divine deity. After passing 2 trials in a row, Yi Xian's mood relaxed quite a bit. It seemed that the 2 Divine Halls tests were ultimately meant to strengthen Yi Xian. Unfortunately, the tests set up by the 2 Divine Halls seemed to be too high level. Perhaps they didn't expect that a person with a physique that was full of laws would actually be someone who hadn't even broken through to the Divine Lord realm. Perhaps, their initial position was that no matter what, they had to reach the level of a paramount god to be able to enter this place. Of course, no matter what the 2 Divine Halls thought, the current Yi Xian had no way of knowing. The only choice he could make was to continue moving forward. Only by continuously moving forward would Yi Xian have the chance to leave this place. The path to the heavens seemed to have no end. However, when Yi Xian walked to the next safe area, he was still shocked by the next test. It was an eye, an incomparably huge eye. The eye covered the entire space as if it was overlooking the world. Just a glance at it made Yi Xian feel as if his soul had been suppressed. Strange eyes, powerful strength. Could it be that this was the 3rd stage's test? Moreover, this eye did not exist at all but was formed from the power of the laws. The black pupil represented the power of the 3 great laws of the darkness divine palace. The white eye was formed from the power of the 3 great laws of the nature divine palace. As for the eye socket, it was the law of primal chaos. It was as if the law of primal chaos wanted to repair the eye formed from the power of the 6 great laws, or as if the eye formed from the power of the 6 great laws was trying to break free from the restraints of the law of primal chaos. Of course, the strangest thing was that the eye seemed to be staring fixedly at Yi Xian. What exactly was the test of this stage? Yi Xian was puzzled. At this moment he hadn't suffered any attacks, nor did he feel anything different. Yi Xian walked forward step by step without any abnormalities. However, the eye in the sky made Yi Xian understand that he was undergoing an examination. However, this examination wasn't something that Yi Xian understood. Being stared at by such a huge eye, even Yi Xian felt his hair stand on end. After all, this was the eye that occupied the entire sky. Yi Xian continued forward. Other than continuing forward, he couldn't do anything else. Suddenly Yi Xian felt his body relax. Although in reality there wasn't any power to suppress Yi Xian felt his body relax. It was the power of the two-dimensional laws. The power of the two-dimensional laws had disappeared. Sure enough, Yi Xian had already flown into the sky the moment he moved. However, the power of the two-dimensional laws had disappeared, and the huge eye in the sky was still there. Thus, Yi Xian didn't dare to fly too high. This was because every time Yi Xian flew an inch higher into the sky, he would feel the pressure increase by a bit. Xiaoran, that huge eye, was not just used to look. Just what was the test of this stage? At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't help but guess in his heart. However, after all, it was impossible for Yi Xian to know what had not happened. Suddenly, the eye in the sky shot out a ray of light that covered Yi Xian. No system notification sounded out, allowing Yi Xian to understand that this light wasn't harmful to Yi Xian. However, this didn't mean that Yi Xian wasn't puzzled. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. He wanted to see what would happen next. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 6 loud sounds accompanied by 6 rays of light descended from the sky. They were also emitted from the eyes. 6 people. This time it wasn't a puppet but a real 6 figures. Chapter 2840. Origin Secret Realm. Yi Xian frowned. The current situation had already exceeded his imagination. Yi Xian had no idea what would happen next. Were these 6 people friends or foes? Suddenly one of them opened his eyes. Following that, all 6 of them opened their eyes one after another. However, none of them made any movements. After opening their eyes, they just looked at Yi Xian. "You're the chosen one?" One of them asked Yi Xian. A powerful force exploded from his body, allowing Yi Xian to know that this person was definitely a super expert. "Yes, I'm the chosen one." Although Yi Xian didn't know who these people were, he didn't dare to hide it. Hearing Yi Xian's reply, the 6 of them simultaneously focused their gazes on Yi Xian and sized him up. Average aptitude. Wait. Ordinary bloodline. Magic treasures are useless. Your mastery of the laws is not bad. The 6 of them, one after another, actually belittled Yi Xian to the point that he was useless. Yi Xian couldn't interrupt at all because the 6 of them didn't pay any attention to him. "Forget it, we don't have much time left. We don't have any other choice. Let's join hands and send him there." One of the 6 said indifferently. Word. Yi Xian couldn't help but be puzzled. However, it seemed that he didn't have the right to speak at all. "Isn't it too early to send him there? With his strength, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for him to get out of there." "Then what do you think we can do? At this time, what other choice do we have? Our 2 shrines only have one spot to go there, and in millions of years, only such a little fellow who is suitable to inherit the will of our 2 shrines has appeared. Do we still have time to ascend for 1,000,000 years? That's right, we have no choice. However, we might as well let him go to the lowest level zone first. I remember that each of us has a teleportation chance in our hands, so why don't we give him all 6 chances? Where he can go will depend on his own luck. What do you guys think?" "And I think so. I'm afraid right now this is the only choice." Yi Xian really wanted to ask what they were talking about and where they were going to send him. Unfortunately, even if Yi Xian asked, it would be useless. Suddenly, a dragon mark universe ring appeared on Yi Xian's finger without any warning. At the same time, Yi Xian's figure flew uncontrollably towards the eye in the sky. "What exactly do you want to do to me?" At this point, Yi Xian couldn't care less as he loudly spoke to the 6 people. Unfortunately, it was useless. The 6 of them were still muttering to themselves and completely ignored Yi Xian. Go there and train well. Remember, you only have 6 chances. It's your luck to be able to enter that place, and it's also the only chance for our 2 shrines to fall or become stronger." Yi Xian entered the eye along with this voice. Afterwards, a powerful law energy was activated, and in an instant Yi Xian's figure disappeared. When Yi Xian woke up once more, he already knew where he was, the Boundary Realm. The realm was a special place. It said that it existed, but as long as one's strength did not reach a certain level and their luck was not good enough, not to mention entering, even knowing about it would be very difficult. The realm was also a place that did not exist because it did not exist in any corner of the God realm. This place could be considered a secret realm, but it was not a secret realm. Legend has it that the realm was the birthplace of the laws. Those who were able to enter this place were definitely the most powerful geniuses and the most powerful forces in the God realm. No one knew where the realm was located, but those who knew were all yearning for it. As the birthplace of the laws, there were countless fortuitous encounters and opportunities here. But at this moment, the place Yi Xian was pointing to was only the lowest and lowest level of existence in the realm. The world zone was like a tall pagoda. However, each level of the world zone was like a boundless continent. In fact, each level was even larger than the God world. This was because this realm had its own unique law, and that was infinite reproduction. Because of the existence of this law, no one would be able to reach the end of their path. Because with every step they took, the law of infinite reproduction would expand the continent by a bit. This was not something that could be created by human power, but was naturally born from the mysterious law. Of course, the realm might be called another way to let the people of the God realm know what kind of place it was. Origin's secret realm. There were many other names for the realm. Origin's secret realm, ancestral grounds, primordial chaos, starting point. There were many different names. Different races, different inheritances, and so the names were different. However, the Origin secret realm was the most widely used. To be more precise, this realm was actually the ultimate inheritance of the God realm. It had been like this since the primordial era, followed by the Middle Ages, the Ancient Era, and the Ancient Era. In every period of time, this special Origin secret realm would always exist. Perhaps the other secret realms would disappear, but the Origin secret realm would not disappear at all. Of course, the Origin secret realm was incomparably vast, reaching as high as 999 levels. It could be said that no one could walk out of it normally. There were only 3 ways to walk out of the Origin secret realm. The first was to encounter the random teleportation gate that only appeared once in countless years, and then be teleported to an unknown place. The second was the special method of leaving that the various great powers grasped. For example, the 6 chances that the 2 shrines had given Yi Xian to leave. The third method was to become the master of a level. Obtain the right to use the Origin Palace. There was an Origin Palace in every level. Within the palace, there was a teleportation gate that led out of the Origin secret realm. Thus, becoming the master of the Origin Palace would give one the opportunity to enter and exit the Origin secret realm. Of course, the so-called Origin Palace master was meant to become the most powerful existence on this level. When Yi Xian opened his eyes, he saw a city, an incomparably powerful city. This was because in this city, it could be said that the streets were filled with God Emperor realm existences. As for a God King like Yi Xian, he could really be considered to be an exception. Why did you suppress your cultivation level so low? Suddenly, a person behind Yi Xian curiously asked Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned around, but was actually unable to see through his cultivation. System, detect this person's strength. Ding. System notification. Host's cultivation level is insufficient, unable to view. Unable to view. Didn't that mean that this person's strength far surpassed Yi Xian's by far too much? Heavens, what kind of place was this? Why was it that in the outside world, powerful existences that could become divine lords were everywhere here? Chapter 2841. Demon God Divine Domain. Yi Xian didn't even know about such a terrifying place before. At this moment, Yi Xian felt powerless. He really wanted to say that it wasn't that he was suppressing his cultivation, but that his cultivation was really only at the God King realm. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't dare to say it. After all, the God King realm was simply an exception here. Oh, isn't it just a realm? What's there to care about? Yi Xian suppressed the shock in his heart and said indifferently to that person. Who knew that person would actually smile and say, "That's true. In our first level, basically everyone has just entered the Origin secret realm. How could there be so much to pay attention to? I reckon that everyone is about the same. It's already not bad if they can break through to the paramount God realm. By the way, brother, my name is Lu Zhang. Even the chain trap secret realm, you even reached that secret realm?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. He didn't dare to answer so easily. However, could it be that these people all came from a certain secret realm? Could it be that they weren't from the divine realm? Where is this chain trap secret realm? Why don't I know about it? Yi Xian changed the topic and asked a question in return. Even if you don't know, our chain trap secret realm is only a very weak one in the ancient lost race secret realm alliance. This time, our entire secret realm only got 3 slots to enter the Origin secret realm. Sigh, ever since we lost contact with the divine realm, we can only come to the Origin secret realm if we want to break through. What do you mean? Yi Xian was a little stunned. Ancient lost race secret realm alliance? What kind of organization was that? Also, what did he mean when he said that he had lost contact with the Divine Realm continent? Could it be that these people weren't from the Divine Realm continent at all? However, Yi Xian thought about it and understood that it would be strange if they were from the Divine Realm continent. One had to know that Mi Ming was only a god emperor, but he was a divine master of the Kunlun god domain. If these people were to be placed outside, they would be existences that surpassed Mi Ming or Mi Ming. They couldn't possibly say that they were all divine masters of a god domain, right? If that was the case, no matter how big the Divine Realm continent was, it wouldn't be enough to divide them up. A single Kunlun god domain was the size of 3 million realms, and a single realm was incomparably vast. No matter how big the Divine Realm continent was, it was impossible for it to have hundreds of thousands of divine masters. Moreover, this was only one of the 999 levels. Moreover, there might not be only one city on this level. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was filled with shock and fear. He suddenly realized that he was nothing here. Moreover, he didn't even have the ability to defend himself. Although Yi Xian's methods were impressive, Yi Xian discovered that his strength wasn't even worth mentioning in the origin grounds. Is he really just a god king? That's impossible. If you want to enter the origin realm, you have to be at least at the god emperor realm. How did a mere first-grade god king like him get in? Something strange. Right, there must be something strange about this guy. There must be something special about him. Could it be that he came from the legendary Divine Realm continent? A few passers-by glanced at Yi Xian when they saw him, but some of them saw through his true strength with a single glance. In an instant, Yi Xian became the focus of everyone's attention. After all, it was extremely strange for a mere first-grade god king to appear in the origin realm. And that sentence, that Yi Xian came from the legendary Divine Realm continent, attracted everyone's attention. Yi Xian was helpless. He really wanted to say that this place as well as these people should be described as legends. He didn't expect that he would become an existence of legends. However, facing so many powerful existences, just the aura they emitted was already unbearable for Yi Xian. This wasn't the aura of one or two experts, but the pressure condensed from the aura of countless experts. However, it was a good thing that although these people were discussing amongst themselves, no one really made a move against Yi Xian. Otherwise, Yi Xian probably wouldn't be able to resist at all. Yi Xian knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Since he had 6 chances to enter and exit this place at will, then leaving now and raising his strength outside before coming in might be the wisest choice. The mysterious origin realm wasn't something that Yi Xian's current strength was qualified to stay inside. Yi Xian carefully left the crowd, found a deserted place and activated the teleportation. These 6 teleportations didn't use teleportation talismans or anything else, but were directly bound to Yi Xian. Thus, Yi Xian only needed a thought to activate the teleportation and leave. Perhaps in the eyes of others, advancing from the God King realm to the God Emperor realm would indeed require a lot of time, and it would even be difficult for them to achieve it in their entire lives. However, Yi Xian was different. Therefore Yi Xian dared to go out. Of course he had to go out. Only after his strength rose to the God Emperor realm would Yi Xian be qualified to enter this place. However, Yi Xian only thought about how powerful the origin realm was, so he wanted to leave. However, he forgot that those 6 experts wouldn't know where Yi Xian came from. It was impossible for them to teleport Yi Xian to the second secret realm. Thus, after Yi Xian was teleported away, he was stunned to discover that he'd once again arrived at an unfamiliar place. Not to mention anything else, Yi Xian knew that this wasn't the Kunlun divine domain. At this moment, Yi Xian was in a wasteland. Yi Xian could tell that this wasteland might have been a bustling place countless years ago, but now there were only weeds, withered trees and dilapidated walls. Yi Xian looked at the scene in front of him. Although he really wanted to know where this place was, it seemed that the most important thing right now was to be able to leave this place. After all, this was an unknown place, so Yi Xian still maintained a certain level of vigilance. After randomly choosing a direction, Yi Xian directly flew forward. One mountain after another flew past Yi Xian's feet. However, Yi Xian discovered that there were still countless mountains beneath his feet. Finally, Yi Xian saw a building. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly landed. This was because Yi Xian wanted to find someone else to ask where this place was and how to return to the Kunlun divine domain. However, when Yi Xian landed on the ground, he was shocked to discover that this place was actually a gathering place for divine beasts. Who are you? At the same time that Yi Xian landed, a strange divine beast arrived in front of him. Since it could speak the human language, it was obvious that this divine beast was not weak. Chapter 2842. Exterminating all. Who are you guys? Yi Xian coldly asked. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fear because of the other party's numbers. How dare you? Arrogant brat, how dare you be rude to me? Another divine beast appeared in front of Yi Xian. The divine beast transformed into a human and pointed at Yi Xian's nose as it cursed. First he was looked down upon by a puppet, then he was suspected by the experts in the origin realm. Now even a mere divine beast dared to point at Yi Xian's nose and speak like this. Wei Zhenqian, kill this divine beast for me. Yi Xian frowned slightly as he gave the order. In an instant, Wei Zhenqian controlled the god-slaughtering sword and charged towards the divine beast. Puchi. A sword pierced through. Without any suspense, the sword pierced through. This was because although this divine beast could take human form, its strength wasn't very strong. Damned fellow, you actually dared to kill. No, he's a human, he's a spy from the Kunlun divine domain. A divine beast saw through Yi Xian's identity and roared loudly. The moment this human spoke, the surrounding divine beasts immediately pounced over, causing Yi Xian to be slightly stunned. He actually said that he was a spy from the Kunlun divine domain. Then it was obvious that this was not the Kunlun divine domain. Furthermore, it was a divine domain that was at odds with the Kunlun divine domain. And right now, wasn't the enemy of the Kunlun divine domain the demon god's divine domain? Could it be that he had actually been teleported to the demon god's divine domain? For a moment Yi Xian was incomparably puzzled. However, when he thought about the uniqueness of the two divine halls in the second secret realm, it seemed that teleporting him to the demon god's divine domain wasn't something impossible. Damn it, capture the spy. A divine beast roared. In an instant, all the divine beasts on the mountain pounced towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian wouldn't be polite either. After all, none of the divine beasts here could threaten Yi Xian. Wei Zhenqian, magic treasure form, kill for me. Divine wood sword attendant, it's time for you to make your move. Kill them all. This was the demon god's divine domain. If Yi Xian didn't kill these fellows from the demon god's divine domain, then they would definitely spread the news. At that time, Yi Xian would probably face the pursuit of the entire demon god's divine domain. The demon god's divine domain was an existence that could contend against the Kunlun divine domain. Then once he was chased by the entire demon god's divine domain, the consequences could be imagined. If that was really the case, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't be able to escape. The two god-slaughtering swords quickly rushed out. In an instant, a bloody storm rained down, and the divine wood sword attendant also showed no mercy. The divine wood sword attendant's defense was incomparably strong, and its attack power was not weak either. The divine wood sword attendant waved its hands continuously, and every time it waved, a divine beast would definitely turn into a bloody mist. Regardless of whether it was in human form or in its original form, no divine beast could withstand a single attack from the divine wood sword attendant. Yi Xian stood on the spot as he looked at the purgatory around him. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pity in his heart. After all, these were all divine beasts, and they were divine beasts from the demon god's divine realm. If Yi Xian didn't kill them, then they would kill Yi Xian. Moreover, Yi Xian had also heard that in the demon god's divine realm, humans could be said to be like slaves. They couldn't even be considered slaves. Humans were delicious snacks for these divine beasts. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't show any mercy to these divine beasts. In just a short moment, all of the divine beasts on this mountain had been killed by Yi Xian. However, the only thing that made Yi Xian depressed was that the news had still leaked. Yi Xian's movements couldn't be said to be slow, but the number of divine beasts gathered here had reached over 10,000. Thus, Yi Xian didn't have the time to kill them all. In the end, there were still some divine beasts that spread the news. Once this news spread, Yi Xian knew very well what he would face next. A war between a single person and a divine domain. If Yi Xian wanted to live, then he could only walk out of the demon god's divine domain. However, Yi Xian wasn't prepared to leave just like that because Luo Luo was also in the demon god's divine domain. Yi Xian wouldn't give up on searching for her. Since he'd already arrived at the demon god's divine domain, Yi Xian wouldn't mind causing a ruckus. Devour. With a casual wave of Yi Xian's hand, the corpses of the tens of thousands of divine beasts were directly devoured by Yi Xian. Although the strength of these divine beasts was average and couldn't allow Yi Xian to level up, using the method of devouring to deal with the traces of battle was a very good method. Come out, I know you're hiding there. After doing all of this, Yi Xian casually spoke to a large tree. This was because Yi Xian had long since sensed that there was a person hiding within the tree. To be more precise, it was a divine beast. No, don't kill me. I didn't see anything. I promise I definitely won't say anything. Please don't kill me. Sure enough, after Yi Xian saw through that person's disguise, a half-man, half-beast with a pig's head walked out. As soon as he came out, he directly knelt in front of Yi Xian. You want to live? Yi Xian indifferently asked the half-man, half-pig divine beast. I want to live, please don't kill me. The divine beast frantically knelt in front of Yi Xian and continuously kowtowed. Alright, if you want to live, then answer my questions honestly. However, if you hesitate or hide anything, then you can die. Yi Xian looked at the divine beast. When the divine beast nodded, Yi Xian continued to ask, Where is this place? Replying to my lord, this is the territory of the Heavenly Dragon King. Heavenly Dragon King? Who is the Heavenly Dragon King? Tell me the details. Yes. Replying to my lord, this Heavenly Dragon King is one of the 8 great divine generals under the Divine Lord. He is a lord under the Dark Demon Dragon Divine General. Including our realm as well as the surrounding 100 realms, they are all his territory. Lord? Yi Xian was slightly astonished. However, thinking that this was the demon god's divine domain and not the Kunlun divine domain, he didn't think too much about it. After all, every divine domain had its own system and rules. As for this demon god's divine domain, it was a system of enfeoffment. A mere lord of 100 realms territory, this fellow was probably just a small character. After that, Yi Xian asked a few more questions. Unfortunately, this divine beast didn't know much, so it wasn't of any help to Yi Xian at all. Thus, Yi Xian killed him with a single sword strike without hesitation. Heavenly Dragon King? Perhaps this Heavenly Dragon King knew more things. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly walked towards the cave where the Heavenly Dragon King was. Some of the experts of the demon god's divine domain liked to imitate the Kunlun divine domain and build huge cities to live in. However, there were also some who liked to follow their original habits and live in caves, mountains, and even the wilderness. This Heavenly Dragon King lived in a cave. The location was also very easy to find. It was a huge mountain peak. Chapter 28:43. Lord Heavenly Dragon King. After all, it was the place where the Heavenly Dragon King lived, so there were quite a few divine beasts here. However, Yi Xian wouldn't care that much. The strength of these divine beasts were generally very average. Even the Heavenly Dragon King was only the same as Yi Xian, a high-level divine king. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of any of the divine beasts here. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the mountain? Do you know that this is Lord Heavenly Dragon King's cave? When a transformed divine beast saw Yi Xian coming over, it directly stood in front of him. With a casual glance, Yi Xian could already tell that this fellow was only a mere third-grade divine lord. Of course, an inferior divine lord would probably be considered an expert under the Heavenly Dragon King. Unfortunately, the one he met was Yi Xian. Thus he was destined to die. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. The god-slaughtering sword flew out and killed the divine beast with a single strike. When Yi Xian killed the divine beast, a moment later, the mountain was filled with the sounds of people, and a large group of divine beasts had already come out. After a while, the Heavenly Dragon King directly rushed out. Who dares to cause trouble in my territory? Are you courting death? The moment the Heavenly Dragon King came out, he roared loudly. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the valley. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't care about him at all. System, detect the strength of this divine beast. Ding. System notification. Target, Superior Grade 4 God King Realm. Superior Grade 4 God King? Perhaps in this area he could be called the Overlord. However, if he met Yi Xian, then he could only blame his bad luck. Yi Xian looked at the Heavenly Dragon King and indifferently said, I'll give you 2 choices. First, listen to me obediently. Then I can consider sparing your life. Second, if you don't accept it, then I will take your head. The Heavenly Dragon King looked at Yi Xian as his eyes flickered. No matter what, he was the lord of this area. Now that someone dared to speak to him in such a manner, especially after the Heavenly Dragon King saw through Yi Xian's identity and knew his strength, he laughed out loud. Human, it's actually a human. Furthermore, it's a human at the Superior Grade 1 God King realm. Could it be that you're that divine lord from the human clan's resistance army? I'm dying of laughter. A bunch of ants actually want to try and resist. Furthermore, they even arrogantly call themselves divine lords. Human brat, could it be that you're here to be my snack? Disdain. This was the disdain of the thorns. Even though the Heavenly Dragon King had already seen through Yi Xian's cultivation, he didn't care at all. In the Heavenly Dragon King's eyes, there was only boundless disdain. Indeed, the human clan of the demon god's domain was just a snack for these powerful divine beasts. Now, even if Yi Xian had the cultivation of a Superior Grade 1 God King, the Heavenly Dragon King had the cultivation of a Superior Grade 4 God King. He indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. Of course, the prerequisite was that he didn't meet Yi Xian. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly attacked the Heavenly Dragon King. Because to deal with this fellow, only by letting him know his own strength would he understand what it meant to be obedient. Audacious human clan ant, you're courting death. The one who shouted this was not the Heavenly Dragon King, but an expert beside the Heavenly Dragon King. This fellow also had the cultivation of a medium grade 6 god king. However, in the demon god's domain, the human clan had always been bullied. It was impossible for them to obtain any cultivation resources. Naturally, there was no need to even think about cultivation techniques or divine abilities. It could be said that other than a few humans who had great opportunities, the rest of the people did not have any decent divine abilities. Treasures and the like were even more out of the question. This fellow had enough confidence to kill Yi Xian. In his eyes, Yi Xian was just a snack, a food, a human that wasn't even worth mentioning. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was Yi Xian. He wasn't one of the humans that had been bullied for countless years in the demon god's domain. Die. Yi Xian casually pointed. In an instant, a mysterious power was activated. Yi Xian used the 6 syllables incantation. The divine beast that was incomparably arrogant a moment ago died on the spot in the next moment. What? What's going on? In an instant all the demon gods were astonished. After all, they had never encountered such a situation before. They didn't even consider that it was Yi Xian who killed the medium-grade divine king realm divine beast. In the eyes of these divine beasts, they all felt that the human race was the lowliest race. They were just their food. Could food kill its master? They wouldn't have such a thought. Therefore, these divine beasts didn't know what was going on with the sudden death of the medium-grade divine king realm divine beast. But then they finally found out the reason. Unfortunately, by the time they found out, it was already too late. 6 syllables incantation destroy. Yi Xian casually waved his hand, and a mysterious and profound power was activated once again. This time, Yi Xian used the extermination symbol art. Extermination symbol art, extermination race. This time, Yi Xian used the extermination symbol art against these divine beasts. In an instant, countless divine beasts fell to the ground. Without any warning, he fell to the ground. He didn't even know how he died. This time, over 1,000 divine beasts fell to the ground. They couldn't be any more dead. You, who exactly are you? This time, even a fool could tell that there was something strange about Yi Xian. At the same time, they understood that the death of the medium-grade divine king realm divine beast was caused by Yi Xian. Although they didn't know how Yi Xian did it, it didn't stop them from determining that it was Yi Xian's doing. Damn it, human brat, you're courting death. Kill him. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't return, the Heavenly Dragon King gave the order and countless divine beasts pounced towards Yi Xian. Even if these divine beasts were weaker than Yi Xian, they weren't afraid at all. In their eyes, Yi Xian was just food. Would Yi Xian show mercy? Impossible. This was the demon god's divine domain. It could be said that Yi Xian was facing a divine domain by himself. If he showed mercy, then he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Moreover, these divine beasts of the demon god's divine domain didn't even see humans as living beings. They only saw them as food and killed them at will. Then why would Yi Xian care about them? Yi Xian only needed to treat them as resources that he could devour. Mighty heaven-shaking magic treasure form, leave none alive. At the same time that the divine beast charged over, Yi Xian gave the order to attack. In an instant, Wei Zhenqian transformed into a god-slaughtering sword and immediately controlled the 2 god-slaughtering swords to charge out. Of course, Yi Xian himself moved. Eternal Night Domain. Chapter 2844. Capturing the Dragon King, Absolute Zero. The moment Yi Xian made his move, he didn't hold back at all. Absolute Zero smashed towards the slightly stronger divine beasts. Once they were frozen, what awaited them would be the merciless slaughter of the heavens. 1, 2, 3. One by one, the divine beasts of the demon god's domain finally experienced what terror and despair were. In front of Yi Xian, they didn't even have the slightest bit of defense. They could only wait to be killed. At this moment, some of the divine beasts couldn't help but recall how they had surrounded and killed those humans. Wasn't it the same? It was just like now. However, at that time they had watched the weak humans struggle and then enjoy the feast. And today they were the ones being hunted down and killed at will. At the very least, they didn't have to endure the cruel words around them. However, the more silent they were, the more terrifying they were. Other than the despairing cries of the divine beasts before they were killed, there were no other sounds. On the mountain top of the space, only miserable screams echoed. Stop right now. The Heavenly Dragon King couldn't help but shout loudly as he watched his people being continuously killed by Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have the slightest intention of paying attention to him. The Heavenly Dragon King was enraged and attacked Yi Xian. Unfortunately, it was useless. He didn't even need Yi Xian to make a move. Just the Divine Wood Sword Attendant alone was enough to put the Heavenly Dragon King in danger. If it wasn't for Yi Xian's order not to kill him, the Heavenly Dragon King would have died countless times. Don't kill me. Help. I don't want to die. I beg of you to spare me, I won't dare to do it again. Countless voices reverberated in the mountains. However, they wouldn't be exchanged for Yi Xian's benevolence, no matter what evil deeds they'd committed. For his own sake, Yi Xian wouldn't let the divine beast here leave alive. At this moment, Wei Zhentian was controlling the two god-slaughtering swords to fly around the surroundings. Any divine beast that tried to escape would be mercilessly killed by Wei Zhentian. Inside, Yi Xian released his god-tier mount, the Flower God Sword Attendant, and continued to kill. Because of the Eternal Night Domain, these divine beasts who could no longer see anything, could only wait to be slaughtered. The roar became softer and softer until it completely disappeared. The disappearance of the voice meant that all the divine beasts here had been slaughtered. Of course, there was an exception, and that was the Heavenly Dragon King who was having a hard time fighting against the Divine Wood Sword Attendant. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon King didn't have any fighting spirit left. It could be said that he only wanted to escape from this terrifying human race. However, he couldn't do it at all. In front of Yi Xian, he didn't even have the slightest chance of escaping. Finally, Yi Xian arrived beside the Heavenly Dragon King. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon King didn't have half of his previous arrogant appearance. When he saw Yi Xian walk over, he hurriedly knelt in front of him. "My lord, spare me. My lord, spare me." He clearly had the cultivation of a high-level 4th-grade God King, but at this moment, the Sky King only dared to kneel on the ground and kowtow as he begged for mercy. The impression that Yi Xian gave the Heavenly Dragon King was too deep, so deep that he would never forget it. That invincible attitude of casually slaughtering millions of divine beasts made this Heavenly Dragon King not have the slightest bit of resistance. "I'll give you another chance. Choose, are you obedient or let me kill you? In any case, if I kill you, the other divine beasts will definitely cherish this chance to live." "No, no, my lord, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. As long as you let me go, I'll do anything you want me to," the Heavenly Dragon King said loudly. At this moment he only wanted to live. How could he care so much? Yi Xian nodded his head. In an instant, the Divine Wood Sword Attendant returned to Yi Xian's side from the Heavenly Dragon King's side. However, the Heavenly Dragon King didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. He only wanted to escape. He didn't even dare to think about it. This was because the Heavenly Dragon King knew very well that Yi Xian's strength wasn't something he could compare to. Don't think that just because Yi Xian's realm was lower than his, Yi Xian was weaker than him. In reality, just a single Divine Wood Sword Attendant was enough to make him unable to resist at all. "Alright, if you want to live, then listen to me obediently." Yi Xian didn't care about this fellow. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had some use for this Heavenly Dragon King, Yi Xian wouldn't mind killing him. "Devour." With a wave of his hand, the divine beast corpses that covered the mountains and plains instantly disappeared. Ding. System notification: host has broken through. Current realm: 2nd grade high-level God King realm. Yi Xian didn't have the slightest expression. After all, Yi Xian knew that if he didn't reach the God Emperor realm, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter the Origin Secret realm. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't waste killing these divine beasts. The current Yi Xian would seize any opportunity to increase his strength. Yi Xian directly walked out with the Heavenly Dragon King. In Yi Xian's eyes, this demon god's domain could be considered a pretty good place. If Yi Xian could kill so many divine beasts, it would undoubtedly provide Yi Xian with quite a bit of cultivation. Quickly raising his cultivation and searching for Luo Luo's whereabouts was the most important thing for Yi Xian right now. As for anything else, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to think about it. Not long after Yi Xian left with the Heavenly Dragon King, a group of divine beasts arrived. However, when they saw the bloodstains on the mountain, they didn't see any corpses or any survivors. These people retreated in fear. Within a small area of the demon god's domain, a piece of news spread. A powerful spy from the Kunlun divine domain had snuck into the demon god's domain. Moreover, he had killed every beast he saw, leaving no survivors. Even an overlord's territory had been completely wiped out. Of course, there was also another version. It said that the human race, which had always been regarded as a snack by the divine beasts, had actually produced an expert who went around killing divine beasts. But no matter which news it seemed that it was enough to shock and panic the people of the demon god's domain. No one was willing to face Yi Xian, the god of slaughter. However, no one knew where Yi Xian was. There were even quite a few indignant divine beasts that formed teams to kill Yi Xian. Of course, there were also lords who issued orders to capture Yi Xian. However, the next few days were abnormally average, causing people to be unable to understand what Yi Xian was going to do. Actually, what Yi Xian wanted to do now was very simple. It was to head to a genius training camp in the demon god's domain. Just like the Kunlun divine domain, the demon god's domain naturally had an existence similar to an academy. However, in the demon god's domain, it was called a cave. This wasn't the cave that the human race was talking about, but a real cave. Yi Xian was going to a place called the Water Moon Cave. Many geniuses of the demon god's domain were gathered here. Originally, Yi Xian hoped that the Heavenly Dragon King would be able to provide him with information about Luolua's whereabouts or a way to leave the demon god's domain. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Dragon King was only a small character in the demon god's domain. Therefore, he couldn't count on the Heavenly Dragon King at all. It was useless to Yi Xian. Chapter 2845. 2433. Eating humans. The Water Moon Cave was, after all, the place where the geniuses of the demon god's divine realm gathered. Hence, all the people here were divine beasts in human form. When Yi Xian first arrived here, he even suspected that he'd arrived at the territory of the human race. After all, the entire city was filled with all kinds of divine beasts in human form. However, Yi Xian was very clear that this wasn't the territory of the human race. After all, the customs and habits here were completely different. At this moment, Yi Xian walked into a restaurant. Just like the Kunlun divine realm, although many divine beasts didn't need to eat and wouldn't be affected in any way, they were still used to eating something delicious. Yi Xian was prepared to taste the special dishes of the demon god's divine realm. Waiter, what special dishes do you have in your restaurant? Yi Xian asked the waiter. The waiter's strength was not bad. He already had the cultivation of a low-level divine king. At this moment, the waiter looked at Yi Xian happily. After all, anyone who entered the restaurant and asked about the special dishes was undoubtedly an expert, a rich man. This customer, you really are in luck. Today I have a few new desserts. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Well, tell me about it. What's delicious? Yi Xian was also interested as he asked the waiter. All right, please take a look. This is a human dessert caught from the distant snowy region. The taste is very delicious. Our shop's chef specially chose 10,000-year-old snow lotus velvet, 1,000-year-old ice heart soul spirit, 9,000-year-old divine water returning spirit grass, and has already added, and other divine herbs, put the fresh twin human babies into the altar, refine them for 49 days, remove all impurities, and then refine them for 99 days with a live fire for 81 days. In this way, not only will the taste be incomparably delicious, but even when you eat it, the two babies will still be alive. Alright sir, please watch. With a wave of his hand, another image of a blade appeared in front of Yi Xian. This time it wasn't a baby but a peerlessly beautiful young girl. Customer, look, this is a special ingredient made from human race's top-grade beauties. The main dish of the fairy banquet, the exquisite fairy. Look at how smooth the skin of a human girl is, how tender the meat is, whether it's eaten raw or cooked, it's still delicious. Yi Xian frowned. There were actually two dishes that used humans as the main ingredients. Yi Xian clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart was unbearable. However, Yi Xian was well aware that this was the demon god's domain after all. Thus, even if Yi Xian was angry in his heart, he could only be angry and not say anything. Since I've met you, then it can be considered fate. I only have this much power. If I can save one, then it's one. Yi Xian silently thought in his heart. After all, he had a purpose for coming to the Water Moon Cave, so it wasn't good for him to cause a ruckus. This human beauty is not bad. And those two babies, don't put them in the dish yet. Bring them to me. Yi Xian said to the waiter in an attempt to save the three of them. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the waiter revealed a slightly surprised expression at first, but he didn't think too much about it. However, he awkwardly said, This request of the customer doesn't make sense. These are just two main dishes, why would the customer have such a request? In the eyes of the waiter, Yi Xian's request was indeed incomparably strange. After all, who would have nothing better to do than look at the appearance of the dishes before eating? The waiter thought for a moment before coming to a realization. Could it be that the customer is afraid that the dishes aren't fresh enough? Rest assured, the dishes in our shop are all freshly caught, so they are guaranteed to be incomparably fresh. Is that so? Could it be that those two babies were also caught by you? Yi Xian's face revealed a displeased expression. This wasn't a pretense. In fact, Yi Xian was already extremely furious in his heart. Aren't you making things difficult for me? These two babies are indeed newly born children of a human that my shop caught. However, this can definitely guarantee their freshness. Enough, if I say I want to see him, then I want to see him. With a bang, Yi Xian directly slapped the table. A table refined from high-grade black iron divine wood was directly smashed into pieces by Yi Xian. When the waiter saw Yi Xian getting angry, he didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately said, "Sir, please don't be angry. This lowly one will immediately inform the kitchen." The waiter didn't dare to hesitate. After all, the people who came here to eat were either rich or noble. This was a subsidiary city of the Water Moon Cave. No matter what the cultivation level of the young people here was, young Master Sheng had an incomparably deep background. He wasn't in existence that a restaurant like this could easily offend. At this moment, seeing Yi Xian get angry, how could he dare to delay? Very quickly the waiter brought two people in. Each of them was dragging a cage in their hands. In one cage was the young girl and in the other cage were the two babies. Ding, system notification, detected a special bloodline, goddess bloodline. He didn't expect that the system would give him a notification as soon as the girl arrived. This girl actually had a special bloodline. However, in the demon god's divine domain, no matter what bloodline it would be useless. After all, the human race was only the lowest level of food in the demon god's divine domain. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly raised as he directly asked the waiter, "What's the price of these two dishes?" Seeing Yi Xian ask about the price, the waiter immediately revealed a smile and said, "Dear customer, these two dishes only cost a total of 50,000 spirit stones, which is a very cheap price. If you like it, my shop can even give you a 20% discount, only 40,000 spirit stones will do." 40,000 spirit stones? A special bloodline, 3 lives, was only worth 40,000 spirit stones. Yi Xian frowned, but there was nothing he could do. With a wave of his hand, a pile of spirit stones appeared in front of the waiter. "All right, count carefully. There are a total of 50,000 spirit stones here. I don't want any discount from you. I want these two dishes. Open the cage, I want to take them away now." Dear customer, although eating it raw is a good choice, after all, the human race is not clean. I'm afraid eating it raw will cause unnecessary problems. Dear customer, why don't you leave it to my shop to deal with it? All right, I don't need you to care what I want to do. Scram. Yi Xian roared as he violently broke open the two cages. Since Yi Xian had already paid, no one would say anything when he broke open the cage. "Follow me," Yi Xian said to the young girl. At the same time, he'd already absorbed the two babies into the devouring space. The young girl hesitated for a moment, but could only follow Yi Xian and leave. After all, he didn't choose to go all out. Even though he knew very well that he had already been treated as food, he could only helplessly accept his fate. This was the helplessness of the human race in the demon god realm. Sometimes, even if they knew what the outcome would be, they were powerless to resist. Chapter 2846. Main course. Very quickly, Yi Xian brought the young girl away from the Water Moon Cave's subsidiary city. Actually, Yi Xian knew very well that it wasn't a good idea to have the young girl follow by his side or leave by herself. Of course, Yi Xian could choose to absorb him into the devouring space. However, since he'd come to the demon god's domain, Yi Xian naturally hoped to be able to save more humans. Thus, it might be a good choice for this young girl to stay outside and lead the way for Yi Xian. Those two babies were different. After all, the two babies could be effectively taken care of in the devouring space, so it was useless to leave them outside. However, this young girl was Yi Xian's only guide. Yi Xian released his spiritual will and carefully examined his surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he said to the young girl, "All right, we're safe now." However, the young girl still looked at Yi Xian in panic. It was obvious that she thought that Yi Xian was going to eat her or harm him right now. Ouyang Shui was very clear in her heart that once a human girl fell into the hands of a divine beast from the demon god's domain, it could be said that her life was worse than death. In fact, she would even receive treatment that was even more terrifying than becoming a dish. Back then, because Ouyang Shui was naughty, she walked out of the village, but she didn't expect to be captured the moment she came out. Along the way, he had seen many encounters with the human clan. Originally, there were more than 3,000 people imprisoned together with her, but now he was the only one left. As for the two babies, Ouyang Shui had watched them being born. In reality, the two babies could be considered half human and half beast. Unfortunately, in the demon god's domain, half human and half beast had never been truly recognized. There were even people from the demon god's domain who specially raised a group of human women. Usually, they would be used as tools for the people of the demon god's domain to play with. The babies that they gave birth to would also be immediately sent to the restaurant. Along the way, Ouyang Shui was lucky but also unlucky. She was lucky because she was small and thin, so no one from the demon god's domain paid attention to her. Unlucky because he had seen too many tragic encounters. What do you want to do to me? Ouyang Shui looked at Yi Xian and asked in fear. Just by looking at Ouyang Shui's expression, Yi Xian already knew that Ouyang Shui had misunderstood. Therefore Yi Xian lowered his cultivation level as much as possible. At the same time he revealed a smile and said to Ouyang Shui, "You don't have to be afraid. My name is Yi Xian, and I'm also from the human clan. I came from the Kunlun Divine Domain." Kunlun Divine Domain? Ouyang Shui looked at Yi Xian in confusion. Yes, it's the Kunlun Divine Domain. In the previous Divine Domain War, our human clan's Kunlun Divine Domain won the war. However, I snuck in because of a special mission, so you don't have to be afraid. I'm the same as you, a human. Yi Xian said indifferently. However, who knew that after he finished speaking, Ouyang Shui directly threw herself into Yi Xian's embrace. Tears continuously flowed from her eyes as she sobbed in a low voice, "You're a human, you're really a human." "Yes, I'm a human." Yi Xian gently caressed Ouyang Shui's jade back, but he sighed inwardly. He knew why Ouyang Shui was so afraid because in reality Ouyang Shui had always been afraid. Among the humans in the demon god's divine domain, which one of them wasn't worried about their own tomorrow? "I know about the Kunlun Divine Domain. Grandma said that it is the holy land of our human clan. Over there the human clan is the ruler." "Yes, the Kunlun Divine Domain is the territory of the human clan. Don't worry, I will definitely bring you away." Yi Xian felt rather helpless in his heart. He'd only heard of the demon god's divine domain before, but he didn't know what it was like. Only now did Yi Xian know that the demon god's divine domain was simply the human clan's purgatory. No wonder the Kunlun Divine Domain and the demon god's divine domain had always been mortal enemies. It was because there was no room for reconciliation. However, it was a pity that the demon god's divine domain was also incomparably powerful. Therefore, even if Mi Ming wanted to save the human clan in the demon god's divine domain, he was unable to do so. After comforting Ouyang Shui for a period of time, she finally calmed down. At the same time, Yi Xian also found out some information about the human clan in the demon god's divine domain from Ouyang Shui. Because the human clan in the demon god's divine domain was suppressed by the divine beasts, they couldn't obtain any cultivation resources at all. Even the space for them to move around was very narrow. Moreover, the divine beasts in the demon god's divine domain would often come out to hunt these human clan. In the demon god's divine domain, there was almost no place for the human clan to hide. Take the village that Ouyang Shui came from for example. In fact, there had always been a constant migration. In order to avoid the hunting of the divine beasts, Ouyang Shui's village constantly walked through dangerous places, snowy mountains, deserts, abysses. Any place that was hard to be discovered by others was the holy land in their hearts. If they wanted to live, they could only continue to escape. And it wasn't that the human clan didn't have any experts. Unfortunately, without cultivation resources, no matter how talented they were, it was impossible for them to have high achievements. Even if Ouyang Shui was a genius in their village, it was rare for her to cultivate to this nondescript low-class divine lord realm at such a young age with just a fortuitous encounter and without cultivation resources. The reason why Ouyang Shui's divine lord realm was nondescript was because Ouyang Shui's body had been trained to the body refinement realm, but she had almost no combat power. She couldn't even fly. In the demon god's divine domain, the human clan vigorously developed a suboccupation called construction. This suboccupation was different from artifact forging. It involved simple processing of materials that could be seen into things that could be used by humans. But no matter what, it was an indisputable fact that the human clan of the demon god's divine domain lived in fear at all times. If the conditions were right, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't mind helping others. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have that ability right now. With her mere cultivation of a high-level god king, he didn't have the qualifications to cause a ruckus in the demon god's divine domain. If he wasn't careful, he might even be discovered by the demon god's divine domain and be hunted down. Fortunately, the divine beasts of the demon god's divine domain usually liked to take human form, and the humans of the demon god's divine domain were extremely weak, so they didn't dare to enter the divine beast cities and caves. Therefore no one suspected Yi Xian. After all, It was impossible for the humans of the demon god's divine domain to reach the cultivation of a high-level god king. Therefore, when they saw Yi Xian's cultivation, the divine beasts of the demon god's divine domain would naturally think that Yi Xian was a divine beast in human form and wouldn't think that Yi Xian was a human. Yi Xian secretly decided that he would save as many humans as he could in the demon god's divine domain. As for the demon god's divine domain, once Yi Xian's strength was sufficient, he would definitely erase this place. Chapter 2847. Consecutive breakthroughs. At the same time, he took out some magic treasures and cultivation resources and gave them to Ouyang Shui. This was the only thing Yi Xian could do. No matter how much more, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to do anything. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind. He thought of a skill that he'd almost never used before. Eternal Reward. The Eternal Reward was a skill that came with the eternal body. This skill was originally just a useless existence, but now Yi Xian discovered that it was time for this skill to show its use. System, can I use the faith point to exchange for eternal points? Ding. System prompt. Host can use faith point to exchange for eternal points. Alright, since I can use faith point to exchange for eternal points. System, use faith point to exchange for an eternal point. I want to use the eternal reward skill. Ding. System prompt. Host has consumed 1,000,000 faith point to exchange for 1 eternal point. Following the system prompt, Yi Xian obtained an eternal point. 1,000,000 faith points to exchange for 1 eternal point didn't seem like a good deal, but Yi Xian couldn't care less. After all, eternal points were very difficult to obtain, but faith points were increasing at any time. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't fuss over it. Yi Xian couldn't even be bothered to see how many faith points he had. Use the skill Eternal Reward. Use the ancient resources of the ancient zither space as the reward, Yi Xian said directly. Following Yi Xian's words, a powerful light enveloped Yi Xian. The light contained an extremely powerful energy. After all, this was the energy that was exchanged for using ancient resources. The energy continuously condensed and cleansed Ouyang Shui's body. Waves of incomparably pure divine power were directly infused into Ouyang Shui's body. Even the magic treasures that Yi Xian had given Yi Xian had changed. The light condensed and did not dissipate for a long time. Ouyang Shui's eyes were tightly shut, clearly undergoing the test. Yi Xian didn't know what Ouyang Shui had experienced, but the power of the ball of light was clearly able to transform her. Time flowed by. After a full 72 hours, Ouyang Shui finally walked out of the ball of light. In an instant, a powerful fluctuation exploded out from Ouyang Shui's body. This is bad. Yi Xian was shocked. He immediately picked up Ouyang Shui and quickly fled. Yi Xian didn't put Ouyang Shui down until he was 10,000 miles away. At this moment, Ouyang Shui still hadn't completely woken up. However, the system's notification had already sounded out. Ding, system notification, host, please pay attention, the designated target, the special bloodline has been successfully activated. Due to the host's eternal reward, Ouyang Shui's bloodline has been upgraded to the Heavenly Warring Divine Mother bloodline. Ding, system notification, host, please pay attention, Ouyang Shui's realm has increased. Current realm, peak 9th grade Divine Emperor realm. Divine Emperor? And it was even a peak 9th grade Divine Emperor realm? Yi Xian was slightly shocked. He didn't expect Ouyang Shui to advance so many levels in one go because of his eternal reward. One had to know that Yi Xian himself was only a first-grade God King, but he didn't expect that an eternal reward would actually create a peak 9th grade Divine Emperor. This was an entire realm. Moreover, he was only one step away from breaking through. It was impossible for Yi Xian not to be surprised. However, it was also because of this that Yi Xian felt that it was time for him to break through. Although Yi Xian needed to use better resources to continue leveling up due to the increase in his strength, it didn't mean that it would be difficult for Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had kept the ancient zither space's output for such a long time without using it. It was time to increase his strength. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to move an inch in the demon god's domain. Devour. Yi Xian directly said. The countless resources within the universe ring were quickly classified. The valuable ones were kept, and the rest were all transformed into Yi Xian's leveling experience and infused into his body. Breakthrough. 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 Continuous breakthroughs. Ding, system notification, host has broken through. Current realm, inferior 9th grade Divine Emperor realm. Yi Xian was very satisfied with raising his cultivation by so many levels in one go. Although he was still slightly inferior to Ouyang Shui, Yi Xian was very clear that if they were to really fight, Ouyang Shui's battle prowess might not be much stronger than his. After all, Yi Xian had raised Ouyang Shue's cultivation level. Coupled with the eruption of Ouyang Shue's special bloodline, this was the result. However, Ouyang Shue didn't have any battle experience, nor did she have any suitable divine abilities. Of course, Yi Xian would slowly settle all of this later. Let's go to the Aquamoon Cave, Yi Xian said to Ouyang Shue. Ouyang Shue was shocked at first, then asked, Big brother Yi, why are we still going to the Aquamoon Cave? There are many divine beast experts gathered there, it's very dangerous. Yi Xian looked at Ouyang Shue and lightly smiled. Go kill someone? Right, Yi Xian was going to kill someone. In Yi Xian's heart, the demon god's domain wasn't the Kunlun god's domain, so there was no need for Yi Xian to hold back. Since these divine beasts didn't treat humans as living beings, then why would Yi Xian care about them? Let them become the stepping stones for Yi Xian to quickly increase his strength. The two of them walked together, quickly heading towards the subsidiary city of the Aquamoon Cave. This time Yi Xian didn't have any scruples. Even if he didn't provoke Yi Xian would still make a move to cause trouble, let alone provoke him. The two of them once again arrived at the subsidiary city. At the beginning they didn't encounter any trouble. However, not long after, Yi Xian found what he wanted. At this moment, Yi Xian was walking on the street, looking at the strange resources that the demon god's domain was selling. After all, there were some resources in the demon god's domain that didn't exist in the Kunlun god's domain. For example, this thing called the 3-star divine stone was something that the Kunlun god's domain had never heard of before. However, this 3-star divine stone had the special effect of strengthening the power of laws. By gathering a sufficient number of 3-star divine stones and refining the 3-star divine power within, one would be able to achieve the special effect of condensing the power of laws. Just as Yi Xian was about to buy some, he heard the roars of people and the neighing of horses in the distance. Get out of the way, all of you get out of the way. The young master of the Yi Karen family has arrived. Yi Karen's family? Yi Xian frowned slightly, but Ouyang Shue had already said to Yi Xian, Big brother Yi might not know, but this Yi Karen family is a